We're very lucky for our the keynote that's beginning our day today, that we have, when we were talking about the possibility of getting this speaker, everybody said, wow, he's incredible. It'll be a very good talk. You're very lucky. So we're very lucky to have Mr. Paul Mann. He was appointed to the Senior Executive Service in 2010 and is currently Department of Navy Chief Engineer within the Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Navy for Research, Development, Test, and Engineering. I think he just wants to get into his talk, so that's all the introduction I will give him, but we're very glad to have Mr. Paul Mann.
Actually thrilling to achieve escape velocity from the Pentagon. It is an extraordinary place with extraordinary people and a very complex mission on behalf of the United States. And what we see more importantly is allies, coalition partners, and the citizens. For all of you, it's my high honor and privilege to be with you here at the Naval Postgraduate School. And I hope what I share over the next 30 or 40 minutes, and then will there be questions?
Yes, sir.
Opportunity, so I'll make sure I save some time for questions. But my goal was to give you a little context for what we're doing, why we think it's important, and also in and around the talk today, the rest of today and tomorrow, it's to continue to infiltrate and bake in the relationships between the authorities entrusted in the Assistant Secretary for Research, Development, and Acquisition, and the future of our United States Navy and Marine Corps, and the people that are actually learning about it, exploring through digital means, tools, and ideas, and innovating, because what we did in the past ain't gonna solve the problems that we have in the future. And that seems really natural for me to think about because it's been true my whole life. But there's a whole culture out there that's pretty baked into believing that they know exactly what they need and why they need it. And they don't want to dabble in all of these disruptive excursions. And so we'll possibly talk about that. So again, it's my honor. I have some answers. I have some experience. In some cases, we might all agree at the end of my discussion with that there's some really important questions that remain unanswered, which is perfect at an institution like this in support of the program. So let's, with you being so kind, I'll issue the famous command, page down or roll up, however that works. Okay, so I'm going to establish a few credentials. So I am the son of a Master Chief Fire Control Technician. And my father served in Vietnam, and he retired from the United States Navy in 1975 as a training of 55 Bravo radars. He was Terrier Talos. Some of those systems, look out there. Some of you may know what those were, but it was long ago. And by the time I was a high school graduate, I was immediately recruited at the Warfare Center down in Port Hueneme, California. And everybody thought I had artistic talent. So I was drawing combat systems technical operations manuals and illustrating maintenance procedures for combat system gear. Seemed like a pretty cool job. They paid me. I got a security clearance. And then I demonstrated a little bit of acumen, and they sent me to mathematics school, where I studied analysis and mathematics. A funny thing happened on the way to the Aegis program. So I'm happy to report somewhere along that process, even before I joined the government, we were innovating and starting to deliver the new cruisers with vertical launch systems. Bunker Hill was the first one. And I had the high privilege of being on the analytical team to study, hey, how does these missile firings work? And probably from my very first memories, we were using models and simulation to pre-plan our tests, to execute the test, to collect the data and match the data against the predictions that we had. And so really my earliest memories of being a civil servant and doing this work are rooted in modeling and simulation, and not just going and sort of collecting data with no reference point, but with whether it was Hughes Aircraft originally, then General Dynamics, Raytheon, Johns Hopkins University, Applied Physics Lab. Everybody that I was working with, oh, pardon my pounding, had this skill set where we would do these complex missile firings and we would study models and sim as a prerequisite. So that's been baked into my head for my whole life. I'll fast forward a decade or two and say a funny thing happened on the way to the Marine Corps. After trying to help the Navy solve interoperability problems with the infusion of cooperative engagement capability, I bashed my head one time too many in a Washington Navy Yard conference room, and I just said, I got to get the hell out of here. And so I left and ran as fast as I could to the United States Marine Corps Systems Command. And I thought I was going to only do one simple thing: buy some trucks. I think we had a few bucks. It wasn't a program. There was a JUONS, and it was ultimately called the Mine Resistant Ambush Protected Vehicle Program, MRAPs. And when I got there, it was like 5 of us, and we just had to write a contract, some IDIQs, and we needed to deliver some commercial trucks with some unique designs to make them survivable. In a period of just 4 or 5 years, it became the nation's largest single program. We were, as a GS-15, I was entrusted to oversee a budget of $18 billion a year, which is pretty cool. It's actually twice the size of the Missile Defense Agency today by most of the economic measures. And so I come into that job, and so now I'm an air defense son of a master chief, you know, go do integrated air missile defense with 0 experience in blast effects, trucks, and all of the things that you need to do to purchase, deliver, and field additional capability to the United States Armed Forces. So what did I do? I went and recruited the modelers and simulators that did all of that work, advanced work for missile defense. And I tried to explore, can we do the same thing for the blast effects? And so we basically went on a journey with OSD, the Army. We actually, in some cases, we failed miserably to actually replicate the physics effects of the blast underneath the truck. But there was a couple companies that actually did learn how to do it and could do it very well. And before we knew it, we could, without building the truck, we could go and iterate the design hundreds of times and pick the highest probability solution for a particular survivability issue. And in a period of 5 years, the survivability of the trucks we had in 2006 were probably not quite an order of magnitude, but 6 times more survivable by the time we were done in only 5 years. That kind of performance was all inspired by modeling and simulation. And again, the lesson, and it's a point, and just for a little context, I'm sharing with you that anything that's ever happened good in my life on the delivery of weapon systems capability has been rooted in the engineering and the modeling and simulation. So my theory, my hypothesis is that this is really important, and we got to stop being penny wise and pound foolish about how to invest in the front end of modeling and simulation. And for whatever reason, sometimes we do cut corners. So that's the context. So, you know, I'll fast forward just one more cycle. And yeah, I was invited to join the Pentagon team of ASNRDA. I think they've had different attempts at a chief engineer over the last couple decades. I met Admiral Kate Page, who basically had a brief assignment as a DAS in Chang. And there's been others. In fact, we partnered with Naval Postgraduate School, Mr. Carl Seal back in the day. I was assigned to him helping with some curriculum. So I'm the latest manifestation of that thing called a Department of Navy Chang. And my colleagues here in the audience, Mr. Loy, if you can raise your hand. My first action was to go hire a Navy Modeling and Simulation Office director, which we did really in my first month on the assignment. So the point is, it's important. It's what we're doing. I did do a brief excursion. I'm happy to report on Monday, a new DASN RDT&E reported for duty. His name is Dr. Brett Seidel. He was the technical director at Crane. He's got his PhD from Stanford. He's a real engineer with real credentials in industry, warfare centers. He just served in NAVC for a couple of years, and he's reported for duty this week. So I can go back to being a Chang and not doing multiple roles. Now, so then I'm going to talk to you about the enterprise. And it's probably no mystery to all of you, but it's worth saying that not only do we advocate for engineering across the enterprise, but all of the PEOs and all of the program managers in the PEOs also advocate for the competency of modeling and simulation and systems engineering. We will all concede that sometimes it's done differently. It's done to different degrees, different priorities. This incentivization of the program manager to not fail during his 2 or 3 or 4 year assignment inspires us occasionally times to cut some corners. And quite frankly, if you're trying to aggregate every single individual program to do the right thing the right way, that's a kind of a hard bet to count on. So we probably need, as a Department of Navy and a Department of Navy to include the Marine Corps, is see if we can't help all of these program managers and not cause all of them to independently have to go find their own way. So this is the team that we have across. And again, I just highlighted for you from my vantage point, we've been doing this for decades. We'll be doing this for decades going forward. But the technology and the tools to do this work are dramatically changing. And so the computational power that we have is growing. The techniques for how you do it are evolving. And quite frankly, the workforce that we're graduating and attracting and joining our team today have different ideas about how to do this work. But there's the enterprise, and we have the UARCs, we have the FFRDCs, and all of you I'm counting on to do the acronym. We tend to speak in bizarre language, but you know who those folks are. We're partnered with Admiral Selby and the Office of Naval Research. So we have a couple $2 billion of S&T work where he's exploiting, to pushing the bounds of S&T. And so, the goal at the, when I come to work each day is how do we unleash the talent across the enterprise? And quite frankly, how do we grow more talent and apply that talent to the operational problems we're trying to solve today? And that's literally what we're doing. I'm happy to report that sometimes just pockets of excellence happen with really effective technical leaders that are doing this work, and they don't need any help. They don't need anybody in their way. They're just brilliant on demand. But we also see a lot of evidence where we're delivering systems that, quite frankly, we didn't do that step, and the performance is indicated pretty quickly, and it doesn't meet the operator's needs We probably aren't delivering on time. And quite frankly, it generates quite a problem for the entire institution as we add more money to fix what we didn't understand at a point in time where it's not convenient to actually implement the fix. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is really important. And so it's also important for you to know my whole spiel and view on modeling and sim is in the context of systems analysis, systems engineering, and the delivery of product. I do think it's cool to work on stuff, but I'm not the 6'1", 6'2" guy, you know, inventing stuff to maybe exploit. We're on the front end of delivering capability to the warfighter. So our time horizon is actually this year, next year, the next couple of years on the way to something grand and glorious, which is in Pentagon speak, after the palm. So everything magical and miraculous occurs, you know, just on the other side of the actual budget. That's not true for us, and that's not true for me. Okay, next chart. Okay, so I am highly privileged not only to come into the Pentagon each day, but the work that we do is in support of the CNO and the VCNO. I mean, that's just the bottom line. The requirements and my teammates in the Marine Corps, I gotta keep remembering. I will tell you, I haven't been pounded very much by the Commandant in my short time. So it's been heavy Navy, heavy unmanned, less heavy so far in Marine Corps, but that could change. By the way, we just got a brand new chief engineer of the Marine Corps that reported for duty in the last couple of weeks. So we're networked. So if you haven't read the NAV plan, you should. I think next week will be an update, and it's essentially the same. He's going to actually document where we've made some progress. And so it's a report card of the NAV plan. This is Admiral Gilday's plan. And the bottom line, you see the capability. And we just had the posture hearings where he's kind of communicated what we're trying to do. And this is the order in which he is focused. And ladies and gentlemen, readiness is kind of fundamental. They don't want to buy anything that we can't support being ready in the field. And I would say that's a great idea. We haven't always been successful at that. We have bought, we do deliver things that we can't support in the field, and that's a problem. And so modeling and sim can be just as effective in that domain as well. Obviously, the capabilities for those that are true warfighters, operators, bigger radars, bigger missiles, more the enemy. And I know we're on class, so I'll just stay on class. But our adversary is changing in a very significant way. And so all of the comfort that we used to wrap ourselves around is essentially gone. And so the warfighters are not comfortable at all. To the contrary, there's a massive sense of urgency about the capabilities and the capacity for the United States Navy. And so those are our priorities. So when we're doing work, whether it's system analysis, system level modeling and simulation, all the way up to, and especially including campaign modeling, it's all of that that we need to inform decisions that happen literally weekly, quarterly, monthly, and it iterates the fate of the United States Navy and Marine Corps. And the bottom line is the priorities are set. Vice Admiral Hughes in the N7, overseeing the analytic master plan and the force design and force development. We are part of that ecosystem. Then I flip on my ASN RDA equity, and we're being told what the requirements are, and we have to actually deliver it. And like I said, we have some really good examples where we're successful, and when we're not successful, we can trace it immediately to taking some shortcuts along the path of systems analysis and systems engineering. And is there industry in the room as well? Industry? Okay, how do you do, industry? Welcome. Yeah, every once in a while you over-promise as well. And I say that with great respect. We do it, all of us want to deliver capability. We have an idea and we want to reach for something hard. This is truly an R&D world for the United States Navy. So what's the point of all of this? We need an entire workforce that understands that. And I confided in you in my opening remark, that's been my whole life. I mean, I started there. I didn't see one thing that I did on delivering Aegis ships, delivering CEC, delivering, solving complex interoperability problems. All of it was ultimately rooted in modeling and simulation when we actually started to solve the problems. So we had a talented workforce that could do it. The question is, do we still have that today? And are we on a good glide slope to protect and preserve that workforce, or are we a little bit thin? It's a great question. Next chart. Okay. So from where I sit, it's all about engineering. And I know this institution here has an incredible pedigree of officers. I mostly saw the Navy version of the officers that would get their master's degree in electrical engineering and physics and oversee the projects and programs of very complex engineering. I'm happy to report that really all of that is accessible with our industry partners, and we just keep building on that foundation. So we're not actually starting at ground zero. In fact, we're aggregating wherever possible those significant investments. There's some programs that just were blessed with having a lot of money during the development phase, and they could solve and invest in their land-based test infrastructure, their modeling and sim capability. But then there'd be a lot of programs that, quite frankly, didn't have that option. And when they tried to produce the product, they would occasionally cut some corners. And my personal experience is whenever we do that, while it might have survived and looked great as a program for 2 or 3 years that they were briefing, they were on track, on schedule, on budget, and everything was good, minimalist. And then we turned it over to the operators, and then the discoverability of really new and hard issues was a completely different ballgame. And we didn't have the tools we needed. And when we found the issues that we needed to solve, we didn't actually have any runway money or means to actually solve that problem. I worry about that a lot right now across the Navy and Marine Corps. And so that's what we're focused in on. And there's a new policy program paradigm mindset of our CNO and VCNO. Embrace the red, get real, get better. It's actually, I got to tell you, I haven't heard too much counter battery, and so I'm sure there's going to be some. But this is the most common sense idea that I've ever seen, and I just wish we would actually do it to the level that we're supposed to. We tend to believe our self-talk right up into the point where the data just doesn't support anything that we've been saying. Now, we're good people, we mean well, and yet we have tons of evidence over the last decade or two where everything that we said we were going to do, we did, but it didn't produce the outcomes that we actually intended. The biggest example, I mean, there's examples in naval aviation and the readiness of the number of F-18s that were available. So many of you have watched that story play out over the last 4 or 5 years. And then the modernization that we're doing in our shipyards, new construction and modernization. No matter what we would say and tell Congress on what we needed and why we needed it, they would give it all to us. And yet our fundamental performance and our output of those systems never actually changed, certainly not to the level we would have expected it. So with that, I feel like we're got a current leadership team that's saying, hey, get honest. Don't worry about pretending that everything's okay. Get really serious about describing the true state and then act on the things that you can influence that will cause a better state. And don't aim for perfection, aim for improvement. Just really aim for something that's going to move the needle. So in order to do that, we got to get focused on the outcomes. And I don't know about you, but what I've seen over the last decade or two is we're constantly writing reports on how busy we are. We're busy. We're so busy. I can show you so many charts of how busy we are, how many bullets, how many meetings we're at, what activities we're at. But none of that actually means anything in the context of what we're trying to measure. So a key foot stomp that I would ask all of you to know from my perspective and really the perspective of a lot of senior leaders, we've got to start thinking more about the outcomes we're trying to generate. And when we're studying and analyzing and modeling and simulating, let's make sure that we're actually representing the world as it relates to the outcome and use that to inform your decision making, not how busy you are or not the extent of the work that you're doing, because it actually matters significantly less. And we have, like I said, Admiral Lesher, who I believe is one of the brilliant, I just believe that because I've seen it up close and personal. His analysis of the Navy over the last several decades really sets the stage that we got to do this differently. So what are the tools that we have available to us? Well, and what is changing? Well, the good news is everything's changing all the time. It's all changing. So how do we harness that constant dynamic and build a foundation for the United States so we can basically build the capacity? What we need more than the actual products, and we do need the products, but how we're going to demolish our adversary and deter them for a century is to be faster and keep them guessing at a rate that they can't absorb. And quite frankly, these are the tools that we need to actually do that. In some cases, it's to produce the actual capability we want. In other cases, it's to generate the capability that we don't ever intend to use, but we ain't telling anybody that because we want them to sort of waste time and energy chasing things that we possibly might know don't have any actual merit. And by the way, we learn that in the engineering process. There's a lot of stuff we learn about that are dead ends. That's the brilliance of what it is we do. So, but just because it's a dead end, that doesn't mean it's not useful. In the work that we do in warfare systems engineering, all of that technology can actually have another application for what it is we're trying to do. And so probably most of you are more knowledgeable than all of the professionals inside the Pentagon. Our job is to resource and invest in the technical talent and the capabilities in an enterprise to do all of this work. I'm going to stay on this chart for just another minute or two, and I'm going to talk about another side mission that's going on at the same time as building ships, airplanes, submarines, weapons, long-range fires, all of the things that you see in the news as priorities and complex work. That's all going on. But what do you hear the CNO talking about today? He's talking about we can't go toe-to-toe with building 500, 600 ships. So what's the strategy? Is exploit attritable, more affordable unmanned systems. So some of the unmanned systems that we have an idea about are also expensive, but there's also a massive commercial world out there that is generating and exploiting a lot of new capability that we are messing around with. And quite frankly, you have been messing around with for maybe even decades. I will tell you, that's now starting to be mainline core planning for how I think there's like it's an $18 billion portfolio in the Navy. And Admiral Lesher and Admiral Gilday are basically asking his N9 teams, N2, N6 teams to think of this as a venture capitalist portfolio. Double down on the things that will produce value. And if there's something that's it's very expensive and doesn't deliver till a long time, rethink it. You know, don't keep committing all of your resources to that which you aren't sure are going to produce a capability, because all of that time was going to happen, and we're going to, you know, everybody said, let's be brilliant and ready to go in 2042. And then it was 2035, and then it was 2030. Now, I mean, people are talking about 2024, 2025. If you listen to Admiral Aquilino, we're already behind the power curve in a pretty significant way. So, ladies and gentlemen, one of the ways we're going to start going faster and more affordably faster is to invest in the infrastructure. And there's a lot of work to go. Next chart. Okay. I have the high privilege of working with a lot of senior leaders across the warfare centers. It's not the only place that there's talent, but it is a place of significant talent. I think we went from 25,000 in the surface warfare center to over a decade. We grew a lot over a decade. I think we're kind of at the peak, and we might even be retreating a little bit. But we have invested in land-based test facilities, accurate models, distributed engineering test infrastructure. By the way, they're used when we couldn't solve interoperability for the Navy back in, I'm going to call it 2000 or 1998, 99 timeframe. It was the big disaster where we had this really cool device called cooperative engagement capability, and we stuck it on a few ships. It was going to be a sensor network. And unfortunately, when we delivered it, as long as it was talking to itself, it was a high performing function. And we convinced ourselves, good to go, let's install it. When we put it on ships, we forgot to say, well, there's operators and it's going to be integrated to combat systems. So everything we started delivering was not interoperable. And it required many miracles and many thousands of brilliant people working very hard just to keep a track picture that we expected to be a lot easier. The solution to that at the time, Vice Admiral Blais, I think he was N96 at the time, or N86, I forget what that was, surface warfare. And we invested in something called a distributed engineering plant. We basically lashed up systems, and we allowed operators to use the actual tactical programs, including injected with simulations, live, virtual, constructive. And it was new, and it gave us some tools land-based so we can solve some of the hard, complex problems land-based before we would pain the operators. And I remember there was a Captain Cassidy, the CO of USS Way City, who had just came back from a beautiful deployment in the Persian Gulf. And then we went on his ship and we gave him this new improved CEC. And he took it out of his port in Mayport, and nothing worked. And nothing worked so bad, it took 3 years to go work on that. Part of that problem, we invested in this thing called a distributed engineering plant. ADINA is now, fast forward a couple decades, we're aggregating digital ecosystems in a way that exploits everything we talked about on the previous page. Ladies and gentlemen, this isn't easy. It's not a trick. It's not one thing where you buy it and you do it. It's going to be an iterative process. But I will tell you, once we have solved how to connect up systems and give professionals like the modelers, the simulators, the innovators, the engineers, a tool to sit at their computers wherever they may be at the right classification level and run and cycle, that's where this build a little, test a little, learn a lot doctrine is going to be enabled. And that is what the chief engineering office is working on. And by the way, people say, well, we don't have enough money to pay for this. We don't have enough money to not pay for this, because the actual price of all of these systems that are getting delivered that have all of these unanswered questions on all these collisions for the technology that's going to occur, we just can't afford that. And so we're starting to be compelling with our senior leaders in OpNav and with our congressional appropriators. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the toolkit of the United States Navy. This is what we need. And by the way, it extends all the way to include DevSecOps and the delivery of algorithms daily, weekly, on demand, so we can constantly learn about our systems instead of deliver them once and then wait 7 or 8 years to go figure out the next baseline. And ladies and gentlemen, that's what we are doing now. If you hear some of our most profound senior leaders in the PEOs and programs, that's a very frustrating dilemma, and they want to change that model. By the way, industry partners, they like that model because it's predictable on budgets, and we're very dependent on them. And so there's an economic bias towards not making these changes because nobody knows how that's going to affect the economic piece. So all I would tell you is this multi-tiered approach to include multi-security level, because we need to operate in an unclassed world, in a classified world, and I'll call it a very classified world, so that we can actually iterate our designs and string together these complex kill chains, these complex systems that were never actually designed to interoperate with things we didn't even know was going to exist. And by the way, it seems to frustrate, well, that's not in my requirement document, and that's not in my budget. And people wrap themselves around that. That's bizarre to me, because my next point is, but it ain't going to work, or it's not going to help. I mean, so how the hell do you feel okay about that? I don't, and I'm challenging the program managers. Of course, I do it politely and kindly. I'm not mean, but it seems bizarre to me that we would not actually start thinking about that we have, what we're doing is not generating the outcome that we need, plain and simple. So let's not keep doing it, and let's shift. And I think this partnership, we're experimenting with our teammates in ONR. We are using Admiral Selby's authority and his creativeness and innovativeness on the innovation pipeline to test out some cases with small businesses in the Unmanned campaign. But ladies and gentlemen, if you are linked at all with the Chang office going forward, this is what we're going to build, and we're going to aggregate it across all the places we've already invested in. And by the way, we'll bring industry into it when they want to participate, and we're going to start lashing these systems up. Next chart, and then we'll take questions. Okay, so hey, look, this is really hard. I wish we could just sit back and say, you know, oh, if we just had this program and this thing. The enemy is working without acquisition requirements, without acquisition reform. They're going at a pace that's iterating at a speed that, quite frankly, even though we still concede or believe that we have the greatest military on the planet Earth, we want to stay that way, but we can't do it if we just keep limping along and not iterating and being able to innovate a lot faster. So all of these enablers of capability, there are examples that I can't describe in this setting where we've exploited AI, ML, and autonomy in really dramatic ways to a massive effect. So we know we can do it, and we know it's valuable, but we are not set up to do it across all of the systems that need to do it. In aviation, tied to surface, tied to space, tied to subsurface. We're very nascent in the interdependency and the aggregation of those capabilities. That's what we have to change. And quite frankly, acknowledging that, and we're going to be working on it for decades. We're never going to actually be done. And, so that's really is the key point. The ability to take digital twins at the same time we're running tactical systems and explore ideas about algorithms that will give us a competitive advantage tomorrow that we didn't even know about yesterday. That's what Admiral Small is trying to do with his machine down in San Diego, Project Overmatch, building new network pathways, data flows that weren't on any OpNav's requirements document, but now we've already bought all this stuff. How do we make it work to our advantage? And ladies and gentlemen, that's going to require systems engineering at a graduate level with modeling and simulation tools that, quite frankly, we have some of, but we haven't got enough of and we got to recruit the workforce that's going to go lead this for the decades to come. I believe this is the foundational way we're going to build a competitive advantage for the United States Navy and Marine Corps and for the Department of Defense, and stay that way permanently. And see if there's another chart. Yeah, expression of gratitude. It's my high honor and privilege to be on your team. We fail miserably often, but we're not in denial about that. So with that, I'm ready to take questions. In case I said something that somebody really wants to hammer me about. I watched some of the body language. Has anybody got a tough one? Okay.
Hey, good morning, sir.
Go easy. Go easy.
I will. Lieutenant John Allen. So you talked about interoperability with systems, but I know you touched on it with some of the Navy systems, but between services. So in that kind of thought, how does the Modeling and Simulations Coordination Office work with y'all or support y'all? I know now it's transitioned to be the DoD Modeling and Simulations Enterprise, but the last me and my cohort checked, their OIC has been gapped since 2020. So I'm not sure how that's happening at the next level.
Yeah, great question. I'll just tell you, we have to fix that. And I do more work with the Army and the Air Force than I do with the Department of Defense. We actually had a senior leader. There's been a lot of retirements in the last year, and I don't know how much momentum may have been lost in the pandemic. But sir, I got to tell you, have you ever worked in the Pentagon? Oh, you bless your soul. I got to tell you, so I work in an office called DAS and RDT&E. I'm like, man, this is the Deputy Assistant Secretary office for the whole Navy and Marine Corps. Man, this is big. Well, there's like 12 of us. And then I look up at we parted AT&L. There's a research engineering and an acquisition and support. I worked there when it was all sort of intermixed. A big problem right now is that they're still trying to find their way after that split and who they are and what they're doing. And so I will just tell you right now, I'll just assign an action to Mr. Loy, since he's my teammate. We owe you a better answer on what is that whole pedigree of leadership all the way up to accountable officials in the Undersecretary's office. And if we can shine some light on some gap billets, I will tell you in the Navy, we're partnering under N7. And so Todd Loy and his team have been highly effective working internal Navy. But Todd, I think we probably get low marks, maybe even a D- for how much we've influenced OSD and the alignment and the support. Now, we may get some credit for some work that they're doing, but they're not doing it because we influenced it. They're doing it because they're doing it. I think that's a great question. And sir, I will tell you also unapologetically, I'm assigned in the Navy, but I think joint all the time. So mostly as a partner with the partner services, but it's a lot of work. I mean, you got to know, I mean, there's no such thing as a 60 or 70 hour week anymore. It's a 90-hour week to build and sustain those relationships. It's hard. So, sir, thanks for shining the light on that. I'm going to make this a tasker to Mr. Loy. Keep them coming. Hey,
good morning, sir. Clay Greunke. I'm a researcher here at Booz. My question is a little bit kind of a different direction and kind of has to do with enabling our workforce. So this is just an observation, having worked with a bunch of different syscoms over the past 6 years. We are really good at handcuffing ourselves. I look at kind of capability and security as like different ends of the spectrum. You have like a fulcrum that we need to consider. And so kind of where that goes is when we think about access to equipment, purchasing, like I can't even buy a free asset if it has terms and conditions. Yeah. Which makes it really hard because like, then I can't also hire enough software developers to develop what I need to, right? If I can buy something for $10 on an asset store, that could save us in the Navy like a month worth of an FTE, right? Trying to develop something that's already out there. And then kind of another observation with this is really allowing ourselves to be able to go to conferences again. I think we've gotten used to, since that scandal a few years ago, not wanting and having all these different kind of hoops that we have to go through in order to get people to actually see the tech that's currently out there, right? So I would just offer just like, we need as a workforce to be able to get off of Reddit to get our, our information and be able to actually see this and touch this tech in person.
Yeah, so I'll address both of those and just say, I think you're right. I think, I don't know where we've become so desensitized. I gotta tell you, a lot of people I work with, they've given up even thinking there's any hope. I mean, I literally work with people, not in the Pentagon, not there. I got to be careful. But I served for 4 years as the technical director at Port Hueneme down south, and we got in our own way so many times on simple things and the rules that were coming down. And so I think the point I would say to that is we need some leadership. So it's not a lack of technical skill, but we do need leadership. And so, sir, I would say that I think the pandemic did knock us on our butts for a little while. And while we learned a lot of good things and a lot of positive has come out of that for some hybrid workforce dynamics, so that's good. I think there's a lot of people that just have lost hope that the Navy's going to actually give us the tools that we need. That's one. On the second piece, I know we're authorized to travel again. And so I don't know what your policy is from where you're at, but we do support sending people, and maybe not in the quantities, but holding the people that go to them accountable to come back and share what they've learned with others, as opposed to just going and making it personal development. And so when I link those two, the policies of the Navy are wide open to support that. So, you know, I'm sure it's a case-by-case basis. I just went, there was down in Orlando, I went for the unmanned exponential, the largest unmanned aerial systems display on the planet Earth. And I got to go down there and spend a couple days, did workshops. So we're leading by example, in my opinion, in that regard. I do think we need to develop the workforce and let them go learn. So I'm a big fan. It costs a lot of money to not do that. And every once in a while, there is somebody who will do something dumb and have a big party, and it'll be in the news, and then we'll go and punish everybody again.
Good morning, Chang. Thanks for being here. Appreciate having another SES in the room. It means a lot. That's the hug before the punch. Commander Dan Kane, I'm TAC Trigger Pack, one-time offender at the Pentagon. You mentioned that we're slow in our development of different capabilities. Yesterday, we heard about how the JSIDS process is too slow. But you also just mentioned a need for more graduate level systems engineering. So do we need more at the SysCom? Are we pretty good? Do we need to streamline it and get back to an old system like what we did World War II, where we rely more on industry? What's your thoughts on how we go about bringing that innovation here to bring capabilities to bear? Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm tired of having the government abdicate the responsibility to system engineer the force that we got to deliver. So I'm not a big fan. I don't see that model ever really working at scale. There's a couple examples where industry, when inspired, can knock it out of the park. I think the SR-71 back in the day, and there's other things like that that are probably examples where the absence of bureaucracy enabled the speed. So there's probably a place for pockets of it. But these integrated system of systems, we need to grow a talented workforce to lead that. And I got to tell you, this is going to be harsh. And I don't know, the press isn't here, is it?
Not that I know,
okay.
sir. No,
well, I mean, I'll just say it delicately. We have a lot of people that just are not qualified to lead the areas. I mean, we have people in jobs that don't know what the hell their job even is. So that's very frustrating. And not only do they not know what it is, they're not good at it. And quite frankly, I'd like to purge, like to do a big purge and get at least 20% of them gone and give a little bit of lift to some dynamic leaders that can actually fill that void. I think we have a lot of examples where there's some highly, GS-12s, 13s. I mean, when I was a GS-11, I was actually leading the delivery of weapons to Japan for their 4 Aegis ships, planning and executing all the weapons firings. And I think building a government workforce that can do that seems completely within our grasp. But I'm differentiating that from the bureaucracy piece where people are measuring their value based on the activity that they do. We've got to get out of the activity and into the outcomes. And so, sir, again, it's probably a poor oversimplification, but we need some technical leaders, but they have to be leaders and actually lead. And so I think the government is uniquely qualified to do that. And I think when we have it, the quality of the weapons and the capabilities that get delivered to our operational forces is off the charts. And quite frankly, we'll beat the enemy every day because of it. And I have lots of examples where that's true. Sir, did I take your punch or, okay. Yeah.
Sir, I'm going to hop in and ask one. you're saying how important M&S is to the Navy and all that kind of sort of stuff. Interestingly enough, the three people who asked questions this time kind of demonstrate what's going on. The first person is Lieutenant John Allen. He's our only Navy move student right now. The second person was Lieutenant Commander Clay Greunke. He came through here many years ago, and we really haven't had any any people who have been billeted here normally. We've had the third question from Commander Dan Kane. We've had two commanders who did great jobs working for an admiral and have been sent here. But basically, the Navy tap has been turned off in delivering students here. And we've cut the number of billets for the 6202 MNSP code from 72 down to, I think, 3 was last I heard. I don't even know if those are existing. But everybody's always saying how important M&S is, and it's becoming more important. That just seems like a disconnect between those two, and what can we do to stop that and turn that around?
Yeah, publicly humiliating me is a good first step. You had nothing
to do with it.
I think that's a highly effective technique. I'm embarrassed on behalf of the Navy that that's true, and I would tell you that back to getting real, getting better. The actual facts about the current state of this is not well understood. So that's why my team is here today. It's why we're going to stay today and stay tomorrow. And we're going to start working on being part of the solution. So I think what I would tell all of you, I kind of say it to every place that I go to work. We need your help in continuing. Just because we're not delivering the solution doesn't mean you shouldn't demand it. And so my request to you is, you are helpful to us when you are compelling and demanding. And quite frankly, we need to be called out when we're failing to deliver. And I think this is a good case. I would like to believe that in a couple months, it'll be a different report card and we'll be on a different trajectory. And we shouldn't be aiming for perfection. We should be aiming for improvement. And so that's my thought. And I think there's probably a bunch of examples where we have failed. And quite frankly, it's required of leaders to actually say it and embrace that's a true state. And we did it because we got away with it. We did it because, quite frankly, we had other priorities that other people were paying attention to. And we have an attention span that's very, very, it's not even of a 2-year-old child. It's very difficult to stay and focus on this. That person there and this team, we need to turn around. So Todd, by the way, I'm not the only one humiliated. You're humiliated too. It's a shared reality. But I will tell you, whether it's the pandemic or being remote, far away, we tend, as leaders, we've lost that edge, and we need to fix that. And I think the fact that the Navy is investing in that by creating an SES. By the way, that SES got created like 2 weeks before the end of the last administration, which is really actually impossible to do. You're not allowed to actually grow an SES, but Hondo Gertz did. I think this position should be held accountable. So thank you for your warm remarks.
Thank you, sir. I think we have one more question with Colonel Yates in the background.
Yeah. Sir Walt Yates, a couple of observations. One on your last note about short attention span. I offer for consideration that across the DoD and the federal government, all of our military specialties, when we converge on September 30th, every damn one of us is a financial manager, and arriving at a zero balance is the only thing that's acceptable. And that really shortens our attention span, especially for in-year money. I was formerly a Marine Corps program manager. All of my experience was in small ankle biter programs for training systems, not for ships or ACAP programs. But one thing that I see over and over again across the services, a recent example is the Army. But it's the same everywhere. IG inspection of the IVAS program finds out that there were many soldier touch points, and that the feedback from the operating forces, the fleet, was dismissed or not adjudicated, and they just kept plowing forward. And so we don't really have in the naval services the sailor touch point vernacular or Marine Corps touch point, but the concept is really important to what you said about getting the feedback from the users, because you field something and then they have a completely different impression of it. And then the last thing I'd like to ask if my observation or my experience is borne out in what you've seen. When I was a program manager, we lived by the technology transition agreements. The ONR would sign on the line that says, we agree to mature the technology up to a level where it can transition. The program and resource sponsor said, we will update the requirements, the KPPs, and go get the money. And the acquisition community said, we will integrate it into the fielded system. I had a horrible record of actually getting anything transitioned into fielded use, because it's strangely easier to find money for small stuff, at least, than it is to find an updated requirement and somebody who will put it in the POM. And do you see that as just a one soda straw view, or is that more common at the enterprise?
Yeah, great. I'll just tell you, it's very common. Quite frankly, we have a diagram in our unmanned task force war room where once you've allocated all the money for the systems that you've already got, there's almost no money on the stuff that you've learned about that you want to do. It's a very serious problem. And quite frankly, trying to get it right 2 years ahead, technology is moving fast, and we have to kind of put a budget together 2.5 years ahead of time, which is also out of sync. Sir, I would just tell you that, again, it comes down to leadership, and it's going to be hard. I don't know the answer, but I think I'm aiming for, with the current administration and the leaders that I see, is just making some improvements. I do think denial is starting to wane. And I think that's a great first step. And the PEOs and program managers, in fact, there was a fire drill last night, if you're staying on campus. I got to meet with Admiral Moten unexpectedly at 10:30 at night. He's running a PEO, and he's unmanned systems. And quite frankly, he's got a lot of money going into these systems that are going to deliver, far away. And yet we're coming at them with all of these opportunities, reading about it all over the place, with the operators being in the loop. And he wants to shift. He wants to. It's not all or nothing. So we got to still work on the complex stuff and support it for decades. But we also need to generate some capacity in the immediate future as well. So, sir, it's tricky. And my last point, and just an explanation, not a rationalization or an excuse, but we have too much stuff on the plate to do well. I mean, my view is, and I'm in the frickin' front lines every single day, and the work that's required to be successful is more than you have the people and the capacity to do. At some point, you gotta knock that stuff off and get it out of the people's way. And that's the only way we're gonna make progress. Sir, I've probably extended my welcome.
No, actually, I think we've got a longer break than normal.
Okay.
And we have one more question from Brent.
Okay.
So I think we'll go there, as long as you want to talk.
Yeah, no, okay. I'm okay, as long as I'm watching in case your eyes start to roll and you want to leave, please do.
Hi, sir. My name is Brett Telford. I'm actually Todd's counterpart in the Marine Corps side of the house.
Okay.
My question is, I'm a survivor of 2 tours in the Pentagon, which is both fascinating and disturbing at the same time. I'm a former program manager, much like Colonel Yates up there. My question is, I'm old enough to remember terms like simulation-based acquisition, model systems engineering, model-based systems engineering. And I've tried, when I was on the OSD AT&L staff, we tried to put M&S planning as part of the systems engineering planning. So when the artifacts went forward for major reviews, that was being considered. So my question is, as the department now moves towards digital engineering, how do we make sure that that actually takes hold and isn't just the latest term du jour that answers questions from the HASS to give the appearance as if we're doing something, and we actually make it a foundational aspect of things that improve the way we acquire systems?
Yeah. You need to withdraw that question. Yeah, I would just tell you, here's my thought on what you just said. I don't know any scenario where a bunch of bureaucrats in OSD and others looking at policies and packages and papers is going to make a big difference to the United States. I think this is really going to be on the front lines of the warfare, the technical teams. I call it warfare centers. That's a euphemism for wherever the technical work, including industry, the UARCs. I think the way we actually solve the problem is we start focusing on the entities of people that are actually doing the work, guiding them through it. We have in the Navy, we have this thing called gate reviews, where we're annually assessing complex problems. And we should start keeping score to what extent the digital engineering has created the outcome that we're trying to accomplish. Our investment in ADINA is going to help enable some of that discussion. So I think we need to get out of the policy realm for that and really start just because I think we already have enough support and advocacy to do it. We got to start picking some case studies and start doing it. That's my 2 cents. I remember, I told you about this MRAP story. Of course, it was a very serious issue, right? People were dying, many per month, and that became unbearable to the United States. So finally, we went big. But there's so much. The reason they were giving us money, $5 billion, next week, $10 billion. I mean, every time we turned around, the reason they did that is because we were delivering the capability. We were actually doing what the operators were happy with it. The Congress was happy. The citizens of the world were happy. And so it all hinges on actually delivering the capability. So we got to pick some of our most high priority programs and start supporting them and actually highlighting how the work that they're doing is transforming into delivered capability and stay out of the hallways. That's my 2 cents. Thanks. And it's probably the wrong answer, but that's my opinion. You asked me my opinion. Okay. Do you guys want me to leave? Okay. Hey, it's been, hey, look, I'll go out on the humility marker. This is really hard. Nobody has all the answers. That's the bottom line. So what I would ask all of you in your own sphere of influence, just take responsibility and be accountable to make a difference. When you do that, it's contagious with others, other people see it, and it actually aggregates and it actually causes really dramatically useful things to the warfighter. And I'll finally leave you with the Unmanned Task Force as one example. The only thing ever done well in any program I've been affiliated with has been by serving the warfighter and delivering it to them, taking their feedback on board and iterating because that's why we're there. It's for no other reason other than that. So if they're not part of your team, integrated and embedded, then you probably aren't aiming for the right chart. So, sir, that concludes my opening remarks.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mann. Welcome to the 10:30 event, the Alumni Panel. We're very lucky to be joined by 4 esteemed alumni today that have gone off and done many, many great things as they've been out here. As we see here, I'll introduce them quickly, left to right. Or let's go right to left. We'll go Captain Rob Betts. He's the Training System Program Manager for Ready Relevant Learning at the NOC TSD down in Orlando, Florida. He was commissioned through Georgia Tech and ROTC and graduated from MOVES and got a degree, a master's there. He's a pilot. He flew with the world famous Black Aces of Strike Fighter Squadron 41 deploying aboard Nimitz in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom. He has many major acquisition tours, including deputy for the F-35 Lightning II Human Factors Integration Team and Joint Cockpit Working Group, the Integrated Product Team for the AIM-9X Block 2 and Block 2+, Assistant Program Manager for Systems Engineering for the F-35C, EA to the F-35 Lightning II Program, PEO, and the F-35 Training Systems and Simulation Program Management Office Program Manager. On his right is Colonel Dave Parks. Dave's a career Army officer, just shy of 26 years of service. He was an infantry officer commissioned in 1996 and held tactical positions through company command. In 2006, he became an FA-57, holding many positions from tactical to strategic. Some worth mentioning, the Architecture Environment Chief of Joint Staff J7, managing the JLVC Federation and developing the future joint training tools. U.S. Army War College, he got a Master's in Strategic Studies. He was director of the National Simulation Center and Combined Arms Center, and requirements manager for all VCG capabilities, as well as exercise support. He's currently serving as the M&S Division Chief for the Future and Concept Center for the Army Futures Command. On his right, we have Lieutenant Colonel Mike Donaldson. Mike is a Marine officer. He's in a couple ways, he's unique in that he got his bachelor's from the Air Force Academy. And it's unique's not the right word, but they only allow 2 or 3 officers transition to the Marine Corps every year. And we have 2 of them. With Chris Fitzpatrick, who we briefed yesterday, is also an Air Force Academy grad who became a Marine pilot. Mike's an infantryman. He served in many billets through his time. And so he went to basic school, infantry officer course, served all sorts of different places. I served in Iraq and done many, many special tours. And the other part that is kind of rare for the Marines is he's serving a second 8825 tour right now at TCOM, which is unusual. Normally our Marine graduates go out and serve 1 tour, and then they go back to their primary MOS and never return to the M&S world. And so then it's kind of nice to see we have him there. We also have a second officer who's doing the same thing, Lieutenant Colonel Jesse Addig, who's back there. He's there too. So we're kind of lucky in that we're actually getting double duty out of a couple of our better of the 8825 officers that we have. And there on the, to Colonel Donaldson's right is Colonel Chris McLaren. He also is an Air Force Academy graduate, but he took the more traditional Air Force Academy graduate path of entering the Air Force. And so he's done that. He went through that, and he kind of went into the many different things. He got his Bachelor's of Science degree in Behavioral Science. He then worked at the Air Force Operational Test and Evaluation Center, and then became an assistant professor and executive officer in the Air Force Academy's Department of Behavioral Science and Leadership. He came to NPS and got his PhD in modeling and simulation. He served as deputy branch chief for the research team lead and executive officer to the commander at the Air Force Research Lab. One of his most interesting tours is he actually got to serve as an international program officer at the European Office of the Aerospace Research and Development in London, England. So prior to his current job, he served as the director of the Commander Action Group for the Air Force Academy Superintendent. So we've got a great amount of experience up here, very distinguished graduates. The way this is going to run is I'm going to ask each of them to do a quick kind of 5-minute talk, and then we're going to open it up to audience questions. I think the best questions come from the audience. I'll probably throw out one to get it started, but then after that, please ask them anything about what it's like to be a modeling and simulationist, any problems that they see in the modeling and simulation world. Most of them, they're very opinionated people, and they'll tell you what they think. And so it will be, hopefully we'll get a fairly good discussion going on here in that section of it. We'll do that. This runs until noon. And then about 20 minutes before noon, we'll just ask them to give 5 minutes each of closing remarks of what they think. So, wow, I'm just going to we'll have a talking stick, so we'll pass this around.
I have the conch. You guys hear me in the back? Great. Hey, so first off, thanks. It's an honor to be here. Thank you to Mr. Mann and Mr. Hoffman, gentlemen, for being here. It's great to see the executive leadership taking the opportunity and showing the interest in MOVES. Your support is critical going forward for the MOVES Institute. And it's great to see NMSO back in action. Working with you guys is awesome. For Perry and Emre, thanks again for putting together such a robust agenda and for having us back. Yesterday was very enlightening. Today is really looking forward to it. I'm also looking forward to all the sidebars and follow-ups that happen because as we all know, as action officers, that's where actually things get done. So please come find us, come find any of us, in the sidebars, and please come give us your actions and what have you. Thank you to Dr. McCauley. Dr. McCauley was my thesis advisor way back when. we won't mention the date, but shepherded a young Lieutenant Betts through the thesis process. Thank you, sir. And then finally, thanks to Walt Yates, who I believe is the oldest moves grad in the room, which makes Bill and Chris and I not the oldest. So much appreciated, Walt. Before my career at NPS, I was a pilot. And so my interaction with modeling and simulation was really just with respect to flight simulators, right? Got in a simulator, did some stuff, flew around, would have much rather been in the airplane. And then since I've left NPS, my career, it's been prevalent throughout the remainder of my career, primarily with respect to training both sailors, airmen, pilots, SWOs, submariners a little bit. But really, my focus and what I'm passionate about is live virtual constructive training, right? And so Dan Kane went through his LVC brief yesterday. Danimal, thank you. Appreciated that. I would tell this audience that the future of training is on the VC side, right? We are running out of airspace. We are running out of assets. We don't have emitters. We don't have threat emulators. We don't have those things in the appropriate quantities to give people the training that they need. And so the folks in this room, your expertise is crucial going forward so that you can get out and you can advocate for those programs. You can advocate for those VC requirements into the defense program so that we can provide the training that we need. The VC environment is the only place we're going to be able to train to some of these capabilities. Mr. Mann, you hit at it a little bit on the, hey, we have some capabilities we don't want our adversaries to know about. The VC environment is the only place that we're going to be able to train like that. It's also one of the only places that we'll be able to train in a joint environment, right? Get the Air Force together with the Navy and the Army and the Marine Corps and train how we're actually going to fight the way we do when we go fight. A lot of folks get that argument confused with the, hey, I don't need VC training, right? I need more flight time. I need more underway hours. I need whatever the Army uses. Sorry, I don't. Gas for tanks. No, boots. Fair. Okay. Yes. But it, I try to encourage folks to separate that argument from, hey, I can give you more underway time. I can give you more flight hours, but the environment does not exist for you to get the training that you need out in the real world, out in the L part of the equation, right? And so we need to put the emphasis on the VC side, and it is over to the folks in this room to help make that argument and get it done. And then the other piece will be that in my previous job, as Perry mentioned, responsible for all the F-35 training systems and simulation. Part of that included the Joint Simulation Enterprise, JSE. Some of you have probably heard of it. We're actually using modeling and simulation to complete operational tests on the F-35, right? It is a huge undertaking. It is, the most high fidelity flight simulator you've ever seen, high fidelity threats, high fidelity models, all that stuff that all the M&S geeks in the room like myself, we really like, right? Hey, let's sit down and talk about how we got to the 6th model of this, blah, 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 blah. But again, looking forward as a department, we don't have the resources to continue doing DT and OT the way that we've been doing it. And so we have to start putting the emphasis on getting the VC environments, getting our modeling and sim products up to speed so that we conduct DT and OT effectively. It does not make sense to continue doing 4VX flights for aircraft to collect a single test point. That is untenable from a financial standpoint. And so again, for the folks in this room, your expertise out in the fleet is going to be crucial towards advancing M&S and getting it permeated throughout the department. If you'd like to get the rest of my 20-minute rant on why I think LVC is important, please come find me afterwards, and I'm happy to talk to you about it. But I think I'll go ahead and pass the mic to Colonel Parks. Thank you.
Thanks. And I want to echo the thanks to the speakers before us and the rest of the speakers over the next day and a half. Truly a lot of information, a lot of knowledge, expertise. And just even last night, he talked about the sidebars, what you can learn when you just talk with somebody for 5 or 10 minutes, kind of see their vantage point. So I encourage that both for the students, if you have the availability, but also colleagues that are in the room. Certainly to MOVE's faculty for putting this on, and certainly the instructors for putting up with me for 2 years. And some of them are shaking their head right now like, yep. But it's a testament of your expertise and your lasting effect on me personally, because I've come back here every single year since I graduated in 2014, minus COVID. And so I think some of the instructors, Chris, you probably go like, Parks is never stepping foot back in this place, but I always come back. The reason why I come back is because it's so important. What we do here and what we leave here with is absolutely critical to the mission we do in the Army and certainly the other services. And everybody finds that niche of what they took away from this place. It's not the same for everybody. So if you're a second-year student, you probably already understand that. If you're a first-year student, you're like, yeah, shut up, Colonel. I just got to do Arnie Bus's code, and I'm already late. But they made me come to this pitch, right? So just you'll see the light. But so former infantryman. Well, actually, you're always an infantryman, but found myself a fish out of water coming out of the infantry going into FA-57. As most of you are aware, in the Army, that's our functional area. That's what we do for the rest of our career, which is really good in a lot of ways, because then you focus on that from a live virtual constructive at different echelons. That's what you do for the rest of your career. So you're not finding yourself have to go back to the infantry, get command, et cetera, et cetera. But I was definitely a fish out of water. I have another brother up there, brother Verde, who I had to talk off the ledge when he became a 57. Fast forward, come to NPS, again, fish out of water. So I think the theme there is be comfortable with ambiguity, be comfortable being outside of your comfort zone, because that's just what we do. And if we're going to get the requirements right, we're going to have to think outside the box. And that's really what I'd part with you up front. And it's more than the requirements, but it's taking that experience as the user from whatever branch you came from whatever function you did in your service. You have to understand the user's needs. And more importantly, you have to be able to articulate it to senior leaders. And you have to be able to do it quickly. And I think that's where we're failing to some degree. When the Sec Army says, what resources do you need? We shouldn't say, we'll get back to you, ma'am. We should have like a 30-second pitch immediately of the resources that are critical to do the mission we just briefed her on. I'm not saying that happened. I'm just making that up. The point being, we've got to be able to talk to senior leaders in a very short amount of time and articulate what our requirements are. And it's got to be on behalf of the user at all echelons. And then we got to be realistic. So the other piece is we're really good at telling people what simulations do. We really suck at telling people what they don't do, right? So identify the gaps and go, sir, I can get to this level, or ma'am, I can get to this fidelity, but I'm going to fall short here. The sustainment, contested logistics within this simulation architecture, we're probably not going to get there, but here's a workaround way to do it. We can do data pulls, we can do some analysis, and we can feed that back into the exercise behind the scenes, and the training audience won't know the difference. Bam. That's where you're useful. And you take some of that away from this educational forum, and that's where you learn those skills to do those very things. Have enough technical expertise to explain that architecture, but also just use you being an officer or a leader within your service to explain it to a senior leader. And it always goes back to the requirements. It always goes back to the user. Appreciate it.
Sir, thank you much. Have to echo the thanks to the MOVES faculty, the whole program, amazing experience, especially once the pain of Arnie Bus's code, once that kind of subsides, you really look back on this experience. I'm very thankful for it, for all the leadership and the education that I got. Mr. Hoffman, Mr. Mann, appreciate, kind of painting the picture of where we need to go in the future. And one of the things that I will offer during this venue, during these few days here is, this is a great opportunity to not just talk about where we need to go, but actually how we're going to get there. And just looking around this room right here, we've got an amazing mix of, we've got the active duty members from across the services, the government civilians, government contractors, the faculty. This is the team that's going to make that happen. Excuse me. So absolutely really look forward to the questions. Make them hard because this is the venue right here during, this seminar or later on, when we're in the Trident room. Let's figure out how we're going to implement some of these solutions. Just a quick background on some of the things that I've seen. And I say these things because I think it's worthwhile to help the faculty and also the Marines understand what they're getting into here in the near future. When I graduated from MOVES, I went to something called the MAGTAF Staff Training Program. We used essentially constructive sims to provide high-level staff training for Marine Corps staffs. Mission rehearsal exercises. Also saw during those exercises a lot of attempts to federate those constructive sims with other constructive sims from the other services, virtual sims, and operational systems. And quite frankly, there were a lot of times where the Marines, we were falling short. The technology and the processes that my brothers here at this stage are employing, it was a lot more advanced than what the Marine Corps has. We need to catch up. Just quickly following time at the MAGTAF staff training, spent some time with 1st Reconnaissance Battalion. We have one of the larger JTAC training programs in that battalion, and we used virtual sims very heavily to make sure that our JTACs were prepared so that when they actually went out on the hill and they had aircraft above that were burning gas and dropping live ordnance, they did the best job possible, that they were prepared for that. They weren't always using the best sims that were available. We need to provide those Marines at First Recon and really throughout the force, better tools so that they're more successful and they can get designated, certified, qualified, et cetera, to perform those missions. Throughout my time, working with sims, I did see, as I'm hinting at, a few areas where the Marine Corps, we need to improve. And thanks to the help of Brett Telford and Major Scotty Black, I was able to weasel my way back to an assignment here and hopefully make a difference. One of the things, just so you understand what I'm working with, and please feel free to hit me up with questions on this. Some of the things that we're in charge of at Training and Education Command, we are the JSID's requirement managers and the resource sponsors for a selection of ground training sims. Not all of our sims, just a selection of them. But what we are trying to do within Training and Education Command is we are the Marine Corps' lead effort for something called the Live Virtual Constructive Training Environment, LVCTE, or Project Tripoli. That is the Marine Corps' attempt to unify our effort regarding training simulations. It's our attempt to link our training sims effort to other parts of simulation, testing, experimentation, analysis, and probably most importantly, it's an attempt to link our sims and our efforts to these gentlemen up here and what they're doing. So again, please feel free to ask the tough questions. I'd be happy to turn those taskers over to those 8825s or future 8825s in the audience, because you guys, you're the ones that are going to be doing it. Thank you.
Thanks, all of you. I appreciate it. And thanks again to everyone for being here and for inviting me out. I get an email from Perry every year, come to the Moves open house. And it's been, 13 years now. And never once have I taken you up on the invitation until this year. I said, darn it, I'm going to make this happen. And I was able to sneak away. I don't know if anyone's noticed yet. I'm not at work right now, but this has been a great trip. In fact, today's the airport. There's been mentioned about the Air Force Academy. Today's the Air Force Academy graduation back in Colorado. So I'm missing that, but this is a good other place to be during this time. I wanted to tell a little bit about my journey to coming here as a student and then kind of how I've used those experiences going forward. But as you mentioned, my undergrads from the Academy of Behavioral Sciences, my master's is in industrial engineering, and I was selected for a PhD. And the way it works in the Air Force is I was selected for the AFIT Civilian Institution Program. And so essentially what that means is you get to go to any civilian school in the country that you want to, and the Air Force pays for the tuition. And it's a 3-year assignment, and you go get your PhD. So I went on the search, and I started traveling around to different universities and campuses. Arizona State, I did go to AFIT to visit George Mason, some of the other schools in the Northeast. And then I came out here because I'd met some folks, including Mike McCauley and the Shadicks at different research conferences. And I came out here to visit, and I was blown away by a couple things. One was the interdisciplinary nature of this MOVES program. And this was touched on a lot yesterday. And the fact that there are so many different backgrounds and disciplines tackling difficult problems was very appealing to me. And that's served me very well throughout my entire career since then. And the other thing was the military relevance. And you go to some other civilian campuses, and they're talking about the DoD projects. They're working on DoD grants. They might have people that served at one time, but never do you have a room full of people like this that are all tackling DoD problems together, both the students and the faculty. And and AFIT does that too. And AFIT's a great campus, but I really was struck by just the military relevance here. How that served me well was going on. And I'll also say one more thing about MPS in particular is people always ask, especially with a PhD, where's your PhD from? And in the Air Force, most PhDs, maybe I don't know about most, but a large number are AFIT, right? And so it becomes a little bit vanilla. No, I'm not. I sound like I'm knocking AFIT today, but it becomes a little bit vanilla. And every once in a while, someone will say, "Where's your PhD?" And they'll say MIT, and you get an eyebrow raise. Oh wow, Stanford. Oh wow, Princeton. Wow, that's great. And I come along and say MPS. And I will tell you, I'm really impressed and surprised by the response people have when I tell them my PhD's from this institution. There's a lot of prestige that goes along with that. And I saw that firsthand during those visits and then during my 3 years. But I will tell you, for many years, this campus has a prestige about it. And at my first assignment after this, when I went to the Air Force Research Laboratory, I felt like that. If you've seen the movie Idiocracy, I feel like the scene where they're like waiting for you to say something smart, right? They're all just staring at you like the MPS guy is going to say something smart now, you know? And so it was just a really, I was surprised at the perception of this institution and of MOOS as well. But then going on from there, my actual expertise or the research that I studied with Mike McCauley was stress training. How do we prepare warfighters for stressful scenarios by introducing stress into simulators? And wow, that idea that I came up with and that was the other thing about this program, was that I was given a lot of autonomy to pursue and study what I found interesting. And once I went down that path, it's opened so many doors and it has become so relevant. And I've had people from across the world reach out to me and they want to replicate my studies for firemen, for ground-based soldier scenarios. Mine was in flight, and through this journey, Mike McCauley just mentioned. Remember that one time when we met Sullenberger at that conference, and we chatted with him and talked, and we just met a lot of really interesting people. And I've published a lot of the work that I did here after that. Some of them have won awards, and because of that, I've continued to be more on the virtual environment simulation side, someone that folks will come to me and ask questions. So I've done research on the F-35 simulator that was just referenced. The other thing that's really important to me is verification and validation. And so this happens all the time throughout my career. It happened recently at the Air Force Academy. They brought in a bank of flight simulators from Air Education Training Command to prepare cadets for flying in the T-53 single engine trainers. They brought in a bank of sims. They're like, we'll just throw in sims, and then the cadets will get a quicker start into the powered flight program. And I said, hold on, how do we know that these are going to actually prepare the cadets? How do we know how much can they skip if they're in the sim? And all these really difficult questions just keep cascading. And I'm the one there to kind of throw a wrench in and say, hold on, wait, have we thought about this? Not to slow down the acquisition program at all, but have we thought about X, Y, and Z? So anyways, that's a little bit of my background perspective. Look forward to answering any questions that you have. And thanks so much, Perry, for all the invitations, and thanks for having me. And it's really great to reconnect with a lot of old friends. Appreciate it. Yeah, exactly. He's joking. If you don't know, Alpha's in Dayton, Ohio. But yeah, that's part of it.
I told them what the first question I was going to ask them is, and I just kind of want to get this. I want to see what their opinions are, because they've got an awful lot of experience on this. But in the military, a lot of times people just look at a master's degree as just a check in the block for promotion. And with the idea that if you've gone to a master's program, hopefully you've learned to think, more critically than you would coming out of a bachelor's program. And a lot of other people view what's in the master's is very important as far as the content you get that goes out and helps you do your jobs, that follow on here. So I was wondering, I think most of the people, most of the officers up here have served in, 5 or 6 other jobs at least since they've graduated NPS. And I wanted to get their feedback on how they looked at the idea of, master's critical thinking is the important part, or a master's the content that you learn in the master's program is important. So I don't know if anybody wants to say anything about that.
I'll go first. Like Perry said, none of us are too shy about sharing our opinions. So fairly easy to talk once you put a microphone in front of me. So for me, I would say that it was the ability to think critically, especially with relation to M&S programs, because while the knowledge is incredibly helpful, right? And it's the backbone of what you use to then think critically and make those decisions, make those recommendations. But, for all the first years, right, you're going through and you're learning programming, you're learning computer languages, you're learning statistics, all this stuff. We all went through the same thing, but I never went out into the fleet and started coding, right? I never designed an M&S program. I was the person that's there to say, okay, based upon these capabilities, these limitations, hey, what are the assumptions that went into your model? And so you learn the questions to ask based upon the knowledge that you have in that area to then make recommendations to senior leaders, or when you become the person making those decisions, you rely on that expertise and you rely on the ability to think critically to then inform your decisions based on the knowledge that you have. So that's, I would say it's really the thinking critically piece.
Okay, thanks. Anybody disagree or want to say something else?
So the only thing I'm going to add, there was one technical story where I brought up the whole Wireshark thing in the middle of an exercise. And so the technical piece of understanding PDUs and how message traffic works, I just threw all that stuff out there. And I'm telling you, like 4 software engineers, like all got really nervous because they're like, this Army Lieutenant Colonel just talked about TCP IP and he's not supposed to know what that means. And quite frankly, I'm not really sure I did know what it meant, but I did know that we weren't getting detonation. So it had to be like the fire and det packets, but that was just fresh out of NPS. And I would have never been able to do that. So some of that technical piece, I agree with all the critical thinking stuff. I won't reiterate that, but there was a level of technical where I didn't have to understand the code. I just understood how it worked. And I wouldn't have had that not coming through a more technical degree.
I completely agree. I'm sure arguments could be made for both cases. And there are probably exceptions to the rule where it's really important to have that technical knowledge. In general, yes, we need to have that technical knowledge. But at least from my experience and seeing some of the other 8825s in the fleet, that critical thinking piece is huge. One of the primary reasons for that is when most of the Marines go to their payback tours, they're not expected to be the technical expert actually doing the coding. We're not in those billets long enough to truly understand all the details, which is why we're going to have contractors or government civilians working those pieces. What we do need to be able to do is to have intelligent conversations with those technical experts, like Colonel Parks mentioned. We need to be able to support their efforts and communicate that information to non-technical leaders and decision makers within the Marine Corps. And then every once in a while, you're going to need to be able to sense when you're getting bad information, when a poor decision is being recommended, or just something you're being told is wrong. That's very important. But back to the critical piece, specifically for the 8825s, I think we can have some good discussions on the overall direction that we're going, but I can't tell you exactly what kind of problems you're going to be dealing with. When you get on deck, you're going to have to analyze what's going on with your specific unit, with your organization, and you're going to have to develop codes for how you can make the situation better. And it's not just going to be a purely technical solution. You're going to have to come up with, a unique way of attacking the problem that involves money, people, authorities, policy, network, any other number of issues. I mean, we've learned from time and time again, you're trained from the very beginning that we're not going to defeat our pacing threat by attacking head on. I mean, it takes a combined arms approach. It takes different efforts of attacking a problem. What you're going to be dealing with is no different.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to add to that. Other than I think I forgot to mention what I'm actually doing now. I'm the associate dean of research at the lab courses. And so that's the pitch that I've made, and it's gone over very well, and our research program has grown as a result. So I feel the same here. I will speak to the knowledge part though, because we didn't touch as much on that, but I just wanted to caution the students that are in the room, because you're going to go to a graduation ceremony and they're going to give you a diploma, and it's going to feel like you accomplished something, and it's going to feel like a finish line. And I feel the exact opposite. So I feel like a diploma of any degree is a start line for the rest of your career. And it's kind of like aviation. There's a term in aviation called license to learn. So every single rating that you get, your private pilot, your commercial, your multi, your ATP, each certificate you get is a license to then start learning, to then start apply what you have, what you just received, and then start expanding and growing and learning. So I feel the exact same way about a master's and a PhD, is that that's the start line to then start learning more, read every day, get in the lab, try to understand these complex issues even more. But congratulations, but don't get too caught up on the ceremony. It's just the start. Sorry.
No, thank you. I think those are great answers. Let's open it to the floor now. Who'd like to, there's his hand up.
Thank you, gentlemen. So again, Clay Greunke. So I'd like to, I guess, get your opinion on this, Captain Betts, specifically, but this is open to the gallery as well. Why do you, it's been my observation that augmented reality has not caught on with training. I see that as a massive gap, quite frankly, like, especially like if we talk about aviation, it's how much we train sight pictures and all this. We're talking about being able to do more LVC, but it seems like, you know, we really concentrated on doing that on the ground, which definitely for cost savings for a bunch of different reasons, that's really important. But also being able to push that constructive into the air is really important, but not just from our sensors point of view, but to actually see it, like with AR. So seeing threats within visual range. You know, you have the same kind of issues on ships as well. People being able to train, like getting used to setting certain conditions on the ship. And right now it seems like we try to do that in a point and click fashion with just like CBTs. So just kind of get your perspective on why do you think that's not being adopted?
That's an interesting question to ask in front of the ASN Chang. All right. So the obvious answer is safety, right? Especially when you're talking about AR in a cockpit or on the bridge of a ship. There are safety implications and concerns in real life. And really what you're talking about is kind of connecting the piece, the L piece to the LVC triangle. You know, Dan hit on it yesterday with respect to, hey, making that L piece happen is really hard, right? Getting the connection from the network to the ground control station up to the airplane over to the ship. That is the difficult piece of the LVC triangle. And I know the Navy's working on that. We have a couple initiatives in work for TIX2, et cetera. But I think it's also incumbent upon us as M&S professionals to advocate for AR and VR where they are applicable, but then not instantly push for them under the auspices of, hey, this makes everything better, right? So one of the things that we're struggling with right now in the Ready Relevant Learning program is that, and for those of you who don't know what that is, we're taking all of the Navy accession level training and we're modernizing it, right? A lot of that stuff is from the 1970s, 1980s. Think overhead transparencies, right? And stuff that some of you remember from high school, you know, previous, right? And so we're modernizing that stuff to make it web-based content instead of going away from PowerPoint. But what we're seeing from a lot of our stakeholders, and especially a lot of senior leaders, is, hey, I want this to be VR. I want this to be an immersive environment for my AB on the aircraft carrier so that they can get used to directing aircraft, you know, using a virtual headset and making the hand motions and seeing all that stuff. And so in some instances, we're absolutely seeing people forcing it. They're like, no, for every task that CS, that culinary specialist, I want virtual reality and augmented reality in their training pipeline. Okay, well, does that make sense from a financial standpoint? Is the juice worth the squeeze, right? Where's the return on investment? And so, hold on, Walt, I saw the hand go up. And so from an AR perspective, getting into that L piece, I think that first we have to make sure that investment is worth, you're going to see the return on investment before we start connecting the dots, because that is a hard technical problem. Dan talked about it yesterday with respect to, hey, we are seeing difficulties with our sensors being able to fuse the live and synthetic tracks, right? Like on F-35, we were trying to figure out how to make the fusion engine interpret synthetic tracks, and it just barfs all over them. Like it just shuts the system down. And so when you're trying to connect that LVC triangle, hey, we have not figured out a good way to make that synthetic piece in the aircraft. And again, I'm just speaking on the aircraft now, but for a job that I used to have. That might be bad form. But anyway, we haven't figured out how to connect those dots yet. And so before we go and say, hey, we've got to do this in AR, that pilot in the cockpit needs to be able to see that MiG-29 or that Su-35 out in real life. I'm going to sound like a broken acquisition guy, but what are the requirements? What are you trying to train to? What are you trying to get to make sure that that investment is worth it?
Absolutely. And really good points. And just a quick follow-up or a quick question on top of that. I think one of the issues or challenges today is like, we're not even willing to take kind of the first step in that on the AR side, right? Like, because we have to be able to define the requirements. So what resolution does the headset have to be able to do? So I had the opportunity to fly in the Red 6 aircraft with Kilpatrick over here. It was really intriguing, and it was awesome to experience that because at one point they did a canopy roll over the virtual fighter, and it gave me the immersion of being back in the T-45 and coming in on a roller. And when I felt that, I don't know how to articulate that in a technical requirement, but I know that feeling and knew that that is now possible. But the problem is 205 is not interested in investing in anything like this because they're going to follow the Air Force. Well, I was talking to the group in the Air Force that's supposed to be funding or supposed to be program managing, the Red 6 program integrating into T-38, but they have no sponsors, right? So nobody's moving on this. Again, not really a question, just an observation.
Yeah, and so that gets to the point that Walt brought up earlier, right? And those of you who've seen Admiral Selby's brief, Admiral Selby's O&R, he talks about the valley of death, right? Trying to get things to transition over from, hey, TRL level 3, 4, 5, 6, hey, it's ready, let's cut it in. No one's got a requirement for it, so no one wants to fund it, right? And so from a programmatic perspective, you get the program managers are funded for very specific requirements from their resource sponsors. Unless the resource sponsor comes and says, hey, this is what I want you to go do, and here's the money for it, it's hard to justify breaking money free. I can say this. It's incumbent upon the program managers to know when to take risk and to be able to say, okay, this is my budget, right? This is my TOA for the year, and I'm going to break free this 5%, this 6%, and I'm going to pursue these R&D initiatives that I know we're going to need to do. They're not funded requirements yet, but we're going to go pursue them anyway, because otherwise they'll never make it across. A lot of that is coordination and cooperation with O&R, and some of it's just taking chances. You mentioned Secretary Gertz earlier, sir, so I will take that opportunity. Secretary Gertz was huge into the fail faster, like go faster. If you don't need it, don't buy it. Like let's go break glass, right? And so it's incumbent upon the program managers to be able to and be willing to take that risk and say, hey, nope, screw it, we're going to go do it anyway because it's the right thing to do. Part of that is based on your own comfort level. As a former fighter guy, I have a higher risk tolerance than a lot of folks, probably to my detriment at times. But it's incumbent upon the program managers to be able to take risks, and it's incumbent upon leadership to not shoot them in the face when they do so. So it's not a great answer to your question, but it. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Jesse has one. Go ahead.
Thanks. Lieutenant Colonel Jesse Addick. We've continually heard over and over again about gaps within the workforce, M&S career paths, multiple different flavors of that same kind of topic. Obviously, it's seemingly right now more prevalent with the Marine Corps and the Navy, and lesser to an extent from the Army. I'm not aware about how that looks on the Air Force side. But to Mike, what you had said, kind of how do we get there from a service perspective? How do you see individually and uniquely to your individual service that we get there? How do we work that? And is that a DoD kind of thing, or is that an individual service specific kind of thing, so that we can get to like what Captain Martin was talking about, putting your money where the mouth is for having M&S officers and career paths?
Thanks, Jesse. Great topic to bring up because it's going to affect all the Marines in the room and really the faculty. You should understand, what these guys are walking into after graduation. So one of the things, I'll get to that, just a little bit of aside. One of the things that I have seen being in a second tour M&S billet is it's underscored to me the importance of manpower and in fixing and getting a professional M&S workforce, because that's what we're really going to be dependent upon in order to move that football down the field. What we have to recognize is within the Marine Corps, I will say, there are limitations in what we're doing to produce an active duty M&S workforce. Great education from NPS, world-class education, but we are not trained specifically to be successful in our jobs for when we get to the fleet. Can't expect you to do that. But what the impact is, because we only spend a limited amount of time in our billets, is by the time our officers, our 8825s, really get comfortable with what they're doing, it's time for them to leave. And most of them are not coming back. There are a few of us who we've kind of weaseled our way back in, but I would not say that is repeatable. Don't expect that. PhD program is something different. We're hoping we are absolutely going to leverage that to the maximum capability, but still, that's a small population. That's not going to hit the target that you're aiming at. I would say really the target that we need to aim at is our civilian Marine workforce, those government civilians and those contractors. Unfortunately, I will say there's limitations in our program to produce an enterprise level M&S civilian workforce. I would love to have some type of an enterprise level program that sets the standard for what those civilian Marines need to know and be able to do, identifies the best possible candidates, encourages them to continue their education, and then motivates them to work hard through the offer of promotion. I don't necessarily see that we have that yet. I would love to mirror something like the CP36 program, I think it is, but Brett and I have talked. We know we're not going to get there right away. What I would submit to you and really to all the 8825s in the room is one of the best ways that you can help with this is by working to improve our civilian workforce. You are our method for doing that right now. The fresh education, the world-class education that you have, your active duty experience in the fleet, your critical thinking, and just wearing the uniform. That enables you to open a lot of doors and to complement our government civilians and our contractors in ways that you cannot comprehend. And so if anything, I would say during your time in a payback tour, that short amount of time that you have where you're doing this, use caution if you're focusing on, pet projects that are probably going to die as soon as you leave. One of the best things you can do is professionalize that workforce that you're with. Work towards helping them in their goals, work towards making that workforce better. So that when it's your time to leave, they're not just hitting the reset button and getting the new 8825. No, they look back on your time in the fleet and they say, you know what, by working with that captain, that major, we got a little better because he had a different viewpoint on things. He had a different skill set. So in the short term, that's what I think we have to do is focus on improving the civilian workforce, getting them better. And then hopefully, we can work with our friends over at OED and maybe set in place something that'll have some shades of similarity to CP36. Just my initial thought.
Yeah, just to explain a little bit from an Air Force perspective, a very similar approach. We don't have the M&S AFSC where you have, trained and billeted officers that are doing M&S. I think the civilian workforce, like was mentioned, picks up a lot of that slack. And we don't have, another interesting perspective is that there's no moves equivalent at AFIT or at the Air Force Academy. So M&S activities take place in a lot of different, it's just from my perspective at the Air Force Academy, we have M&S capabilities taking place in the Military and Strategic Studies program, for example, which is in the social sciences. So big, huge, it's a new $10 million facility. It's impressive. Come out and let me know if you want to come see it. It's a massive JOC. It's a command center. And it holds maybe 30 people with stations that you would see at an operational JOC. And then in the next room over is a bank of about 20 flight simulators. And the next room over is a bank of RPA stations. And you have cadets that are flying the aircraft in the virtual environment that's being controlled by the JOC. And then everything I just described times two, there's two of those facilities. We use it for training. The cadets come in and they learn about modeling and simulation and training or operations. But that's one example of where we're doing a lot of M&S, a lot of development. We have a supercomputing program. We have M&S in our computer sciences department. We have a CyberWorks Innovation Center that does a lot of M&S, and we're building a $30 million Madeira Cyber Center on our campus to fill that gap as well. So my only point is there's no moves, the one-stop shop to go and do all your M&S. It's dispersed throughout different disciplines. And I think that's service-wide for the most part, how we approach M&S.
Thank you, gentlemen. Just to follow up for Colonel Parks on this. So recognizing that the Army doesn't rely just on FA-57s, there's a fleet of CP-36s and contractors. How would you, based on those two responses, kind of concurrence or not, and I recognize it could be your personal opinion, but for why the Army, continues to use uniformed officers and not just rely on a civilian workforce? So kind of as a potential counter to why you would go with a full civilian, heavily on the civilian workforce. Just thoughts on that.
Yeah, and so just so everybody knows, Colonel Randy Verde, new deputy, you'll hear from him later, keynote speaker, and he kind of owns this from a CP-36 FA-57. So I'm not going to try to step in his lane, but it's certainly a mix. And so I agree with everything they're saying. Certainly the Army's a bigger organization, so it looks like we have way more M&S expertise, but when you start putting it out where it's required, whether it's a mission training complex, whether it's in a command somewhere, because we also hold the mantra for knowledge management. Sir, you talked about KM and the fact that we just haven't really grasped that as a DOD. We're trying to get our arms around it in the Army. So that's 57s go to KM jobs where they're not doing anything simulation related. There might be algorithms behind how we're getting the data quicker and processing it, but they're not running an event, an exercise or an experiment. But to the point, that civilian workforce gives you some of that longevity and some of the continuity. So where you have a mix of the operational context of somebody who was just deployed or somebody who just was in USERPAC looking at the PACOM or Indo-PACOM problem for 3 years and now goes to a new organization with that information, it's valuable. And the civilian workforce in that gaining organization won't have that context. They haven't been out in the Pacific. But when you match up, well, I have been in the mission training complex for the last 8 years. So I understand individual through collective, et cetera, training. So you marry that up. We've done a lot of work trying to make sure that the deputy in certain organizations is a civilian and the leader is the uniformed. And we flip-flop that a few times too. So it's that mix of how do you keep the continuity, but how do you remain operationally relevant? And then it comes at a cost. So the only thing I'd say is everybody in here that's a student, you're going to eventually probably get to the next rank and you're going to be in charge of organizations. So ask yourself, can you release your civilian for 2 weeks, 2 months to go get continuing education? And a lot of times we're like, ooh, no, man, the dance card's full. I cannot do without he or she for like 1 day, so we got to start applying a little bit of risk there and coverage to let somebody go off and get the education they need. And if we can partner service to service, if we can get other services to maximize the CP-36 and potentially go to some of those courses, that's better for everyone. And it's not, Marine specific. I get that. It's probably tailored to the Army, but those skill sets of what they're learning are applicable to design anywhere, I would argue, within any service. So I don't know if that really answers it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I think, Walt, you have a question? Your hand is up. Oh, wait for the mic, please.
I'm bringing it over and stealing it on the way. Comment is for Colonel McClernand. For naval aviation, on the sim side, we're far along, more than we ever would have been without Air Force help. So that's
You're welcome.
Awesome.
Thank you. Is that a question or just you're
it's
welcome.
A comment.
Anytime.
And on the live side, though, as Captain Betts kept saying, linking live to the synthetic is a heck of a challenge still for the Air Force as well as the Navy. There are some partnerships, but if you could take back, or if you have any sort of connection to that with Air Force ACC or anything like that, Navy Aviation is definitely ready, willing, able to continue that partnership piece.
Thanks. You bet. We'll take care of that next week. No problem. Done.
The question I was going to ask, let me preface it by saying, as a guy who spent most of the last part of his career in asset management as a program manager for acquisition programs, I started to become really aware of the connection between our portfolio of training systems and training capabilities as being similar to a factory, a skill factory. You know, skill is the output we desire. And to do that, we create these facilities or we buy equipment. And looking at the concept of duty cycle time, my impression from looking at the usage rates is we have a whole bunch of stuff in the Marine Corps and probably the other services, mostly on the ground side, not as much in cockpit and aircrew training, that are idle machines. They're rarely touched. They're maybe 15 to 25% usage time and availability. And back in 2016, the GAO even did a study of how much system availability time was purchased for contractor support and how many training systems were purchased and fielded. And they found that's what got me thinking about this, is they found that we overbought capacity and it just sat there idle and unused. And I wanted to get your thoughts on what do you think our usage rate is for the systems that we actually field?
So I'll give two examples. One might be the AVCAT. It's our aviation trainer within the Army. It's a collective trainer. It's not an aviation simulator. And when the pilots are trying to look at, do I go do the collective training versus do I go get in the cockpit? Typically with operational dollars, they're going to go to the right. So the AVCAT didn't get used as much. Now, fast forward, we're going to field another aviation virtual trainer to replace the AVCAT, but the utilization wasn't great to begin with. So I'll just kind of leave it there, right? So that's one example. The other example is, and I'm going to quote the great Colonel Randy Verde here. So when we had engagement skills trainer, I think the Marine Corps uses it. Very effective system, helps you with marksmanship. That's a gated capability. I only use the EST when it's required, right? So before I go to the range and possibly before I do a collective live fire. So over the course of a month, if I'm a rifle company, I might get in there twice a month. So now it looks like I'm not using it. Well, so I'll use Randy's quote. My toilet's pretty important in my house. I only use it maybe 15% of the time, but when I use it, pretty damn important, right? So having the capability there, sometimes when we just measure, is it on? Are we using it? Are we using it enough? That's back to that messaging to senior leaders of, hold on now, it's part of a gated training strategy. And I can show return on investment that my soldiers are shooting better live rounds on the range. Then the EST can be a toilet. Wait, did I mean that? No. But the point being is some of the capabilities don't get the usage that they require, but some of them absolutely are required from a gated training strategy.
So first blunt answer I will give you, sir, is I don't know. And we need to fix that. So recognized several years ago, a couple of real smart guys in my organization, to include Captain Garrett Loffman, a recent graduate at MPS. They made a trip up to Fort Belvoir to talk to some of the folks up there, and then also down to Fort Eustis as well. And they pulled some of the Army regulations that the Army has for how you develop, utilize, and assess the usefulness of these sims. So you are collecting usage data. You're actually looking and you're trying to understand, is this making my soldier or sailor or Marine better? And we took some of those regulations. The Marine Corps, we didn't really like it at first. They said, no, that's Army stuff. We don't need it. And then smart guys in the organization, they did a find, replace, and replace soldier with Marine that recently got published as a Marine Corps order. First of its kind Marine Corps order that defines how we will develop, utilize, modernize, and ultimately divest of these simulations. Because if they're not if they're not producing good return on investment, then they need to go, because we need to invest those resources somewhere else. We're in the process of implementing that now. And that is a task that absolutely will fall to the 8825s and civilian Marines, here in this audience, and back at the fleet as well. We need to do a better job at that. We're going to do it.
And real quick, I just wanted to add, this wasn't exactly what you were talking about, but it reminds me of one of my biggest pet peeves right now. And that is throughout my last few assignments, because we're fiscally constrained as an Air Force and as a DOD, I'm working with really creative people that are finding really novel ways of getting money and getting systems, and especially in the research world. And I think that's great. And so they're purchasing really neat things to do a study. But what I keep seeing over and over again is no one is planning a sustainment tail for these resources and assets. And I think it's so important that we remind, again, especially our researchers, when you go out and you get a grant and that grant includes a flight simulator or any kind of simulation capability, please talk to the MAGCOM, talk to the funding agency, talk to OSR, ONR, and say, what is the plan for sustainment? Because if you don't have one, when that grant expires, it is going to sit in the closet and never be used again. And again, I've seen this so many times and it's frustrating to me. Yeah.
I completely agree with you. One final comment and example from the Marine Corps. In 2016, the assistant commandant went to 2nd Battalion, 6th Marines and saw the magic that they were performing with an ONR funded initiative called the Tactical Decision Kits, which should have been our next increment of deployable virtual training environment. So he directed on the spot, we're going to field this to all 27 at the time infantry battalions in the Marine Corps. And so be it. We bought stuff, we fielded it in record time through the Rapid Capability Office. It never made it into the POM. So our infantry TNR manual has about 63 mentions of TDKs or tactical decision kits. My guess is none of them are functioning today. They all were worn out, broken. It never made it back into the system baseline. So that's a perfect example of what you described. And the last thing I would say in compliment to NavAir, I'm not as familiar with the Army and the Air Force documents and their terminology. But when you look at aviation TNRs, it will tell you for a task what simulators are required, the hours for typical performance, and the contractor hours to support it. So you can roll that up into a spreadsheet for your POM submission and say, this is how much it costs. Our ground TNRs typically, and I come from the ground side, it was squishy. The only things that were really defined in every one were for live fire, what type of range code and how many bullets. And that, that's a big delta on the ground side.
Before we go, okay, well, John's got his hand up. I was going to ask, make sure we got a student question. So.
Hey, good morning. Lieutenant John Allen, United States Navy, cryptologic warfare officer by trade and prior enlisted. So to set the stage, in October 20th, 2021, developer Save All Studio and publisher Playway SA North America released Hacker Simulation or Simulator, MSRP $28. Their catchphrase, become a hacker and build your online reputation to the top by discovering a simplified and enjoyable version of real-life hacking methods. Actually has a disclaimer when you boot this software that if you use these techniques on the World Wide Web, you may be breaking several different law enforcement agencies' rules, laws, and regulations. So doing this type of behavior in real life would be highly risky and often place you in a list negatively impacting adjudication for security clearance. Question 1, how might we use simulations like this to recruit young talent capable of being DoD hackers who can conduct cyber warfare for the future fight?
You log into the NPS network?
Yeah, my polygraph is in June, so I'm ready.
Hey, so great question, right? It's always helpful to have Google backing you up. So that is something that the department is struggling with, right? Cyber is an absolute necessary capability that the department is still working on. I know NavAir has its own cyber detachment, right? That they are constantly pouring bodies into down at NOC TSD. Shameless plug for a warfare center, sir. If you're ever looking at, if you ever find yourself down in Orlando again, you want to come over to the training system division of NavAir, come on down. Happy to have you. We have great coffee. So, but we also have a cyber army there as well, right? Because all of our training systems, hey, everything that we connect onto the network, everything that we do, we open ourselves up to our adversaries. So while I don't have a good answer for your question of how do we use products like this to train our workforce and encourage people to, hey, join the department, come work in our cyber. Because I'll also tell you that cyber is one of the biggest turnover rates in the department, right? Because as soon as you train someone to the right level, as soon as they get that skill set, they leave and they go make better money out in the commercial sector, right? So I know it's something the department struggles with. I do not have a good answer for your question. I'm not intelligent enough on cyber to be able to speak to it profoundly, but yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I know I'm not one of the panelists, but I'm going to hop in here and give an answer. We had a submission to the Serious Game Showcase and Challenge for a game that was somewhat similar to that, except rather than playing a hacker, you were playing the Department of the Army. It was created either by the Army Game Studio, or it might have been Tritium Corporation. I can't remember which one did it by that. But I know the Army paid for the development of this game, and they put it out there. And I don't know how far it's being used. We saw an early version, but you know, the military is thinking that way and moving forward on this.
I noticed you said part one. So part two, and this might be for you, sir, Colonel McClernand. So behavioral science and modeling applied to cyber warfare at the social layer, previously known as the cyber persona layer, is now broken into persona components and cyber persona components. This layer is often ignored for the logical layer and the physical layer. So we're thinking hardware, we're thinking connections. We're not thinking people who are using those hardware and connections to inflict effects. How do we use this knowledge to better defend our networks and encourage our leaders to look for indicators outside of network logs? So whether that's, I'll tee it up a little further, whether that's insider threat or outsider threat, that you see things possibly in social media or other network locations that are indicators of things that then could tee up a DoD or government defense of, hey, we need to be thinking about these things, not wait until they hit our tower logs.
Yeah. You should have sent us some of these questions ahead of time. This is pretty good because I'd like to do some of my own research. They're really insightful. I appreciate it. I can tell you one thing from a service perspective, we see the value in exactly what you're asking. And that's, well, I'll back up. It's actually, I started my career as a human factors engineer, and that career field dissolved. We don't have human factors engineers anymore. And about 4 or 5 years ago, they said you can either go acquisitions, you can go developmental engineer, or they created a new specialty code called information operations. And that's exactly what they have: behavioral scientists, sociologists studying populations, seeing how they behave, seeing how we defend against these types of things, both in theater, stateside, exactly what you're talking about. I'm not an information ops guy. I'm not a sociologist, but I can tell you that we recognize this is an issue, and we've invested in it with an entirely new career field. So beyond that, I'd happy to get one of my colleagues in touch with you to tell you more about what we're doing as a service to do exactly what you're talking about. But thanks. Excellent questions.
Just jumping real fast more on the first part, still kind of processing. Like, ooh, that's a tough one. Yeah, gears are turning. With anything, it comes down to establishing what is the requirement for this, piece of gear, this piece of software. What is it going to do? What return on investment is it going to produce? Because we don't have the resources to produce optional, training devices. There is an initiative out there for a games for training initiative, somewhat similar to what we've seen with the Army. It has no money right now. So there's got to be a hard requirement for it, an approved requirement, for something like this or other similar capabilities. And you have to show what return on investment it's going to produce and get an advocate for it. Where is it going to be utilized? Are we just going to put it in the cloud and hope that Marines log on in their free time? No, because then it's going to die the same death that the TDKs did, that Colonel Yates mentioned. Can it be incorporated in some kind of curriculum at any of our schools or training sites? Maybe. So that's where I would look. Again, not the resident expert on cyber, but for that type of a capability that you're looking for, some kind of low overhead, partial task trainer, establish the requirement, figure out what it's going to do for us. And if you can, I would say, yeah, get it into a period, a POI somewhere.
So Mr. Mann has a question, I believe.
Hey, good morning. This is addressed to any of you that would care to answer. There seems to be a funding model in the Department of Defense where there's a whole bunch of people who worry about funding and executing training capability. And then there's the engineering capability. And it seems like the test and training synergy that one could probably get it just seems really difficult. So whenever we want to leverage training capability for data collection of engineering, we get told, hey, mind your own business. And whenever we want to take really sophisticated test and evaluation tools and make it available to operators, that doesn't go over well also. It seems to me that the nature of the systems that we're developing are so complex and changing so much that potentially there's a different paradigm for building capability that services the training community and the developmental community at the same time. Maybe different, and so I'm not asking the operators to be the engineers, but I'm just curious if you have a perspective about how we can not think of training as completely explicit from the feedback to the developers, because we keep saying the human's part of the system, and then we do everything possible not to factor in the actual training of the system. So that's part one. And then my brief follow-up. There's a lot of simulations, emulations that are brought to bear with operators. And quite frankly, in many cases, they do a very poor job of representing what's actually the environment or how the system works. And yet we get credit for executing training with these emulations, simulations, and I think of radar mostly in the maritime environment. And I was curious if you had an opinion about the importance of fidelity in supporting operational training. 2 parts. Enjoy the show. Thank you.
So I'm just going to do the part one, sir. And I think, again, it's back to education and acceptable risk. So we keep fighting between readiness and modernization. And there was such a time where readiness was king. We were at war, you had deployable units. So if you try to tack something onto a brigade mission readiness exercise, an experiment, or try to get the test data, it was like, absolutely not. You're going to hinder that commander's ability to train his unit before going to combat. I think we're switching now. And so I work for Lieutenant General McKean, and we're in charge of Project Convergence. You might've heard of it. Big monolithic thing, biggest experiment we're probably ever going to attempt, at least to date, from a joint and a coalition perspective. But the point is now they're leaning forward to say, I want to start bolting experiments onto operational exercises. Now, there is a difference there, experiment and exercise, and many folks know that. But the point is we're going to assume a little bit of risk, and we're going to start putting some of these futuristic capabilities into your event, and we're going to see how they perform. In ATEC for the Army, we're going to let you come in and collect that data. Or the next time a brigade goes to NTC, we're going to let you gather all of that raw data out of CTIS and all the maneuver, and we're going to let you now analyze that. Before that was such a thing that would not occur, because again, we're exposing a weakness within either a command team or a commander. So kind of that first point, sir, I feel like at least within the Army, we're coming around on that, and we're starting to say, okay, talk to me about readiness. Yes, we need to be ready, but tell me who we're fighting today, right now. Okay, it's a little bit different when we talk strategic and deterrence. But right now, let's start mashing those together so we can get better at predicting what we need in 2028, 2030, because we have actual soldier touch points and commanders using the stuff earlier. Perspective from the Army.
Try to keep my answer down so that we can finish this on time. So, sir, I'd like to address the second part of your question, if you don't mind. So, the fidelity piece, right? What level of fidelity do I need to train to whatever task that I'm going for? And it all goes back to, hey, what are the requirements I'm trying to teach? But again, it's really from an aviation side. If I say, okay, I need the pilot to be able to run through and employ his sensors, and I want to train this person on employing a laser Maverick in combat, right? A lot of that is a finger fire. It's a switchology issue. I don't need in-depth physical fidelity for those tasks. I just need the cockpit, and I need the buttons, and I need whatever other things that teach the muscle memory for that person to go through the procedures and make the decisions. If I'm talking about primarily decision-making, hey, I need to be able to interpret the grand picture from a God's eye view, and then make the right decisions and make the radio calls to say, hey, this is how I want you to employ against these targets, things like that. I don't need that high physical fidelity. I just need a box with, again, buttons and switches for me to employ. What we're seeing a lot, or at least what I've seen a lot, I apologize, I shouldn't speak for the whole Navy, is folks still want to take that full fidelity trainer, right? The same trainer that you take a person, you say, okay, you're now going to learn how to fly F-35s. You need to be familiar with all the switches in this cockpit. You need to know how to start it. You need to go out and go through emergency procedures, takeoffs, landings, et cetera. That training set, that skill set is vastly different from the seasoned operator who you now say, okay, now I need you to be able to take this, and you're -2 of a 4-ship of F-35s going up against an X unknown number of enemies and against heavily, integrated dyads and with surface threat laydown, et cetera, et cetera. And so we're trying to almost not segregate, but you're trying to say, okay, this is a different training skill set than this is over here. The Navy's actually, so I know PMA 205 and PMA 265, they just recently bought a whole bunch, I think it was like 80 low-cost trainers that they're going to start putting around various locations to say, okay, here are the low-cost trainers for the F-18s. You guys are all seasoned operators. We're not using these to train you on emergency procedures. We're not using to train you on how to fly the Hornet. This is what you use when you want to do your distributed mission training with folks in Lemoore and Whidbey and Oceana, Miramar, now that we're starting to connect the Marines, and say, okay, you guys are all going to work on tactics. You guys are going to work on employing the aircraft against an unknown threat. And so you don't need the physics. You don't need 360-degree view, because that's not what we're training you to. We're training you to operate in a beyond visual range and things like that. So it kind of comes down to what skill set, what are your training requirements with respect to the fidelity that's needed? I could talk for a long time on this. My thesis with Dr. McCauley was actually somewhat related to this. So I get a little bit passionate about it. With respect to question one, so again, having some experience with JSC, you can do both, right? Because we're conducting training in JSC. They just had the Air Force Weapons School in there a couple of weeks ago, and they were like, hey, this was the best training that we get all year, right? Because they can go and they can do 8 F-35s against unknown country. It may rhyme with PRC like Dan was talking about yesterday, but unknown threat laydown, et cetera. And you can go conduct those huge exercises at a very high fidelity with very high fidelity threats. At the same time, you're also collecting data to, hey, what is my OT? I mean, some of that data that they collected goes to support the VBNA packages to submit to DOT&E. And so it's not an either or. You can do both. You just have to, again, sound like the broken acquisition guy, right? You have to have the requirements built into the front to say, hey, we're going to use this to do both. So you build it in at the front. I don't think it's an either or. I think you can do both.
Sir, thank you for the question. If you don't mind, I'll just add on to some of the comments for the first part, probably primarily aimed at the Marines so that they understand where we are right now. In the not so distant past, the Marine Corps, there have been some decisions made that training will remain separate from some of those other parts of M&S. Maybe not the best decisions. We don't have that viewpoint now. We know we need to work together. And are we going to be able to, conduct everything together? Are the same systems going to be able to support both types of simulation? Probably not. But there are absolutely certain things that we can leverage from our efforts. Leverage the successes, avoid repeating failures. And we are looking at, some of the things that the Marine Corps is doing with Marine Corps Warfighting Lab, the Navy as well. We want to understand and figure out where we can incorporate your lessons learned into our training events. Specifically, one of the working groups that we sit on whenever I have time or I'm able to get one of my guys, it's an effort by the Air Force right now to bring together different aspects of the test, experimentation, and training community. We really like, what the Air Force is doing, and we're looking, to leverage some of those things as well.
And thanks, Earl. Just one more comment on that. I was just at Barksdale Air Force Base 2 weeks ago for the Air Force Chief Scientist Group meeting. Every chief scientist from every MAGCOM meets twice a year to talk about science issues. It's all on a skiff. It's a fantastic meeting. But then we do tours of the flight line, and I met with the B-52 pilots. As many of you know, we're flying H models that are 60, 70 years old. Then they're now developing the J model. And the J model is going to have new power plants, new avionics, some new weapon systems. And they're discussing if they're going to improve the flight simulator. The flight simulator for the B-52H model is not certified for landings. So you burn, yeah, right. So 20,000 pounds of fuel an hour to go take a crew up, to go do touch and goes, to maintain your currency and landings. And I don't understand why this is a difficult decision on whether or not we need to upgrade a more modern flight simulator. I think we could probably do this overnight in like our back closet here at Moves. So anyways, and then, so that's an old legacy system. More recently, I was on the OT&E team for the T6 Texan 2. And someone in the room could probably tell me what they're actually using now. But back then, we were doing OT&E concurrently of the airframe and the simulator. And I think that's exactly to your point, sir. The model that we should be doing is it needs to be in the requirements up early. It needs to be tested with the airframe, with the crews, getting feedback concurrently through the entire acquisition program. Thank you, sir.
Now, we had said that we were probably going to stop 20 minutes early, so we're only 10 minutes into that. But I think we're still getting so many good questions. Would you guys mind foregoing your final remarks and just taking questions until the hour?
I thought you were going to say foregoing lunch, but no, that's.
Okay.
Good morning, gentlemen. Josh Benshoff, recently retired aviation operations chief warrant officer for the Navy. So my question is, what efforts are being done to reduce the subjective assessment associated with our current fleet synthetic training exercises, and more specifically, to align with the CNO's NAV plan of getting real, to automate the effectiveness of that training?
There you go.
Yeah. I'll take that one. Hey, Dan, you want to field this one for us? So that is something that I know that the Navy has looked at for a long time, right? So when I left NPS, I went to TAC Traeger Pack and I worked in the N7 shop, coordinated or like setting up the FST, GC, and J events. And it was always an issue. The debrief, which is the point of the event, right? That's where learning happens, is during the debrief. And a lot of it is subjective. It is based on the SME sitting at the console or the mentor that is there on the ship saying, hey, so here are the things to look at. Here are the learning points that you want to draw out. There have been so many debrief tools over the years. There's JAR, a number of debrief tools, right, that everyone tries to use, say, hey, how do we automate this? How do we make it faster? But also, to your point, how do we make it less subjective so that there is a standard that we can grade to? I do not have a good answer for your question. I acknowledge that is definitely a problem. We don't just see it in the FST events, right? That is Navy-wide when it comes to debrief and how do we take the subjectivity out of it? Because if you're trying to train to a standard, okay, well, what's the standard? How do you even identify the standard without having something that's tangible and repeatable that you can measure to and then measure against? So I don't have a good answer for your question, unfortunately, but I do. It's a great question, and I do acknowledge it is a problem that we need to figure out.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And I want to, I don't think that there is a requirement to remove 100% of the SME and the objective or subjective analyzation. I certainly think that's required. I just think we need to kind of have a mixed environment where there's a subjective and an objective base that align to provide you a true, accurate picture of the training that happened. Thank you, gentlemen.
Hold on, I think.
I was going to say one of the working groups I get to sit in on is the CNO's. It's the NAV Plan Implementation Framework LVC Working Group, and I know one of the goals for that working group is to produce a better assessment system, and whatever you guys end up producing, I want to steal very much so, and apply it to some of our efforts as well. But it's something that we're looking at from our side too. We need to get better.
Charlie Rowan's had his hand up for a while, so we'll go to him next.
Gents, Lieutenant Colonel Charlie Rowan, Moose PhD student. Just maybe if you could offer your reflections and in a way that what do you tell senior leaders and your bosses and over your time since you've left? We've talked a lot about return on investment. What's the human return on investment that they're getting from having sent you here? Because it is an investment to take you out, to take us out, right, of the force, the fleet for a while. What is that messaging for new grads that may be coming out? What has served you well? For those in the room who might have to, they may be in a meeting somewhere with people who could maybe influence sending additional personnel here like this. This is worthwhile. What has served you well in telling that story upwards, and then maybe even downwards? Like, how do we then recruit the next generation to say, you may assume some risk coming here in your career. What's important to you for how do we get the both upwards and downwards, I guess? Like, what would be your pitches for both of those having gone through the program?
We just produce a list of Marines and say, you're going to MPS, otherwise we're going to kick you out. So I should probably hand the mic to someone else.
That's an outstanding question that we've been spending a lot of time thinking about lately. And I'm going to deflect it a little bit because I think even as an 06, I think our senior leaders in the departments need to, make a push for advanced degrees and for STEM. And in the Air Force, I just had this conversation with someone yesterday in the Air Force. We saw that recently. Our Secretary Wilson, Secretary of the Air Force, spent her entire tenure saying there's got to be an emphasis on STEM and there's got to be an emphasis on advanced degrees. And we have what I'm now calling the Air Force Research Laboratory Commander Quandary is what I call it, because every time the Air Force Research Lab is a 2-star Major General position, you have to have a PhD. And every time that person leaves, the Air Force goes bonkers saying, oh my gosh, we don't have anyone. Where do we find someone? And it doesn't start with the 06s and the BGs. It starts with the captains, and it starts with the 03s and the 04s saying, we not only want to send you, but we value those that go get their advanced degree. Ever since her work on that, we've actually, I'll give you a couple anecdotes. So at the Air Force Academy, we typically, historically in the last 10, 15 years, we get about 2 faculty members a year that are promoted from 05 to 06. And most of those people have spent a lot of time in academics, a lot of times in grad school. And we have 500 faculty members, and about 2 make it to 06. In the last 2 years, we've had 8. And these are anecdotes, but I think we're starting to see a culture shift where on the promotion boards and on the OPRs, our leadership, Air Force wide and Space Force wide, is starting to value these experiences. And they're actually saying it in the notes to the board now. You will value advanced degrees. You will, make sure that that's considered new calculus, and that's new. That was not the case when I came into the Air Force. To your second question, everyone told me, don't get your advanced degree, don't get a PhD, because you're never going to be promoted. And so the note, what I would tell the people down below me is, 1, this culture shift, that it is valued, it is important. 2 is, frankly, there's some catching up to do when you graduate. And I'm sure it's the same for those services. When you come out of this program, whether it's 1.5, 2 years, 3 years, you've got to go out and you've got to catch up, and you've got to, getting back to my original point about your advanced degree as your start line, I really feel that's so true. You've got to read every day, every night, engage with people, network, and make sure that you're, having a meaningful impact, not just for you and your career. Our services need this, right? They need technological solutions. As much as operators are great, but I don't need an operator telling me I want the visual display to look like this because it's cool. That I don't care about that. I care about what's the best performance in transfer of training, right? And so, and you all need to be out in the fleet and in the Air Force and whatever to help affect that change.
So Charlie, you and I have had, conversations, obviously, from the 57 perspective, but at the end of the day, what I would tell you is don't lose your identity. So, you came here for a reason. You're a leader first. So you go back to the force, you now have a new skill set. And sometimes we may walk out of an institution of higher education and then we think we're somehow smarter than everybody. No, you're just another enabler. You're gonna round out the capability within that organization or command. I've said for years, you lead people and you manage things, and don't ever mix those two. So don't lose your identity of being a leader first, and then everything else falls into place. You just got more in the kit bag. And I think senior leaders, at least in the Army, are seeing the value of higher education, because they're not holding folks back. It's up to us at the mid-level leaders to make sure we're not sending the wrong folks to the organization or to the institute, or aligning their skill sets with that institute, or guys like Colonel Verde making sure we don't send a mid-level major with a medium-level file that needs to go to an organization and get a good OER off to grad school for 2 years and find out why did he or she not get promoted. So we owe that at the mid-level, but the senior leaders are all in. I think they're saying, hey, more ACS slots, more advanced civil schooling. Let's get our folks to school. We've just got to manage it at that mid-level. And you now have perspective going back to the force. And then the last thing is just don't forget, there's students here every single year. Do everything you can to reach back and help them. Because I guarantee you, there's some girl or guy sitting in one of those little spots in Dudley Knox trying to work through a piece of code, and they're struggling. So you got to figure out where they are, and you got to get to them, and you got to help them not struggle so bad.
So you're offering to tutor our students in coding? They know better. They know better. I think this was a very, very interesting discussion that we had with our four panels. I think they did a great job on a lot of good information put out there, a lot of good questions from the audience. So let's give them a hand for participating. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's 1300, and we're going to go ahead and kick off. Right now, we have Major Matt Morse, who's one of the MOVE's PhD students. He'll be defending his dissertation shortly. And so he's got a really good presentation to give us. He's trying to cram it all down in 25 minutes. I think there's going to be a common theme this afternoon is everybody's going to be saying there's not enough time to say everything they want to say, but we have to let everybody talk. So unfortunately, we have these limitations. So Matt, I won't take any more of your time.
All right, so beat me to it. Yeah, I'll be spending. All right, spending much of the time talking about framing the problem, a little bit about the actual prototype we developed and how we tested it, and a little bit more of the time on the way forward and some of the issues that we've identified. So getting right to it. When chess Grandmaster Kasparov was defeated by IBM's Deep Blue, he spent a fair amount of time after that exploring the role of computers in support of decision-making. And one of his big takeaways has been referred to by some as Kasparov's law, which highlights the importance of the process in how we leverage information systems. It's not so much the strength or complexity of your information system. It's not the power of the individual decision maker. It is how you actually leverage your information systems in context. And as some previous people point out, yes, that is not an actual scientific law, but there's a lot of other research in the domains of NDM, cognitive systems engineering, that reinforces this point, that the process is pivotal in how we leverage information systems. And so from my experience prior to coming back here, conducting, building staff training exercises, particularly for the logistics combat element, I've really seen that we have a significant shortfall in not just how we leverage our information systems, not just how we design our processes relative to those systems, but how we design and develop simulation supported training environments that facilitate really stressing and exercising these integrated business processes. And this poses a problem for our development of our competencies, developing naturalistic decision-making abilities and context. It also poses a problem for our design of our processes, our design of our information systems, what cognitive systems engineers would call the joint cognitive system, which is the information system, the environment and processes where you're employing that information system, and the human competencies. They have conducted plenty of research showing that those are in continuous coevolution. And so we need an environment that facilitates exploration and continuous testing of those joint cognitive systems, particularly for the DoD, emergency management organizations, where we do not exercise these joint cognitive systems on a daily basis. And so that's what our research is aiming to address, is looking at robotic process automation, RPA, as a new means of coupling simulations and information systems in support, primarily in this research, in support of staff training environments to develop intuition and naturalistic decision-making environments, but ideally also to support wargaming environments, to support joint cognitive system coevolution. There are many applications for it. So before getting into that as a solution, we need to talk a little bit about what exactly do we mean by naturalistic decision-making. So many of you are probably familiar with it from the work of Dr. Gary Klein. He took a look at firefighter chiefs, realized that when they show up on scene, they don't have some normative checklist or process that they're going through, They survey the scene and they pick up on certain cues that even they are not really familiar with or not aware of what are the cues that they're keying in on, but they develop a plan of action just intuitively and execute. Now, over the years, the NDM community, cognitive systems engineers have developed cognitive task analysis techniques in order to tease out what are those key mental models of true NDM experts, what are the cues that they're picking up on, and ideally, those are the things that we use to design our training and our information systems in order to develop and leverage true intuition in NDM environments. Now, it's important to also keep in mind the other community of heuristics and biases, which you might be familiar with by Daniel Kahneman and Tversky in their book, Thinking Fast and Slow. They were strong skeptics of intuition, and in their careers, they went around to a lot of so-called experts identifying how, say, stockbrokers think that they're true experts, and they can demonstrate how very basic statistical techniques can show their decision-making is no better than random chance. And so these two communities have somewhat been at odds over the years. And in 2009, when Kahneman and Klein got together to see if they could find the common ground, they found that they did agree that you could develop reliable intuition in certain instances based off of a couple of key factors there at the bottom. One is the environment has to have consistent dynamics and structure and cues that can inform intuition. And the other is that you have to provide these decision makers environments that can develop their appropriate mental models, understanding of those environments, and appropriate understanding of what are those relevant cues that they need to key in on, and feedback to develop those that intuition. And so brings me to my favorite Herbert Simon quote: intuition is nothing more and nothing less than recognition. So how do we build intuition is, as most of us know here, scenario-based training environments. Now, I'm focused on information systems, human-in-the-loop information systems, think business management, logistics. Unfortunately, in the logistics world, in the business management world, you have two types of training environments for these systems. One is the buttonology. It is the how do you click through the interface, the mind-numbing, just clicking through all these tasks. And there's not a whole lot of bigger picture that you're learning. It's just how to use that interface. The other is the education side of things, the Lean Six Sigma courses, the business schools. And in a lot of these seminars, what you'll see is things like down here in the bottom right is the beer game. Now, the beer game is an analog simulation that was developed by MIT a few decades ago, and you'll see it in pretty much all your Six Sigma and seminar style business management courses. And it is used to teach supply chain managers about the bullwhip effect, which you see the effects of on the left. That's the violent oscillation that you'll see in inventory between high inventory and backlog that is due to latency and information regarding inventory at different levels of your supply chain. And so the beer game is really effective at presenting this and allowing your students or trainees to develop an understanding of what is this bullwhip effect and introducing them to some tools to mitigate its effects. What it doesn't do is develop their intuition. It doesn't develop their ability to anticipate its effects based off of cues that they're able to perceive from their actual environments where they're making decisions. So it's a theoretic environment. So in order to help develop students or trainees' abilities to leverage their information systems, business schools have really received this demand signal from industry saying, hey, we need people coming out of school who don't just theoretically understand what an enterprise resource planning tool can provide them, but actually are able to leverage it in context right off the bat. And so the enterprise resource planning tool, ERP SIM, is a leader in this field. There are hundreds of schools that are leveraging this. It's based off of SAP software, and it provides the participants this environment where they are seeing some of those dynamics and learning how to use the SAP software to inform their decision making. What you see here is an open source kind of equivalent. That was the result of some dissertation research a couple of years ago, doing a similar thing for business school. But again, these are not providing intuition for organization-specific environments. They are not providing intuition regarding your unique software interface, your unique processes, let alone the sort of socio-technical system dynamics that you should be anticipating within your specific organization or within the battlefield that you're going to be going to. That's things like information latency, timeliness, variability, different types of human error, and even certain types of cyber attacks that you might need to be prepared for. So that brings us to the DoD, talking about how are we coupling our simulations and our human-in-the-loop information systems. Now, I say human-in-the-loop because there's a lot of emphasis on SimC2. That's the track data. That's publishing OTH gold tracks from MTWA's JCATs and populating Blue Force Tracker or C2P so you have the icons moving on the map. That's great, it serves a purpose, but it is not getting at these more complex integrated business processes. It's not getting at a lot of these other functions like logistics, including maintenance, supply, medical casualty tracking. And so the problem that we face is there are really three conventional ways of coupling simulations and information systems. One's that protocol-based approach, which when you're talking simulation systems, we can't really do that. They don't have those standardized protocols. You have a client and a server, and they don't have standardized protocols. The other is Pucksters, and that is a way that we often do use it. We do often couple simulations and information systems. You have somebody sitting behind the sim. They say, all right, here's the equipment statuses, supply status, personnel. Let me type it over into however many information systems we're going to use for this training environment. And the third one is that ad hoc point-to-point engineering the coupling of the two, the simulation and the information system. Best example of that is JDLM, Joint Deployment Logistics Model, and BCS3, back when the Army had BCS3. And that's a great example of the capabilities, but also the limitations of that point-to-point. And I say that because talking with LASD, Logistics Exercise Support Directorate, the Army's equivalent of our intermediate logistics schoolhouse, they introduced all their staffs, their battalion regimental staffs to BCS3 in these environments. And it was great for them to learn the functionality of BCS3 and a little bit about stress in their processes. But as soon as they went to the field, they realized that what they'd been seeing in BCS3 was the perfect ground truth of what was inside of JDLM. When they went to the field, it was only whatever information their own people or the adjacent or supported unit people had actually entered into BCS3. And so simulating those processes, both the timeliness, the latency, the error that you have, or rather not simulating it, imposed negative training on them because they were unprepared for how they would actually use BCS3 in context. And so that's one of the examples there at the bottom of the limitations. Other clear examples of limitations of these approaches for trying to integrate information systems are the timeliness, the time cost, the engineering costs, and the manpower costs that comes from trying to couple them in this way. So before I get into the RPA as the new way of coupling them, really what I'm suggesting is we take a step back when we're talking about simulation environments and broaden the scope of what we're including in those simulation environments and take ownership of not just the sim to sim, but the sim to every information system that we're going to be presenting to the training audience. And not just those information systems, but the means by which we are exchanging the information from the sim over into the information system, because that means by which we exchange that information is a simulation of some socio-technical process. And so if you look at the top row there, that's the conventional way of looking at things. And it works pretty well with track data. You say, all right, yeah, GPS data it's pretty negligible with how far off the mark it might be or how fast it's going to happen. So you don't really have to worry about it too much. You can just make it be, show them exactly what's happening inside the simulation environment. But when you start talking about supply stats, equipment, personnel, or even location statuses that are communicated over a radio from somebody reading a map and compass. That's a situation where we really need to get better at simulating, all right, what is the actual quality and timeliness of the information decision makers at various levels are going to be receiving, so that we are exercising our processes on how we leverage these information systems. And so that brings me to RPA, robotic process automation, as a potential solution. Now, robotic process automation is available as a commercial off-the-shelf platform. There are many providers: UiPath, Automation Anywhere, Blue Prism, and the DoD and all across industry, people are really starting to jump into it in recent years, leveraging it primarily for back office task automation. So this is coupling your old information systems for exchange information. A lot of it is also the financial side, building audit reports, checking information. And it's really great for those procedural tasks that you very clearly define them and just tell it when to go. You can run it either on your desktop or you can run it from a server somewhere with tens or hundreds of bots that you've programmed with a library, as you can see, to accomplish myriad tasks. And so I'm proposing using it for simulation to information system exchange. Some of the benefits there are you don't have to impose any engineering changes to the simulation because it just interfaces with them through the existing user interface. So it just, you have to model the whole process of clicking through that graphic user interface. You have to identify any syntax or semantics requirements, but unlike the back-end engineering where it's like speaking Greek between the practitioners who are leveraging the systems and the engineers, this is pretty clear when you're talking about modeling the process, because any organization that's built an integrated business process model should have a clear way, I say should have a clear way of describing exactly where they're getting information from one system, what manipulations or evaluation they're doing, and then where they inputted it into the other system. So it's much lower overhead, it's modular, no engineering changes. And this modular architecture from having these libraries means that we have a lot more opportunity for reuse across different simulation and information system environments. So we developed this architecture and really it's broken down into two parts. The first part is the wonderful building the StartX data for simulations and information systems. Now we have a hard enough time just doing sim to sim and making sure we have common synchronized data across the simulations. There's a whole nother level of complexity that comes into play when you're talking about populating information systems. And then another level when you're starting to talk about, all right, what do I need to make sure we have synchronized for RPA in terms of how are these pieces of information going to manifest in the user interface. So there's a lot that needs to be addressed in that. I have up there BFG application that actually stands for batch file generator application. I built that when I was back at McLaug as a way of automating the populating of MTWAs, which takes an import of batch file generator files, and also populating a couple of our logistics C2 systems. So if we have a way of doing that, then we can take care of this whole upfront synchronization problem. Now, the work I did during this research was actually extending that so it reads in the OBS XML, Order Battle Service XML from JTDS, and then modifies it and spits back out with synchronized files. And so that's one way of addressing that problem. That actually isn't the primary focus of this research, but it was a necessary issue that needs to be addressed going forward. Now, the bottom part is the dynamic synchronization, this question of how do we actually exchange this information, what sorts of RPA modules are we going to need in order to do so. On the far left there, you have the simulation environment, you have the extract RPA module, then you have the translation RPA module. So the extract module is saying, all right, for each simulation, where am I going to pull what information? The translation module is saying, all right, how do I need to convert that, say from KKill, MKill, over to the equivalent status for whatever information system I'm going to be populating. Is that need to be translated to degraded, operational, or something a little bit more fine for different medical statuses or equipment maintenance statuses? The next one is the modification module, and that's where you impose socio-technical system dynamics. That's where you say, all right, do I need to add in an extra zero because that happens all the time? Do I need to schedule the actual entry of this so that it's entered into the information system 8 hours later in order to simulate that latency? And so that goes in the modification module. And then finally, everything goes over into the entry module as dictated by the RPA schedule. Really, this whole thing runs like a discrete event simulation with the RPA schedule serving as that schedule, that each one of those modules is going back and modifying the scheduling of events. And so the other big thing, like I said, is it's modular. So ideally, you only have to build each one once. So you build the MTWAS module so that it extracts all the relevant information. And then the next time you're going to couple MTWAS with some other information system, say first time you build it using TCPT, Transportation Capacity Planning Tool. The next time you want to include CLC2S, Logistics Command and Control System, should be able to just reuse that MTWAS module so that you can couple a new information system, or you can add on multiple information systems for one training environment. And so the ones in blue should just pretty much stay the same each time. And the ones in the middle are the ones you're going to be tailoring for whatever your particular simulation training or experimentation environment requires in terms of dynamics. A little close here. So real quick, built these modules, built the JCATs, built an MTWAS extract module, and then built one for adding in information into CLC2S. We ran simulations in the MTWAS training simulation lab to test them for these dynamics. So the temporal dynamics, timeliness, latency, the information content quality dynamics. So adding a zero or missing an entry entirely, or rounding the values, and just to simulate some of those that we developed in conjunction, in coordination with our research sponsor, McLaug. And so verification included going through and testing all those in the lab. Validation was looking at how is it actually going to perform in context. So went down to McLaug and 29 Palms, demonstrated it for them. And just to be brief, because time's running quick, got some positive feedback from them saying, yes, this will help us include more information systems in our training environments. It would help us simulate all of these socio-technical system dynamics that we're currently completely ignoring because we don't have the manpower and we're not even presenting the information systems to the training environments. And so identified also some considerations and obstacles that we need to address as we build out this capability. And really, one of the biggest ones I'd say is the conceptual modeling issue, which I think more and more is being identified as something that needs to be addressed. There is a lot of work done in the business information systems world addressing conceptual modeling because they have definitely developed an understanding as a community that if you're going to leverage an information system, you need to define and standardize how to leverage it. The Marine Corps is terrible at that. We are not leveraging our logistics information systems, I would say largely because we haven't standardized processes for doing so. And a first step for anybody who wants to do this and actually present this information to their trainees has to define, at least for that environment, what is the process you're looking to simulate. From there, you can build your simulation information system conceptual model, your RPA conceptual models, and that supports the actual maintenance of these environments over time. So that covers the first, the second, and really the fourth item that's listed on there where you talk about higher levels of interoperability. The limitations on the information exchange, that's one that we've come up with a way of getting around because you can couple together multiple RPA bots. So if you have 1,000 units and you want to exchange all this information across all of them, RPA is not going to be fast enough to do that with one bot, but you can add on multiple bots and split the load across all of them to facilitate this exchange of information. And so there's also a whole other process that we could go into on how do you pick what's the right information to exchange using that, and what's the right information to exchange using more conventional SIM-IS or SIM-C2 mechanisms. And so I'll go ahead and leave it there because that's about it for my time. Any questions? Advisor, yes, sir. I mean, random person in the audience.
Yeah, just a random guy. Okay. Is the Marine Corps receptive to the idea of standardizing its processes for IS and information?
The Marine Corps is having a hard time figuring out what it's doing with information. We are extremely stovepiped. We have one organization that is acquiring these information systems, and we have no organization that's actually responsible for making sure we're leveraging them at all. So there is some positive news. Actually, just in the last week, the Marine Corps Logistics Operations Group has finally changed their ways back from saying nobody needs to actually use their operational information systems when they come to staff training environments. Now, when battalions and regiments come, they're saying, no, you have to show us how you're going to leverage these information systems. So that is a significant improvement, but we have a long ways to go on actually addressing really what's pretty basic for anybody who knows the challenges of how to leverage complex information systems, which is you got to help the people out and actually define for them what your standard process is for leveraging them.
Excellent. Unfortunately, we don't have time for any more questions, but Matt will be at demo night tonight, and feel free to hit him up and ask him whatever you'd like, or come by his dissertation defense and ask him the real hard questions. So that's always a popular move. Okay, our next speaker is Clay Greunke. Clay's a moves grad, lieutenant commander in the reserves, and he's going to talk about all the great AR research that he's doing here.
Thank you very much, Perry. All right, so the kind of theme of this is human-machine teaming with augmented reality. The overall effort for this is called 5th Generation Maintainer. It's actually being trademarked by ONR right now. Okay, so quick background, former E-18G Impala pilot. I went through moves back in, well, I went through CS program back in 2015, was moves emphasis. Looked at basically how could I insert cost technology into a fleet problem, and for my particular case, the LSO community. From there, I went to SPAWAR at the time, where I looked at configuration management issues in the Navy and basically how we can insert technology into our processes. I've been here since 2018. I'm also a reservist, like Perry said. I do work for Code 34, Code 35 at ONR. All right, so what is the problem that I'm attacking? Or at least my thesis on this. Traditional 2D instructions, the way we describe information, is really insufficient for the complexity of modern systems. And our current QA methods are subjective. Hopefully I'll be able to convince you of that. We'll see. All right, so this is an example of how we see our ships, and I think this is a good illustration of just how widespread the problem is. So what you're seeing are 3 different sheets from the same SID documentation. Basically, this is a document that multiple people look at to install equipment onto our ships, okay? So this is 3 different pages of the same document overlaid on top of each other. And what you're seeing in the brown boxes are differences in the documentation itself, right? And all these were taken with objective measurements. Someone went out there with an objective, laser, took down these measurements, and all that information got correlated and put into this, right? So if you look on one page, this light is right here, and on a different document, it's 3 feet away. Which one's right? We have no idea, right? But we're making decisions off of that incomplete information. And the way I the analogy I like to use for this is, it's kind of like the way we used to do cartography maps back in the day. You send somebody out, they take a bunch of different measurements, and then they start drawing out what the landmass looks like. And sure, that looks like San Diego. And no doubt we have changed, some of the actual the actual form itself of San Diego. However, you could take the world's best cartographers, 5 of them, 10 of them, have them take 100 measurements. It doesn't matter. It's never going to get you the precision of GPS. And kind of the highlight, at least one of the big takeaways I hope you take away from this presentation, is when you have processes that are based on human subjectivity, right? I don't care if you have two teams of 10 people, 5 teams of 50 people, it doesn't matter. Subjectivity plus subjectivity will never get you objectivity. And so when we took LiDAR in this case back in 2016, I'm like, hey, this is a snapshot showing you down to the millimeter of where your stuff is. They're like, oh, this looks wonderful. I don't have any idea how to use this because all of our processes are built on 2D documentation. Just update that. Well, that's like looking at the cartography map, looking at GPS and like trying to figure out, okay, how do I align this, right? We're using the wrong source. And this shows you the kind of power of the status quo and just how hard it is to overcome institutional inertia. So as we're hunting down accuracy, just going to the next technology is not going to solve your problem. Like, oh, great, we've got a CAD now. Our problems are solved. Now, I've landed on an aircraft carrier. That's it. Well, we got to understand what assumptions you're making. What you're assuming is that idealized form, those perfect 90 degrees, straight edges, was the exact same way that the people on the docks actually built it, which is the exact same way it currently exists through sail offs, through expanding and contracting. We need a better understanding of ground truth. And so this is an example of that where we had the model for DDG 1000, the CATIA model. We overlaid the LiDAR data on top of it. And if you look closely, it's messed up every single place that you look, right? Because we don't have a feedback loop going into our system. So just kind of highlight this, you know, we need to invest in these things, actually invest into them, research, collaborate, and iterate on these concepts to figure out how we can actually use these. So this is sort of the AR, VR, the virtual reality continuum. This often gets conflated in the fleet and it's problematic. I don't like to work in training. I like to actually work in operational. How can I actually use this stuff in the fleet? And so all the way on the far right, you got virtual reality where everything is synthetic. And then on the left side, you have augmented reality, which I find extremely useful. It's what I experienced in the F-18, right? Jahamic's headset, being able to take my sensor information and showing me where exactly I need to look to see that other aircraft instead of just trying to find it, which never went well for me. So there's a couple different forms of AR. You have video pass-through, where it takes the camera feed and basically places the digital information on top of that. You have optical, which is you see through it, and then the combiner combines the digital information on top of it. That's what Jahamics uses. And you also have projection-based, right? So you can use lasers, projectors to put on the information on them. So AR is an interface. So humans were actually quite limited, right? Human beings were not particularly fast. Our eyesight's not that great. Our hearing's not that great. But what really separates us is our intellect and our ability to manipulate our environment. So knowing how, you know, how inferior our senses were, what we did to adapt tens of thousands of years ago is started doing human-animal teams, right? We started training dogs. Those dogs were able to highlight our senses. They could point us, hey, there's a deer, you know, a quarter mile away, and we became better hunters. Human-machine teaming is just the next evolution of us. And augmented reality is a great interface for us because we are highly visual beings. Eyesight is our dominant sense. And human and AI, we have this great symbiotic relationship where the algorithm can provide us guidance, which can improve our performance. But what is key here is we actually have a feedback loop going back into that to update the algorithm of ground truth. So why is it so important? So AR really helps us with spatial tasks. So, you know, we've done experiments where we compare 2D documentation with AR, or 2D documentation to AR, and it's amazing. Kind of the level that you get of beginners and how they're able to not just you know, get you the capability or have the performance that experts have, but a lot of my experiments are actually exceed the performance. Another aspect for AR, instead of just, you know, onto, you know, the thing in front of you on the system is actually finding stuff. So this is a huge problem on our ships, which is actually finding discrepancies. So right now we have a system where, think about any light in this room and think about how you would actually describe somebody how to get to that light on paper, right? And it kind of takes this form of this treasure map type form, but that's our current maintenance method. And you compare that, which is on the right, to AR, which is like Google Maps, right? It shows you exactly where you need to go. And to kind of highlight this over the past couple of years, funded by some of the work that Mr. Mann supported when he was down in Port Hueneme, was we've done 2 experiments where our thesis was your performance for AR will outperform 2D as the complexity of the space increases. So we've done everything from very simple space to a moderate space to an even more complex space to a really complex space. So that was from a classroom all the way down to Shaft Alley inside of the test ship down in Port Hueneme. And this is what we got. So for AR, across 17 different participants, 400 individual items over 2 experiments, not one single error, not one. Compare that to 2D, where the error rate went up from 0, from the easy, all the way up to 34% when you got into the hard space. But it's not just a accuracy, this is also a time. So as the complexity of space increases, for 2D, your rate goes up, but for AR, it's flatlined. All right, so what does that mean? All right, so, you know, on our graph here, we got accuracy up one side, complexity going down the other. So for 2D, your performance looks like this. Humans' performance looks like this. So as the complexity increases, your accuracy goes down. But what this is telling us is AR, it's flatlined, right? And this doesn't go forever. There's gonna be some physical, you know, technical threshold for this. We have to figure that out, which requires money for research. However, where we are right now, what is this, right? So this is a difference between what we're doing and what we could be doing. And what is this? This is cost, this is schedule, this is readiness that we are missing out on. All right, so digital adoption, what is blocking it for us right now, in my opinion? One of the challenges is nobody owns maintenance, right? If we're all in charge, nobody's in charge, which also means there's no funding for any of this. To say that funding has been anemic on this is understating it. We suffer from a lack of 3D documentation. There's no way to author 3D information in a scalable way. And we don't have a good way to capture, utilize, and document objective quality assurance. And this is kind of the form that it takes right now through the pipeline. So I'll cut out a lot of what I normally would talk about, but basically this is what it looks like. And you have different forms of guidance you can give people. You can give people 2D documentation, PDFs. I can give people videos, or I can give people standalone AR guidance. There's an error gap, and then there's quality assurance. So what are we proposing? So this is the human machine teaming AR pipeline that we are proposing, and it's concentrating on disruption. How do we democratize data? And how, really importantly, how do we come up with scalable processes? And so this is what we've been doing under the surface for the past 3 years here. We're working with NavAir, NavWar, and NavC on this. But what's really important is we actually have patents to back this up. So we've been granted 2, we have 6 in the chain, and we got another 10 coming after this. I actually believe we are ahead of industry on this. I don't say that lightly. So what is the current problem? 3D modeling. So most companies, so this is not just a Navy problem, not just a DoD problem, this is an industry problem as well. Right? Most companies do not own CAD models of the equipment that they operate. Right? We don't own the F-18. We don't own the Ford. Boeing owns, you know, the F-18, HII owns the Ford. We also have a ton of equipment where we have no 3D data, right? NavWar by itself maintains 10,000 unique items, right? We cannot mechanically engineer, reverse engineer our way out of this, right? It's too cost prohibitive to do at scale. And that, again, scale is something I have to think about if we want this stuff to be adopted. So what is industry doing this? You know, the current model is, well, industry is happy to sell you the rights for their information, right? This is a cash cow. You know, Boeing will lease you the model for the F-18, you know, Lockheed for their stuff. Xerox will do it for their equipment, but this is cost prohibitive. We're gonna have to pick and choose which sailors, which Marines get supported, which ones don't. Companies outside of OEMs, you can do ad hoc AR experiences. What are we proposing? It's called AR 3D modeling. So we have one patent on this and chaining off of that. So if we want to move forward with utilizing digital content, we have to come up with scalable processes to create it. We have to come up with workarounds, competing paradigms. So this is an example of an experiment that we ran. You can actually see us during demo night tonight. Thank you, Justin. And basically, we made this up, right? We went down to Home Depot, threw in some parts from NavAir. It's complex, call it a day. Right? So obviously no CAD model exists. If I want to do this with today's processes, it would take a week plus just to get that model. our thesis is for a large portion of the use cases, you can actually recreate the 3D environment through in situ modeling on-prem. If the goal is to be able to use this in AR, we should be able to use AR to actually model it in the first place. So the goal of this work is to create a process that any sailor or any Marine can author this information and engineer it in a way that that file format can be inserted and ingested into CAD software so a mechanical engineer can then take. Basically what this allows us to bootstrap our own digital twins. So just to show you, I'm not completely making all this up. So hopefully this will work. So this example of the model that we created for this, you have the model, the 3D model right here, and then you have the physical model. This is just an issue with the way that HoloLens films, it's parallax. In real life, this is one on top of the other. And so this is what we got. So this took in the order of hours to about a day to do. But what we're doing, and I don't even see that as scalable. So even though that was a tremendous improvement over the week plus, going down to hours, right? I wanted to get down into the seconds and minutes in order for us to accurately model. And this is some of the processes that we're coming up for to do that. So that's the first of three things. I apologize, it's gonna be a little bit thick, a little bit dense. So the next one is content authoring. All of our processes are built on 2D documentation. We've been doing this since even before the pyramids. We've been doing this on cave walls because that's been the only way we've been able to keep information and be able to have it go from generation to generation, right? Have it, kept around. And so what we do today is an optimized way where you have a bunch of engineers and they'll start describing a process. So in this case, they're installing something onto this device right here. So this is a editor called PTC Vuforia, or PTC Arbortext, excuse me. NavC uses this, Navera uses something equivalent. Everywhere in industry uses about the same thing. But effectively, you have an engineer take a 3D action and then describe it into 2D words, right? They'll take a picture and be like, oh, okay, this is the angle I want to look. You have a bunch of engineers look at, oh, let's change the angle on that. Oh, no, let's change this one word. Okay, great. You got your V1 in your documentation. But think about what you do at home, right? If you have a problem with your car, if you have a problem with your stove or whatever, you're not pulling up Ken Moore and going on down the documentation. You're going to YouTube, right? And the reason that we like that as human beings is because video unveils the world to us in a way that text cannot. Right? We're able to see spatially what is actually going on. How is a maintainer actually reaching their hand into that? You can't describe that on paper. How do you do this with fidelity? And so this demand signal is hitting our fleet hard, right? All of our syscoms are having to deal with this, right? And so I'm like, oh my God, well, we need to get better maintenance outcomes. Our sailors, we're training them less. Okay, let's get better material. Okay, so all right, so we need teams. We need a team together. We need a qualified team. We need to get spare parts. We need to get a spare bird on the side of the hangar. Let's get a film crew together. Let's start filming all this. Let's put engineers on top of that to verify that the procedure that we have now filmed is the exact same procedure that we said to do. Okay, good. Everybody agree by committee? Okay, good. Let's take that 2 GB file. Okay, now let's send that. Let's store that. Let's manage that. Oh, there's a change. Crap. Okay, pull that off because we can't have a disagree. And you need to go through that process again. You're gonna start hearing the same thing for AR, right? Like I hear this from the sailors and Marines where I do experiments. Like this is obvious. You can't F this up. Going back to that experimental data, 0 errors, taking 10 seconds, looking around on, like, oh, I've seen the 2D, experiment where people are just like, we've all been there. Like you're just looking for some kind of sign. AR, it's like, oh, yeah, it's right there. Like you don't even think about it. So what are we gonna do? Because we think very linearly. Like, okay, let's add another process on top of this, more people just to optimize that. So each of these have to be authored or validated and all this. And your money, all of our resources, they're not going to capability. They're being wasted in processes. All right, so industry, not really doing anything, just trying to create faster ways to do this. What are we proposing? It's a concept called parallel authoring. And basically, the problem is we're trying to take 3D information, compact it into 2D, give that to a maintainer reads that, and then tries to reinterpret that into 3D. That's the issue. So what we're doing is instead of doing all this, we author it one time, and we keep that into a data structure, a 3D data structure, then at runtime, we parse that. When we parse that, we can apply our business rules, get our 2D documentation, we can apply that, get our dynamic interactive video, and we can apply that and get our AR, VR. The reason I think that this will actually be able to be adopted is we can produce the same documentation we have now. This gets us away from that LiDAR problem, right? Because I can give you what we currently do, but underneath the hood, I've been changing the entire drivetrain of this to where now you're ready to take on, okay, let's get the new tough book that can do this interactive video, sweet. Okay, let's go through cybersecurity. Okay, we got the new AR headset. All right, we're now ready to use the AR instructions. So that was a second of 3, just to show you that I'm not making this up. So you go through the modeling, go through the offering. And so basically what's happening is at runtime, all this is being parsed, and then this is what it's showing.
Connect CAN and plug assembly.
So all that speech to text is being
using your eyes. Locate CAN and plug connection array.
And just kind of put a point on this. Okay, how accurate of a model can this be? Well, think about this. They're reaching into their hands to do this experiment. So basically, we're trying to see, okay, can we give people synthetic vision and how they perform? So that model is good enough to where people can go right to where they need to go with their hands in order to do the task. That's pretty awesome. You need to invest more. The other part of this is quality assurance. People are not robots, right? We have to take in our senses, sight, touch, smell. We have to take those in, interpret those senses, and apply meaning to that. And my definition of inspecting is different from yours. In the Navy, Marine Corps, we spend a high cost to train and maintain that currency. And we often rely on, did you do something correctly? Yes, I did, because we don't have a way to objectively determine that. You have the problem with gun decking, falsifying documentation, or just saying, yeah, we waited 50 minutes, that's good enough, right? You have that information going into our system. Recording systems are not perfect for capturing events, and you can only reconstruct data with as good data as you capture. It highlight for me the difference between the Prowler and the Growler. Prowler, everything I had to recall, write on paper. The Growler, everything's being recorded the entire flight. If I have an issue, they're able to look at the data and be like, okay, we believe this is going to be the problem. It's garbage in, garbage out. If you collect crap data, if everything takes exactly 1.0 hours, if everything was done exactly as standard, your data's garbage. Industry, basically everyone's trying to rely on Internet of Things. That's not going to work for us. We're not going to upgrade our equipment. A lot of it, we have to have air gapped, and IoT isn't going to do anything for you if your equipment's powered off for maintenance. So what have we come up with? Quantitative quality assurance for mixed reality. This is going to save the Navy tons of money. So these devices right now, they have a ton of integrated sensors with them, depth cameras, information, microphones, cameras. And there's a ton of work being done in industry right now figuring out, okay, what can we do with this? And a lot of it's being driven towards gestures and interaction. How do I more naturally interact with this virtual menu? Okay, I'm in VR. Okay, I want to naturally grab this cup. Complete blind spot to industry right now is instead of using that information to interact with virtual things, we can use that information to interact with actual things. So what these things allow us to do, these technology and senses, it allows us to take objective measurements in context. What point of procedure is the maintainer in? What did you see? What did you do? This is the trivial example of this. This is what you do during quarantine. So I'm pouring myself some water, and basically the system is just observing what I'm doing. And it's not talking to the fridge. This is no input from me. This is all air gapped. Good catch. Worth it. So we can do this to objectively determine or have confidence that people are actually doing the correct task, right? So think about those gestures. Think about maintenance. Poke is a pushing of a button. Turning your wrist is turning a wrench, turning a lever, right? So we can go and we can apply that information to what people are supposed to do. So in this case, they're supposed to turn this lever. For step 2, it goes in and it goes to the next one. So what just happened? What just happened was huge. So I had enough confidence to actually objectively determine like I did the correct step. In this case, it was trivial. Your hand was in the right spot. But if your hand never went to that spot, I can have low confidence you actually did the step correctly. But these things are additive. So was my hand in the correct position? Yes. So much confidence. My hand did the correct gesture. more confidence. I move my hand away. I can use the depth sensors to actually see, okay, what is the position of the lever? Is that what I'm expecting? Is that the state of the system I'm expecting? Yes. Okay, even more confidence. And this has wide applications, not only to the way we do training. Think about all the bullcrap sign-offs that we do for JQRs, right? We can objectively show what people have done and what they haven't. We can do it for actual operations, maintenance, training. Did you clear the right part of the room? And this is on the fly, right? So let's say I'm going in for the wrong lever and it turns, or I'm going in for the wrong lever. I can show a brake X, like, no, that's not the right one. We changed the pub. This is the lever that you're supposed to be going for. So there is more. Just to show you, I do think we found a way to do remote expert asynchronously with these technologies. So this is the way we currently do things, the old cartography way. Yeah, this was great for back in the 1700s when John Paul Jones was roaming the Navy and we just had to resort to cannon fire and it just had to be close enough to work, right? Well, today's systems require something more complex and we need a better vehicle to hold that information. I think that some of this technology will definitely help us with some of those things. It's not a silver bullet, but I think it definitely can go a long way for it. That's all I got. Any questions? I'll also be there tonight. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
This is fantastic. I'm actually giving a talk on how to target your marketing efforts for small simulation-based company game-based training. And my focus is on operation, maintenance, and repair. But that's just right for this. I think you got everything right. The one thing I was going to clarify, the statement that nobody owns maintenance, I think it's actually worse than that. It's a bunch of individuals, according to the DoD 5000 own maintenance, and they're the PEOs and the PMs, and they grade their own homework. So it's the logistician on an acquisition PM that determines what the training requirement is for this vehicle, this weapon system, et cetera. And then they come up with a solution, and it goes to the milestone decision authority, and they're never wrong. It's like, okay, the decision is we bought it from the OEM, et cetera. In 60 seconds, one use case for exactly what you described. Assault amphibian vehicles the Marine Corps has were bought in the early 80s. No TDP. How would you get a TDP in the early 80s? So come to 2007, 2008, they realized we need a 3D TDP. Hey, BAE, how much does it cost? And they quoted some ridiculous price. And it's like, no, go pound sand. We got to find another way. So they hired a company called Design Mill. There are many, I know Design Mill. To laser scan. They went to Albany, Georgia, where they carried these things down to bare metal and rebuilt them. And they scanned every component, not just the geometry, but the metadata they tagged. Is this aluminum? Is this steel? What type of plastic? And what's the pressure inside this tube when it's operating? So they built a 3D for the Marine Corps. Now to use it, they exactly what you're describing. Have these repositories of information, don't publish anything in a flat file, and they should be pushing modification kits and new procedures. Those different training teams in cyberspace, new procedures are all going to meet. I'm going to tell you, show you, and then you teach me how to do it. But I think what you're doing is exactly on part.
Okay, thank you very much, Clay. Okay, gentlemen, our next presenter is Dr. Blais. He's going to be talking about. It's been too long a week.
Okay, I can do my own introduction if you want. That's the me, yeah.
Okay. Dr. Curtis Blais.
Hey.
And we've only worked together for 22 years. So yeah, he's going to be talking about doing his two briefs in a row. One is on funding that NMSO was kind enough to give us. And the next one will be on ethical uses of AI and other things. So
thank you, Percy. I appreciate it. And I do want to set one thing straight. Yeah, okay, Colonel Yates back there. Let's just be clear. He is not the oldest MOVES graduate in the room, okay? I claim that auspicious position, but I do grant that you're the oldest military MOVES graduate in the room. I'll allow that. Excellent.
We're from the same hometown.
All right. I want to tell you a little bit today about the work that we're doing this year for the Navy Modeling and Simulation Office. Well, let me get into it. We'll see some of the background information. So this does not advance the slides. What advances the slide? Well, I did click on it. Stupid machines. Okay. Give you a little bit of statement of the challenge. It used to be called statement of the problem in the template that we were given, but I don't consider this a problem. It's a challenge. It's an opportunity, right? And a little bit of background about where we've been, where we are today, where we hope to be going will come out of this talk. So let me just keep going very fast. It did work on the click. Excellent. So first challenge, the Navy and Marine Corps modeling and simulation communities need to be able to meet requirements for a number of things. And you're very aware of these. Service level modeling and simulation improvements, capability enhancement, education and workforce development. And we've heard about a lot of these things in earlier presentations, haven't we? Cross-community organization coordination, execution. We talked earlier today even about a cross-service kinds of coordination is needed much more than what we've done to date. Now, to meet requirements like that, NMSO needs to be able to have some reach out there into a vast collection of organizations, educational, technical, operational, and so forth, even international. So where are they going to get that kind of reach? How many people are in the group, Ivar? You got resources of what, 5, 4? Yes. Okay, okay. So what's the second part of this challenge? Okay, let me also clarify. I went ahead and created one presentation to cover 2 projects, okay? So I'll try to make clear as I can. It doesn't really matter that they're 2 separately funded projects. The source was the same and we're kind of addressing the same general need. But the other aspect is that on the student side, they're here doing master's degrees, in some cases PhDs, as we heard earlier, as part of the Naval Postgraduate School MOVES curriculum. But one of the things that we are fairly weak on is having a clear demand signal from the Navy and Marine Corps, even other services, for thesis research that these students can do. Now, part of this problem, this would be suitable for kind of after presentation discussion, you know, over a beer or something. Part of the problem is just the timing, you know, how to get thesis topics in time to catch a student just coming in who needs a thesis topic. I mean, in some cases, there have been Marines sent here with their thesis topic, which is kind of the best of all worlds. Because then, you know, they know exactly what they're coming here for and what kinds of things they have to focus on. But often there's quite a gap between a student arriving and when we might hear about or be connected to a specific need for the warfighting community. So, you know, if we can find a way to shorten that gap, that certainly helps. And so sometimes maybe often, student research alignment with the Navy and Marine Corps is serendipitous at best, right? At some point in the 2 years they're here, we might be able to connect them with a sponsor or an operational need and, you know, kind of do good things, right, for the fleet. But often it's more accidental than intentional. I think we can do better at that. So some background, very short. We, of course, are an institutional and educational resource for naval modeling and simulation. We've had a long relationship with Navy Modeling and Simulation Office in the Navy and the Marine Corps and other services as well to some extent. But it's been a bit uneven. there have been years when our relationship is kind of in name only. We don't have a close technical connection or organizational connection or management connection, anything of that nature. And there are other times when we are highly connected. Now, this may be a bit crass, I suppose, but how do you highly connect academic faculty with a sponsor? Money, unfortunately, or fortunately, it depends how you look at it. You know, where do faculty put their research energy? They often put it into things that they are funded to research. I mean, it's a fairly practical matter, right? Now, so if an organization like NPS Moves is to connect well with the Navy and Marine Corps, what helps in that process, especially for research and education, is some financial connection. Yeah, like I say, it may be a little bit crass, but you know, it's just a very practical situation. So in years when we have not enjoyed funding from the naval modeling and simulation community, it's hard to get connected well. But this year is different, so that's pretty neat. We do have opportunity also to create stronger relationship if we had closer coordination between the organizations. So, wow, this is a good year. We have received funding from the Naval Digital Integration Support Cell, and read that as Naval Modeling and Simulation Office as of a few months ago, but now that they've changed organizations. But anyway, that's fine. The funding came from there, and we'll update as needed. So, you know, the Naval Modeling and Simulation Education and Research part of the funding that we received for this year, that gives us an opportunity for expanded coordination. We can connect with them in a more definite way to meet specific enterprise requirements. It also gives us this opportunity for student thesis research for more directed, problem-oriented issues that the Navy and Marine Corps have. And we can do that kind of engagement that I say across, you know, levels, disciplines, and organizations. That's one of the advantages that we kind of bring to the table. I think I skipped one, sorry. Yeah, so, you know, one of the unique positions that we are in is we can engage and do engage greatly with academia, industry, and other government organizations, both in the Navy and elsewhere, even in the international community through activities with NATO. The Moves actively produces NPS, or M&S professionals, as you've been hearing in the last day and a half. We can enhance our curriculum to meet specific needs that the Navy and Marine Corps communities have. And that's, you know, part of what we can do with this kind of funding. Gives us that opportunity. And we can do or have greater focus on specific research needs of the community. And this is, of course, you know, what Moves kind of lives for, is to have this kind of arrangement with our sponsor. To continue that, you know, other things that we can do with the funding that we're doing this year, we're working on continuing to expand the kind of technical activities and capabilities that you've heard Chris Fitzpatrick talk about in the live virtual constructive laboratory. It helps us to promote adoption of systems engineering principles and practices, capabilities, tools, things of that nature. Things like the IEEE distributed simulation engineering and execution process, you know, kind of pushing that sort of discipline more in our courses and projects. Directly support naval M&S needs. Again, you know, we still need to kind of improve this process of trying to bring research needs, research topics to the school. So what are some of the things that are underway? Now, we just got this funding in mid-February, so I'm just giving you a snapshot of a number of things that have happened just in the past 3 months, roughly. So several things are underway. The curriculum refinement has been talked about a little bit yesterday. Dr. Chris Darkin presented some of the work going on there, or the changes that are being made. There are some significant changes going on in Naval Postgraduate School in the way it is, Dr. Below yesterday showed you a slide, the thing called NPS Next. Basically, it's reshaping itself both educationally and research to more directly address the operational needs of the fleet. So as part of that, there's significant discussion right now about having things like stackable certificates in various programs, modeling and simulation being one of those. Another rather interesting approach that the school is taking is kind of changing from sort of traditional academic disciplines to what they're calling academic program areas. And these program areas, you can see, much more directly relate to operational concerns of the Navy. So things like naval engineering, cyber and information systems, combat systems, maritime battle space environments. Now, according to the discussions going on so far, the school is not thinking of like changing its degree programs, so to speak. So you don't come here to get a degree in maritime battle space environments. You'd still get it in mechanical engineering or systems engineering or physics or whatever. But the focus of what's going on in the school would be oriented around these programs. You know, so we, from a MOVE's perspective, kind of take a look at that and go, well, by golly, and in fact, modeling and simulation is one of the identified program areas, so that's pretty cool anyway. But you look at those other ones, yeah, modeling and simulation plays a significant, a huge role in those other topics. You know, and you go, well, wait, what about defense systems management? Well, how about acquisition program and the use of modeling and simulation through all this life cycle of acquisition? So modeling and simulation is big in all those areas. Whoa, what if we made stackable certificates that addressed each of those program areas? Interesting possibility. So those kinds of things that we are addressing this year through this kind of funding. Another one is in the support of student thesis research. What it enables us to do is to support the students to get out there, to talk to organizations, to work closely with the customers, so to speak, the people that have the operational needs, and to bring back information and data that they need for their thesis research. So we've already supported a couple people going out to the live virtual constructive training environment working group. We've had a student travel to conduct an experiment to obtain data for his thesis. Student traveled to 29 Palms to investigate requirements for small unit planning software, which resulted in, you know, ta-da, play the drum roll, whatever, actually separate funding from ONR for a NRL NPS team to develop that software. You know, now that to me is just about the holy grail of what, you know, we are all about. So it's enabled by this kind of connection with Navy Modeling and Simulation Office that lets us get the students out there where the need is. And if it results in a separate effort like that, all the better. It's directly supporting the fleet. Another one traveling is going to be traveling for some command PE research on dynamic red force behaviors. So future work. these funds enable us to create and support all kinds of opportunities for faculty and students. If we are facing a situation, an opportunity that student or faculty have, this kind of funding gives us opportunity to stimulate that, to get it started, to see where it goes. The curriculum revision and evolution is going to be an ongoing process as NPS continues its transformation. And it's interesting that the Marine Corps Modeling and Simulation Office, Brett Telford, I think, is in the curriculum review right now. They've actually submitted 3 proposals for FY23. The one at the bottom there is, pretty much a follow-on to the kind of student thesis research support we're getting this year. But these other 2 are pretty interesting, and MOVES has some things to offer even in those areas. So we'll see where that goes. But anyway, thank you, Ivar. You're the representative today, so appreciate the funding this year for sure. And it again sort of reconnects us with the Naval Modeling and Simulation Office to help us really stimulate a lot of different kinds of activities. So with that, I'm 1 minute over, but they made me start like 4 minutes late. Do they have time for a question? Yes, sir.
Clay again. Not really a question, but just a statement. Like that NMSO funding is like clutch a lot of times to try any sort of new innovative thing. Like I think how long ago was that, Chris, where we went flying with that to do LVC in the air? Yeah, right before COVID, right? Like trying to get any amount of dollars. I've tried to get like $2,000 from PMA 205 so that way we could start flying like actually here. And they weren't willing to do that, right? But having that ability, the discretionary funds to be able to be like, okay, this is a good kind of seeding fund for us to be able to try something new. Like that is absolutely critical for innovation. That's all I have. Sorry.
Yeah.
For you, one of the things that I think is always a challenge in this space is key activities, initiatives, products, projects, the things that are being delivered. We all suffer from it. It's a fast moving train, lots of different dimensionality to it, lots of different aspects. I understand the importance, and I think given the comments that were made earlier by Mr. Mann, especially in some of the direction that he gave to Mr. Loy, who was my boss as a contract support to NMSO, I think shows the sincerity of their interest in doing this. But even in the impetus to do that, I think one of the things that can be valuable is the interaction and the understanding of the products that have been generated and the things that have come out of these activities. Me and my research assistant, we look through the M&S, the FY outbriefs for the research topics every year, flag them for M&S, sort them out, and distribute them. But that's and that's one way to do it. It's a reasonable activity, but it's not sufficient. And I think as we increase this dialogue, how do we make it sufficient? We have a QPR coming up. Does it make sense as we do more of those in person, to have some sort of overview at each one of those products and processes and improvements that have come out of this activity?
Right.
I think the pipe needs to go both ways. And I think in both cases, it can be.
Yes, I agree. And even, it would be wrong to think of this, oh, here's, a pot of money that we can use for anything. I think we're much more interested in finding ways to organize particular kinds of work under funding like that so that we're addressing, specific needs. Would be far better.
And as Mr. Mann said, even not complete sense meetings, he wants products as a result of that interaction.
Right.
He wants personal growth, that's all well and good. But he wants people who go to those meetings to spread that well. And this is just part of that messaging.
Yeah. Well, yeah, so we'd like to introduce Dr. Curtis Blais, who's going to tell us about a project that was done largely, well, I'll tell you about the work that was completed at the end of last calendar year. But it's work that's been going on for a number of years here at Naval Postgraduate School, much of it being worked out of the MOVES Institute. And we'll see in a moment that there are other participants in this. Terry Norbraten up here is going to be assisting me in this presentation. The whole objective here is for me to get off the stage as fast as possible so we can get to the interesting stuff. Right, Terry? Okay. He's saying, no, take your time, take your time. Okay, so this is a line of work that we call ethical control of unmanned systems. Again, we've been doing this for a number of years. Like other kinds of projects, often at highly variable levels of funding, but it's been continuous now for quite a while. And the particular piece of work done late last year has to do with this idea of repeatable mission evaluation through an unmanned systems data strategy. So you'll get a little sense of that, but I will give you some background. And let me also just set the stage here. I'm going to go through some slides very, very fast. They're full of information, not quite as bad as this one, but a lot of information. I'm going to just kind of touch on some things. The slides are going to be available after the workshop, open house. So you can look at them at your leisure, any areas that you were particularly interested in. But again, so I'm trying to sort of shotgun a lot of information out there, let you get a sense of the nature of the work, and then you can kind of dig in to any details later. This slide is really up there only for the purpose of saying the work that we did last year was funded by the NPS Consortium for Robotic and Unmanned System Education and Research, or CRUISER. Team members on this, I was co-PI. My area of work in this primarily is data modeling and formal ontology development. We developed this thing called the mission execution ontology. You'll see a little bit about that. And we work on a C2SIM standard with NATO, C2SIM being the command and control systems, simulation systems, interoperation standard, C2SIM. But yeah, we'll touch on that later. Kristen Fletcher is a faculty member here in the energy research group. She's providing the legal and ethical policies and ramifications part of this work. Terry's been doing all the software design development, so the really fun stuff is Terry, yeah. And Don Brutzman is the principal investigator for this work over the last several years, and provides, overall general management vision, so forth. So I'm going to be talking about these areas. You got them? Okay, next. So some of the motivations behind the work, and those little pictures are going to show up in the next few slides anyway. So some of the motivations, first of all, the literature tells us, industry tells us, we need better semantic representation of our data in order to enable computer systems to operate with the data more effectively and efficiently. So we know that improving semantic representation of information is highly desirable, but it has been a little bit hard to get in practice over the years. So, part of the idea here is we're basically trying to move up to the upper right of that diagram. We've been down in the lower left for a long time with basic data representations, data modeling. We're trying to get into these more formal representations to give us greater capabilities. The other thing that's quite important, I was glad Mr. Mann talked about interoperability a bit this morning, and he and I had a little donut conversation also. Improving interoperability is, according to just about every policy document you see, is one of the things we're supposed to be fixing, okay? Unfortunately, it's not one of the things that is getting fixed very readily. In fact, just about as any system comes along, the interoperability problem tends to grow rather than getting smaller. So it's a tough problem, but I've been saying for a few years that the problem is not a technical one. It's more, management policy, that kind of thing. We can debate that later. Anyway, so this is just a view of one pair of authors' perspective on levels of interoperability. Again, semantic interoperability is kind of right there in the middle. We've got the lower three levels nailed. Those are pretty straightforward. The semantic one is still a little bit difficult for us to do effectively. And then in the world at large, we've got that thing out there called the World Wide Web, and particularly emphasis that's gone on in the last 20 years to create a stronger semantic content inside the World Wide Web so that you could find information more effectively, you could get relevant information more efficiently, that kind of thing. So the semantic web has been around for a while. These are just various, or a kind of a picture of the technology stack that makes up the semantic web. Again, we've been down in this realm, now for quite a while, and it's very effective, but also pretty much passé, and people are finding ways to replace that now, but they're not bothering with the higher levels of semantics as they kind of replace this lower level. So it's an interesting problem, just that we have technologically, that we can't, we can't sort of fully exploit what we've got before we start to introduce new things that take us back a few decades. Does that make sense? That doesn't make sense to me, but it seems like what we do all the time. So we came up with this thing called the Autonomous Vehicle Command Language quite a while ago. Dwayne Davis in the CS department here, it was his dissertation work several years ago. So AVCL is just a way of describing commands for unmanned systems to perform. This is just a view of some of the kinds of missions that could be described with the language. Again, I'm going to move pretty fast here because you don't want to read all that XML anyway. But the idea, AVCL is readable by humans or machines. I'm much more interested in machines being able to read these things so that we get computational capability and power, effectiveness, efficiency, and so forth. XML, you guys have heard of it for a long time, I'm sure. But where we need to go is this stronger semantic representation. So we came up with a mission execution ontology a few years ago, which just formalizes the concepts that are in the AVCL and gives us a more formal model for us to work with in doing various things, which includes querying, automated reasoning, things of that nature. Description logic rules are part of what we formalize in the mission execution ontology. This just gives you an easy picture of the main concepts that we're representing. That's another picture of it, but in a tool. So we have been working, and actually this was kind of an interesting partnership with Raytheon through a cooperative research and development agreement. Raytheon is trying to do what they call ethical, EEM, something ethical machines. It'll come to me, sorry. Anyway, so we kind of extended some of our work with funding from Raytheon. So it's been a good partnership, helps them advance their technology while we're advancing our research. So this is an example actually of a mission of a robot going out to do a search for a sailor overboard kind of situation. I can't get into the details in the open environment, but let me just say, in our research with Raytheon, we came up with several kind of surrogate missions for what an unmanned system would do, and we put it, often couched it in a life-saving situation rather than a war-fighting situation, so to speak. But each of our missions that we worked with Raytheon on that had parallels using some technologies that they've been working on, you know, that are much more in the warfighting kind of arena. But yeah, unfortunately, we can't talk about those in any detail here. This coalition or NATO, well, it's international standard C2SIM. The whole point of it is to be able to exchange information across command and control systems, simulation systems, and robotic and autonomous systems. The big deal here to me is that this is the only international standard in existence that's trying to address information exchange across that broad a set of systems. And yet it's not complete, right? Why can't I throw combat systems into there? How about sensor systems? You know, there are other kinds of systems we'd like to be able to interact with, but this is a pretty good starting point, especially since the simulation community basically is interested in simulation to simulation, maybe a little bit of simulation to command and control. Command and control is pretty much focused on command and control to command and control kinds of interchanges. You know, they've got the real world, right, has whole other kinds of standards for dealing with autonomous systems or robotic systems. So, you know, if we're ever going to get anywhere with interoperability, we better be able to start addressing these things together rather than in 50 separate ways. We've been looking at this IEEE series of standards. There's one came out just last December, this ontological standard for ethically driven robots or robotics and automation systems. So we're doing work to merge our ontology with the kinds of information that it's addressing. I know I'm way behind here. Let me just talk a little bit about the legal work that Kristen Fletcher was doing. So she was looking at a number of different use cases for the kinds of legal issues that can arise when you're trying to do some kind of unmanned system mission. And for example, this was a use case where there's an unmanned surface vehicle that is traveling out, and it's going to be crossing certain regional or international boundaries as it's doing its mission. And so there are considerations that arise when you've got, you know, the vehicle out doing those kinds of things. Here's just an example of kind of the variety of concerns that can arise. Okay, so it's pretty substantial and complicated. And, you know, the ethical use of unmanned systems community is kind of concerned about these things. I'm not sure the technical community is necessarily concerned about those things. But I think we need to be, obviously. And with that, with 5 minutes remaining, Terry, which you'll pay me later, right? Thanks.
All right. As Dr. Blais said, this is going to be real quick, just a 5-minute spiel. What do we have here? We have a Scan Eagle flying some mission, collecting data, and I couldn't have said it any better than Clay. We don't own the F-18 model. Boeing owns the Scan Eagle model and the data. Okay, what are we going to do? it transmits data, and there's some base stations to pick it up. So we have packet transmission over an IP protocol. Okay, wrapped in that IP protocols, break it down. You got a transport layer, and you have a payload attached to that. Well, that payload happens to be an MPEG-2 transport stream, which is video. Buried within that stream is this thing called KLV, a key length value, and there's a couple standards for it. Society of Motion Picture and Television Engineers. Okay, there's some video right there. That's the standard for it. So we have some standard formats that we can utilize to maybe extract some of this data. Okay, let's move on here. Here's the pipeline in software. All right, we capture the packet with something like Wireshark. Okay, now we have a file format, PCAP, packet capture, next generation PCAP NG. Wireshark understands the legacy PCAP and understands the next generation PCAP. All right, we listen for it over a port, and we need to extract that data into something human readable or machine readable at least. So enter a couple of open source solutions for that. Daffodil, data format description language. IBM holds the standard for it. They have an implementation for it. Apache Software Foundation also has an implementation for it. We can work with Apache. And all we need to do is to use Daffodil. There's the microscope view of Wireshark, and we're trying to get at this data set right here. Okay. All right. An XML schema, and we decorate it with Daffodil. We say, we know the file format because we have the standard. All right, let's get the next 32-bit stream of bits, and that's going to be some data we pull out. Daffodil can do that. Oh, hey, that happens to be the heading of this vehicle. Let's get the next 32-bit stream. Let's pull that out. Oh, that's the roll angle of this vehicle. Hey, we're starting to get somewhere now. All right, and then we go down and we extract the same thing from the KLV embedded within the MPEG stream. All right, we can export that into human readable forms. Great, we can archive it and stuff like that. But let's do something a little more interesting. Let's get it further into the pipeline and do something almost live. So let's get that KLV data, and let's use another open source forum. There's a former graduate, Colonel Rob Harder, who wrote a beautiful program that takes the string value, because that's what I'm getting out of extracting some of this data, distilling it. I'm getting string values. Well, that's great. We need to turn this into binary, and that's what Dr. Harder did with his piece. So now I have binary representations of some of these things. Now, we can take another open source thing we've done here, OpenEIS, Distributed Interactive Simulation, and we can take that data and put it into DIS PDUs, protocol data units, and rebroadcast this stuff now. All right, it's getting a little more interesting. Okay, so we can save and replay those streams. There's some of the bit level stuff, the geek stuff. All right, let's visualize this. And let's see. All right, so fast forward to here. Oh, wow, another 3D model and some flying around in some 3D space. Wow, what good is that? Well, there's something a little more special going on here. This is actual data that was extracted from Scan Eagle missions that flew down in Camp Roberts, where we conduct autonomous vehicle research. And it's virtual playback. Okay, this thing is orbiting around some point at some bank angle at some altitude. Hey, we have the data now. It was Boeing proprietary. It's ours now. Using open source, open standards. And I get a lot of help doing this too, but we have the data capture. There it is. And that's it for me. So that was that 5 minutes?
Wow, that was probably 10. That was good.
Okay.
There it
5
is.
minutes, yeah, excellent. So before you go away, perhaps anybody has any questions for me or Terry? Can you hear me, Curt? Yes. Okay. Can I hear whom? Oh, there we go.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure if I understood you, because when I'm trying in my mind to put together this ethical standard you're talking about with respect to warfighting activities, right? So I'm an Apache driver and I'm launching a Hellfire RF, which essentially really is fire and forget. It's on its own once I pull the trigger. So tell me again how it seems to me we're going to have to re-engineer or retrain the warfighters who are going to be managing these systems if there's that much of an emphasis on, quote, ethical employment of these systems. Can you comment on that?
It would have to be brief, because that's a huge area
I'm sorry,
of consideration. No. You know, we at the moment have a policy restriction against using, you know, autonomous systems or in a lethal way. And yet there's an awful lot of research, of course, into how we can do lethal actions from autonomous systems. Sort of an interesting situation we're in these days. What we need is something that kind of can come around that and assist the human operator, you know, in making decisions about. So right now, the human operator has to make that decision if he's going to launch a lethal weapon from a vehicle.
I'm sorry, but I see that no different than me pulling the trigger on a 30 mic or 2.75 rockets. I'm making that conscious decision in order to put steel on target.
Not much difference there. The difference is when these systems are out operating essentially on their own, you know, what actions can they perform? The case of the legal considerations about boundaries, geospatial boundaries and such. You know, we have to be able to embed that kind of information into the vehicles as part of their missions so that they know, you know, where there's maybe airspace or whatever.
Reed, if I go ahead and I launch this thing, it knows, all right, I want you to fire up the targets, but only within this little circle here.
Right. You might be trying to control,
collateral damage.
You might be trying to control collateral, friendly casualties, a number of things.
Well,
but
thank you.
It becomes even a more fundamental problem than that, almost. We somehow want to impose on these systems, you know, the knowledge of the restrictions that they're operating under. Let me just leave it at that probably for now.
Thank you, Curt. Appreciate it.
We want to be able to trust the systems like we trust human operators, which carries a lot of backstory to it, you know. Anybody else? Standing between you and the break. Not standing for very long, apparently. Okay, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to go to the last part of presentations for today. So our first presenter is Dr. Sadagic, and she's going to cover two programs. One is the new Consortium for Additive Manufacturing and Research Education, and the other one is some AR and VR research that she's doing. So Amma, please take it away.
All right. Thank you, Perry. Thank you so much for sticking with me after break. I know that everyone is eager to see our demo night, and we'll come to that. I had a little work there as well. This presentation is going to be shared with a colleague of mine, Dr. Douglas van Vossuyt from System Engineering. And we are going to tell you a little bit about new efforts that we just started And so there's not much details about that, that effort. We'll give you some approaches, some highlights, what we plan to do, what we are charged to do, but also we will give you two highlights of two types of work that we've been doing in the past and we will continue doing. And so, okay, all right. So this is our agenda. I'll tell you a little bit about NPS Center for Additive Manufacturing. It's something that we have for 3 years now. CAMRE introduction, this is new consortium and approaches that we would like to support during our work. Our connections with the Department of Navy. You know that faculty at NPS, and I can guarantee certainly for MOVE's colleagues, don't like to do things in vacuum. And so having really a clear understanding of the user needs is absolutely essential. For me, that's one of the reasons that I came to NPS. I really wanted to have a much better sense of end user, domain user, what are their needs. And so all our projects are really infused there. And so I really need to make sure that I emphasize our connection with domain users. When I say users, I don't have in mind sailors, Marines only. I have in mind everyone, all the stacks. So somebody will need to coordinate work of the units. There will be a acquisition office, there will be logistics, so everyone, really everyone. We will give you examples of past work. And I suggested that we are going to focus on two. One, work with domain users, and that's kind of predominantly what I do, what I like to do. And also additive manufacturing from system engineering perspective, the work that I was doing with Professor Vossuyt. So let's start with that. So our center started 3 years ago, and we had absolutely zero money. And you start from, sheer desire to do something new. There were quite a few NRP funded, Naval Research Program funded projects, that always small incisions into that domain. And there was just enough of them so that we had a community. And so we realized that there's really, we would be stronger if we pull our forces together. So I initiated 20 or so meetings with faculty, with chairs of different departments. We had schools at a time, so deans of schools, provosts, and even invited President Randall to join us in brainstorming sessions, which she absolutely reveled into, and we were all on whiteboards, doing some type of sketching our plans. So we have quite a few academic units: computer science, defense analysis, energy, information science, mechanical engineering, operations research. I forgot to mention here, they used to be school, but now they're Department of Defense Management. So they are together with us as well. Quite a few laboratories. A colleague of mine, Emre Gunduz from mechanical engineering, is co-director, and I'm one of the two co-directors. We have websites, and so all of that, zero funding, working hard to get some funding through small projects, starting our work with industry. And so when the luck wants it, the industry partners really liked us. And they trusted in what we are doing. They liked our work. They liked our insights that we had with domain users. And they argued our case with a Congress. And this year we were awarded $15 million congressional plus up to do work in additive manufacturing. The charge that we have is pretty high. And I'll read for your benefits. So funds will be used to establish consortium for additive manufacturing, research and education. So we have both. at the Naval Graduate School to accelerate widespread adoption of additive manufacturing across the Department of Defense. Consortium will drive adoption of 3D rapid prototyping methods in support of tri-service maritime strategies. So it's the Navy, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard. So it's a quite big charge. We have funds for first year. They are valid for 2 years, so that's good. Otherwise, we would be really troubled how to spend all that money before the end of fiscal year. If everyone is happy with our performance, the schedule is that next year we will get $19 million, and year after that, a little over $20, so that altogether in 3 years, it amounts to $50 million. I was told that how things work is if everyone is happy with 3 years, there is possibility to extend and get more. Whether Congress will have money even next year, let alone beyond 3 years, it's obviously, we are used to that situation. But, you know, we are hopeful, and at least I'm happy to work with situation when we have some money and, you know, trouble that comes with that. So it's multi-year interdisciplinary umbrella research and education initiative. And what we are going to do is to create diverse portfolio of interdisciplinary research. The little bit specificity with our approach is that while there is open space, we cannot shoot everywhere. We really have to focus on a target that is accelerate adoption of additive manufacturing. And so while there are so many things that are wonderful and would be great to do, we will really have to prioritize. And if NPS doesn't have expertise, we have to look for that somewhere else, if we know that some domain needs to be addressed. And you see, being interdisciplinary, you see quite a few research domain listed here. Materials and technology development and testing, you know, absolute must. We really need to have high quality 3D printers, parts fabrication and certification. You can print something, but if community doesn't approve it in mission critical situations, you really don't have much. Personal education and training. Again, any domain that is wants to be sustained, you have to have personnel being paid in that domain. And so we are arguing for the cases of introducing additive manufacturing in sea schools for Navy, and Marines obviously have a little bit different format, but introducing on a regular basis so that you have steady influx of people who know how to operate those systems. Return on investment, being able to store and operate with the 3D models, and on and on. So it's really large domain. We treat additive manufacturing as a part of ecosystem with other technologies. I think we would be really hard pressed to think about any technology that can live on its own and doesn't benefit from the values of other technologies. And here we have in mind sensors, robotics. Advanced manufacturing is a bigger umbrella than additive manufacturing. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, data mining, cybersecurity, VR, AR. So all those fold into supporting complex space of additive manufacturing. And of course, when we talk about DoD domains, we have in mind that's an absolute must support operations. But to do that, we have to tackle issues with logistic acquisition. If parts are not promulgated through acquisition processes and offices, again, you know, those machines don't exist for the rest of the units. Maintenance, warfighting, resilience, and so on. So here are research topics that we can be tackling at MPS. Some of them, and some of them are future. We are really looking for, it's hard to imagine that this type of technology will ever reach the point when anyone can do it. Absolutely anyone can do it. With the smartphones, we are kind of close to that. but with flight simulators, they are not meant to be used by that, and they have really complexity that they need to have. And so we would like to be closer to the end where just about anyone with a little bit of training can do it, because printing parts, selecting parts should be simple enough that when needed, sailor, marine, soldier can do it on their own. And so automating processes, having in situ control, quality control, refining user interfaces is something that needs to be part of the whole process. Again, gearing towards closer end that is closer to almost everyone can do it. And that's also important for adoption. We have educational element as well. I think it's pretty too soon to talk about our educational agenda on level of Navy, DoD, but we can certainly talk about segments that are at NPS. So currently, we have some curricula that are augmented with additive manufacturing topics. We have quite a few student theses, both master and PhD. Brown bag lectures are usual, and lab research demonstrations. I think our lab in mechanical engineering with LMX printer owned by Xerox Corporation is every week, almost every week, there's somebody coming to visit and just to see. We are hoping that we will be able to bring that printer on board the base in a specially designated place in Watkins building. But again, that requires some funding that we thankfully have now. In the future, we would like to see more on development on AM certificates. I think Curt was talking about some stackable certificates, so this would be one of them. And we have a lofty goal to reach every single NPS student, to give them in different ways, to give them at the lowest level, just absolutely basic idea what additive manufacturing is and what's important for operational readiness in any service. So at minimum, you are not ignorant, you know what's the value and what are the possibilities. And then stacking up to people will be doing courses, taking courses that are AM flavored or strictly AM. They're doing thesis and so on. So going higher. Why is that important? The importance of that type of approach, not only for additive manufacturing, but just about anything, is that once our students leave NPS, they are our change agents. And so they are advocates of this or that approaches, this or that technology. And so peer advertising is one of the well-known strong components of adoption of technology. And so if we provide them with good insights early on, while we still have easier access to our students, once they leave, they will be, as I said, in role of change agents. All right. Consortium members, again, we have some idea about particular universities, particular industry representatives, DoD domain commands and active duty units, but for the time being, those are categories that we are considering. So academia, industry, DoD, and government laboratories. I'll give you just a very, very brief overview of what we did with domain users in the past, not everything, but just some. We are part of NAM XCOM, Navy Additive Manufacturing XCOM, led by N4. And so we are core team member and also expanded team member. And so every 2 weeks, we have a telecon with others, and we are well informed on what anyone who's doing anything in additive manufacturing in Navy is doing. Some colleagues already collaborate. Together with ONR, we are the only research institution. And so our mission is slightly different. But certainly I like to hear and comment on things, and they hear what we are doing. So it's really just a forum for exchanging information on AM and anything related to AM in the naval domain. We have repeated visits and data collection, faculty and students. And I've done quite a few of those. I'll show you a whole list. We also visited some ships, and you may know that there are quite a few ships these days. At some point, the number was 8. Now it's much higher, where polymer printers are already installed in experimental fashion. We plan to have a twin printer experiment where the metal printer that we have here at MPS, and it's LMX aluminum liquid metal printer, it will be one instantiation, one part of the twin, and another twin will be on board Navy ship. And there are weather stations, so the sensors that will collect information about everything that's going on during print job. Again, some artifacts, some parts will be printed on board ship. After everything is done, data and parts will be shipped back to us, and we will do analysis. And we will do the same type of prints here and make some comparison. So that's something already in a plan. We have containerized solutions. So LMX is already in container, planned to be deployed sometime this summer, somewhere. And talking about past visits and data collection in naval domain, those are a number of innovation, AM innovation laboratories that I personally visited, some of them several times. Both on Navy and Marine Corps side, there are labs similar to what we have in RoboDojo here at PS, where anyone can go and learn, get your basic training on additive manufacturing. You know, some modeling software is made available to you. If you are active duty or veteran, you can have really sophisticated tools for fraction of their price. And they also have opportunity to model new parts. And that's a segment that it's often underestimated because everyone focuses on parts that already exist and that needs to be printed if we don't have them. However, I'm in addition to that, I'm very passionate about empowering sailors and Marines and users to come up with parts that never existed. And why they have such a special place is because there's no industry and there's no researcher who have insights about priorities, what works, what doesn't work, what's necessary, what can help me operate on a daily basis, than sailors and Marines. And so nobody needs to convince me that they have fantastic ideas, and this is really, for the first time, maybe there are tools available to them to realize those ideas. And that's absolutely what's happening. Let me draw your attention to the top one in the middle. So that's tool, it's metal printed. It's 5 tools fused in one. A sailor from San Diego came up with the idea, and maintaining some system meant that he or she needs to climb high with 5 tools, and one of them will be dropped, more or less. And so that was big issue. And so they decided, okay, let's rethink the whole thing and come up with one single tool, and I have one thing to take care of. So again, ingenious idea. I wouldn't be able to come up. I just wouldn't know that was a problem just to start with. And I let my colleague tell you a little bit more about system engineering work.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. All right, 5 minutes. Perfect. So again, Douglas Van Bossen from the Systems Engineering Department here. I just wanted to show you a couple of things that we've been working on as part of the center, and now hopefully moving forward that we've done. So basically, we all know that additive is here. We're already seeing it pop up on ships. We're talking about having it be able to go expeditionary as well, to be more forward deployed. We understand all that's happening. And one of the things that we're interested in systems engineering about is how we do that in some sort of a logical progression, to be able to say, okay,
these ships get these printers for these reasons, to be able to print these parts and even share the parts among vessels, because they're not all going to have the same equipment on each one. The same deal goes for deploying printers out into the field. So there's 2 different projects over 2 years that are some of our capstone students developed, where one here is what we looked at expeditionary forces to understand, this is, a simple CONOPS of being able to deploy printers out as we advance forward, to be able to build spare parts as needed to potentially print UAVs and similar systems on demand, so we can field what we need where we need it and all that stuff. And so basically behind all this, a database that we fill up with a bunch of information to be able to insert into it what we think we need. We need to build these parts somewhere, and it will tell us what printers to deploy, what materials to have on hand to help us to figure all that out. And so, basically this is helping to down select and filter what we're doing to put what we need where we need it. And so we did a couple of different, demonstrations. Is just kind of showing you we did stuff where we said, okay, here are some exemplar parts that we might need to be able to print somewhere, hypothetically, of course. And we're able to say, okay, yeah, we can't actually figure out what we should be using there to do that. And we can do this with a lot of different printers, and we can build out these databases over time. This was handed off to our sponsor on this. It was a Naval Research Project funded operation we did here. And so, when it goes over the wall, we don't hear as much anymore about it, but it sounds like it's definitely being considered out there and helping to shape how we're thinking about these things. And this is some of the team that did all this. So Mel and I co-advised them, and this is our lovely group of folks spread around the country in different organizations, as is common with systems engineering. Distance learning students are all mostly civilians with us. The other one, we were looking at surface ships and how to deploy printers there in a logical fashion. And a similar idea where we were looking at, what do they need to print where? What facilities do they have aboard to be able to power these things, to be able to handle, the different EH&S sort of concerns, all that sort of stuff. And, trying to understand classes of vessels, how many we have, what printers are suitable for them. And so we went through a long process to develop yet again another tool to help us figure all this out. And it, again, over the wall, sounds like it's being used, but we don't get to see into necessarily what's going on there once we finish this development work. And here are some of the folks, the team that actually did all this work. Again, DL folks spread around the US. Kind of like the big picture of all this is that, from my perspective in systems engineering, I'm trying to figure out how to use what printer where and why. Let's justify it. Is this cost effective? Is this going to support us being able to be more operationally effective, et cetera? And then that helps us to start developing plans so we can make some smart decisions about when we buy what. Because we could buy billions of dollars of printers today, but they're going to be out of date in a few years. We might want to think about a strategy of more slowly rolling this stuff out, but not too slowly. This helps us get to that point. And so that's what we're trying to do here. We're just trying to make some sense out of the chaos, because right now we know there's a bunch of printers on ships officially. We also know there's a bunch of printers on ships unofficially. And it would be cool if we actually had some control over that, or at least some understanding. So I think, yeah. There you go. Great. Back. I just got to run a mic up to you.
Yeah, we want to make sure our virtual people can hear the questions too.
I was just curious, is there any policy guidance on material properties for additive manufacturing solutions? For instance, the original part might have hardness, tensile strength, ductility, malleability characteristics. You can make something that's the same geometry. Are there any policies that govern when it's appropriate and not appropriate to use a certain additive manufacturing tool?
Do you know what the latest is? You want to come to the mic so I can...
So I think that policies are coming up. The problems exist even without the policy. And so currently people are going around certification issue and what can be a replacement, or even if you print it in exactly the same material, can you certify, can you really use it? And so there are a number of organizations that are in charge of certification. Example, Naviair is in charge of anything that flies. And so they are slowly approving some parts, but it's, for the time being, it's still per part. On a part basis. We know that I believe Air Force took a different approach where they are approving printers. However, a printer can't, even if you approve it, it can still print something that doesn't make sense because it's just too thin. And so how you approach approving printers is something that we would like to tackle. We believe that's going to be much faster. But again, a special care needs to be provided to do that.
And I'll just add on real quick. Another consideration that we think about sometimes is instead of making a 3,000-hour part, maybe we're printing a 30-hour part to get back home or finish what we're doing, and then we're going to replace it with the real deal. And that opens up, some other opportunities to say, okay, we're going to accept maybe some lower performance out of this and some more uncertainty just so we can get home. So there's a lot of options. Yeah.
And we know for users where 3D printing is used just for prototyping, just prototype to get to parts that you can maybe manufacture en masse traditionally. So it's really a variety of uses that we are looking into.
Okay, well, great. Well, thank you very much, Alma and Doug. That was a great presentation, and good luck with your center.
Thanks. So again, thank you for sticking with me. This talk is rather short. It's about NRP project that we have this year. My colleague Douglas from Vossuyt is also with me on this effort, and we have a student working on that. And really focuses on examining VR, AR training solutions to augment training of, in this case, Coast Guard. All right. So let me introduce your project basis. This is our team. We have Lieutenant Stephen Arnold, who is a system engineering student. Interestingly enough, system engineering adopted a new approach to thesis. And so they say, all right, having thesis document, traditional one is great, but how about we instantiate, we come up with publications. And so students are encouraged to make, write, and publish, and those publications are packaged in a text of the thesis, and that's the thesis. So it's kind of remarkable, really, move. I'm sure that some other departments will follow. I know some other departments outside of MPS, obviously, where they do it on a regular basis. So again, just a different way to see how we can think about thesis. So our research objective is to identify a whole range of contemporary VR, AR training solutions that are currently owned by Navy and Marine Corps, and map them to needs of Coast Guard. I've been working with Marine Corps for quite some time, actually for all my time that I'm at NPS, so it's 17 years. And I keep listening, repeated comments on how Marine Corps has very little money. And then when we started talking about Coast Guard, they said, well, if that's little, I mean, we have even less. And so this type of effort, leveraging solutions that already exist, if we can, makes absolute sense. For me, we certainly have research questions to address, but for me, it was, here's a research effort that I'm not probing new greatest and latest. We are really taking a pause and doing some sort of cataloging and seeing, in addition to mapping to Coast Guard needs, how well we are doing as a community. I remember doing that similar to that 17 years ago. And I was hopeful that one day, in 10 years, in 20 years, situation will be much, much, much better. It could be better. I can see some things changing, but we are not there yet. Anyway, we are where we are. We accept that. And so we started our effort on cataloging. So our approach is to study, obviously, literature, talk to as many people as we have time and think is healthy, visit some places. My repeated comments to students is collect the data, but you also have to know a lot about context. Data without context is nothing. It means very little. And actually, your interpretation can be totally wrong if you didn't know the context in which things are happening. And if you didn't have a good understanding of the overall environment where some things are used. And that's why visits to places, training places, talking to people, interviewing people is absolutely essential. And we are designing guidance for Coast Guard in addition to mapping, identifying gaps in technological solutions. Our topic sponsor is ONR. And we agree that not only that we will be looking into mapping, looking what are great solutions in space of Navy Marine Corps, but also, we need possibility of Coast Guard having some solutions that could be brought into space of Navy Marine Corps. That can happen, certainly. And so for the, again, project is still ongoing. We developed data collection instruments, two of them. Major internal data collection is obvious. We have some people who know a lot about systems that we have in Navy and Marine Corps. And we also have a great resource in Coast Guard students, both current and past. And we identified 70 of them only in Homeland Security Center. So their curriculum had that many in the past and currently. And in addition to that, I even have one of my former students, HSI students, Coast Guard before, went back to Coast Guard, retired, and came back to us as a faculty. So he's our faculty now and he's a terrific resource for us. Again, talking to people is absolutely essential. And doing data collection, external one. So I wanted to, as they say, give shout out to our alumni. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You are such a tremendous help. If I need anything on Marine Corps, I call Jesse. I call Michael Donaldson. Daniel Kane is here somewhere. We met him as well, and Francis Pascucci. So anyone who think that can help us with this cataloging effort, please reach back to us. So again, big thank you for their support. This is just one of the data collection instruments that we had. We have no illusion that we will be able to collect information about everything on every single training system. And so, we quickly realized that strict curricula may or may not exist for some, that we may not have evaluation as well established going on and so on. But again, even if we note that we don't have knowledge about that, it's good to know. It's really good to know what things are systematically missing. We did a couple of field visits so far. Coast Guard station in Monterey, several locations on Navy and Camp Pendleton. We did that. Almeida in California is upcoming in June, and potentially visits to East Coast. Money on NRP projects is always short for travel, so we have limitation. And now that we have another project, maybe we can, while traveling on big project, do some more work on this project as well. We were hoping to be able to observe helicopter evacuation on a windy day in Monterey. Unfortunately, helicopter couldn't take off from San Francisco. And so we ended up going together with Coast Guard and experiencing stern and side tow techniques. I think waves are like 5 feet tall or so. Pretty rocky to me, but it was fully enjoyable. So again, very, very important to see the limitation, to see the operational environment in type of training. For them, it was a training event. Solution space. All right. So for solution space, please refer to slides that will be available to you. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alma. Appreciate it. Okay, I had a beautiful, nice long bio ready to give about our next speaker. He asked me to cut it very short. So all I'm going to say is our next speaker is the Deputy Director of the Army Modeling and Simulation Office, Colonel Randall Verde.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
This guy keeps a tight schedule. It's awesome. So no other event have I been to where you actually stayed on time. So I'm the last of the day and there's like 8 people left in here. So we'll go as fast as you want or as slow as you want. I've got about 40 slides to get through. No, I'm kidding. I've got like 4. And it's just talking points. But again, my name is Randy Verde. I'm the Deputy Director for the Army Modeling Simulation Office. Might be saying, well, why is the Deputy Director here? So my director is actually Tier 2 SES. His name is Dr. Stoddard. He's the co-director for the Center for Army Analysis and for the Army Modeling and Simulation Office. So about 95% of the tasks for AMSOs are delegated to me. And Dr. Stoddard is that GEO-SES level oversight. And it'll be on a slide, but then our proponent is actually the G8 for the Army. So we have 3-star top cover on the Army staff. And it gives us the ability, well, it's nice to work for the guy that controls the money, but it gives us the ability to get in the door in a lot of places. So, pardon me too, because I've got some allergies that are draining down my throat. I apologize. Dr. Mann, thank you for being here this afternoon. Appreciate your comments. Actually, I wanted to address one comment you made earlier on the funding piece, because I think I heard your question differently from my perspective. So this is my 2nd time on Army staff. I did my penance in G3 training for the Army in a building for 3 years. So I know the palace well. The funding for Army simulations is very interesting because I heard you mention S&T, RDT&E, and how do we link those two in the training community. So in the Army, the training community is 85% of the M&S budget. And then our other 6 communities of practice make up the other 15% spread out. And they have their own budget lines and they are in separate pegs, many of them. So how do we tie that together is a fundamental question. Number one, I think our peg structure is a little off on where we let programs reside. And then number 2, we have AR 511, which is the Army's policy for governing models and simulations, but it has 0 teeth in it. It does not give Dr. Stoddard the authorities to manage the portfolio across the Army from the enterprise level. We're currently doing a hard rewrite on that. We've actually hired Rand to help us do that and do some research. So from the Army perspective and managing the budget, when you're trying to get from the training peg and you're trying to reach in and get S&T dollars out of the equip peg, they don't want to let go of it. It's programmatically, they don't want to lose that funding. So it's always been hard for us to manage across the portfolio emerging technologies and then the existing and the tails to those technologies because it's just the way we're structured and it makes it hard. So I'm not sure if that's what you asked earlier, but that's what I heard.
Yeah, excellent clarification. I would tell you, I see that in different dimensions in the other services in our service. And that structure that you're talking about is getting in our way. It removes all of our flexibility and prioritization. So thank you.
Yes, sir. So I want this to be interactive too. So as I go through, don't hold your questions to the end, because if you're like me, an old infantry guy, you're going to forget. So just shout out or raise your hand and make this, just hit me with your questions as we go. The other piece of that funding is that's part and purpose of why the Army created the Army Futures Command, which if I can't ask, but I should back up. If I can't answer questions, Colonel Dave Parks will, because he's a lot smarter than me, and that's why he's here. He's shaking his head, but that's okay. He works for AFC. So I think we created the Army Futures Command to be able to get around that and use other transactional authorities from Congress and not go through the historic bureaucracy of the federal acquisition law. And AFC created the cross-functional teams to get an idea, get into rapid prototyping, get soldier feedback at touch points, and then go into low-rate initial production before they transition to a program of record. We're 2 years in, and we're getting ready to see some of the first technologies come out of that to get a real good assessment of how it's worked. From a personal view, not knowing who's online, got to be careful with some of that, right? Because you don't want to screw up the next tank, because that's our biggest price tag, right? Or the next Apache. You don't want to screw up the next destroyer. So going through that deliberate process makes a little more sense for programs like that. But for what we do as M&S professionals, yeah, because if we wait for 5 years, it's so obsolete, it doesn't matter. So hopefully the Army can have some good feedback as we move forward in that process and get some stuff done. So FA-57s are the Army's modeling sim professionals. What's not up here is the CP-36, the Career Program 36, which is our civilian counterparts, because the management of that workforce this year was moved out from under NMSO's control. So it is now a centralized program at HQDA for all of the 1515 series civilians. That's every type of engineer in the Army and your M&S professionals. It's now centrally managed up at the Army G1. Dr. Stoddard, my boss, is still the functional proponent for those people, but we don't manage them anymore. So it's a little bit uniquely different. However, we still train those individuals. So it's completely confusing. So CP-36s are allowed to come to our courseware and our curriculum of courses, which I'll show you in. My job is the by position, the senior 57 in the Army. That's not true because we do have a one-star general that works down on one of the cross-functional teams. But on the Army staff, I'm a senior green suiter for FA-57. And my number one priority is people. And that's why it's great we're here talking to the grad students and the PhD candidate that we have, because it's all about the people. After that, we just follow in line with the Secretary's priorities, which is training ready forces and then modernizing and maintaining readiness. Watch everybody else click the wrong thing. So, okay. So quickly through this, the Army's mission. So we are the policy and manpower office for the Army. We developed a strategy for Army modeling and simulation offices, but again, I don't have the teeth to do that. And then I don't have the budget to do that. So how do you manage an enterprise without written authority or without money? We talked earlier, I mean, with Brett and Ivar, we're working on the DoD side for digital engineering and M&S, and it's the same problem at the DoD level. There's no written authorities or money to tell the services to do anything, so we're going to do our own thing in our own best interest. That's what we do. And until we can figure out at the department level how to force the services' hands, and interesting, we'll see if that happens. So we try to execute governance of the M&S enterprise across the Army. We try to coordinate all the communities that I'll show you on a later slide, and you'll see why it's darn near impossible to coordinate all the efforts that are going on across the Army. We do have a big population of M&S professionals. We do have a high demand for our services, and I'll get to it on a later slide, and we can talk about it. And then one of the greatest part of my job is I manage the workforce. So all of the simulations professionals in the Army, I manage out of my office. Which is my passion. I should have started, I am not an NPS grad, so I'm the first deputy director that's not been an NPS grad since we started our cooperation with the program. That's probably good and bad. That's also why Dave Parks is sitting back here. But I bring an operational perspective into what we do and how what comes out of the Move Institute impacts and contributes to the Army direction. So I have a little bit different view. And I'm trying to operationalize what comes out of this organization and how we can give you research topics that will continue to further the operation mission, the Army's operational mission.
Quick question.
Sir, yes.
It used to be before Futures Command, an organization, analysis organization in the Army. I thought it was assigned under TRADOC. Do they still exist?
They do with a different name, and they work for Army Futures Command. So it's now the Research and Development or Research and Analysis Center instead of TRADOC.
And for any of the equities that are modeling and simulation, are you the leader of that band, or are they in a different band?
They're in a different band. Yeah. So
I have no further questions.
we will continue to have that same talking point. And it's a great frustration for myself and for Dr. Stoddard. And it's everybody is doing great work, but everybody's doing their own work. And as you know where you sit, sir, the Army can only pay for one solution for a lot of problems. We can't pay for 8 of them. And currently, a lot of our organizations are so stovepiped. And since I got to the job in August, I've been traveling around, and I could show you in my nifty little green book how many organizations are doing the exact same thing and spending their own money to solve the same problem. Let's talk about terrain databases. Let's get started there. How many different terrain databases can be built, and why is there not a digital library book I can pull off the shelf and pull the database I need? It is asinine. I mean, I have no better way to put it. I apologize if I offend anybody. Terrain databases is the vein of my existence because there are so many, and everybody's solving their own problems. Great for them, they're solving their problems, right? But bad for us because we're paying for it 8 times.
It gets worse when you start doing threat models where programs are independently inventing their own understanding of a threat, even if they're wrong, and then relying on the inaccurate models to build a system that isn't actually going to work against the real thing. But that concludes yet my other.
No, sir, it's like I feel like we maybe talked earlier in a dream or something. It's amazing. So
it's a tough challenge.
And this is what I wanted to do. Don't worry about these slides. Let's just keep going here because the Army, we were really close, the Army, right? Not the DoD enterprise. The Army's really close to solving our blue problem. So our friendly database problem. We're really, really close. We have authoritative data. We're pulling from real world sources. We're actually pulling USR data from units by MTO. So you're not starting at 100% strength. You're starting at your assigned strength that you have. We are really close on the blue data. We are nowhere to be found on red data because we can't find that authoritative owned red data source for threat data. I won't name the organization that has somebody volunteer to do it, but it comes with a hefty price tag too, because managing that database and trying to get, no kidding, real world threat on the unclassed and classified side is going to be very, very hard, I think, which we all know. So we're a third of the way there because we're still trying to figure out terrain. We haven't even started with red, but we're really close on blue. And it was, quite honestly, that was the easier problem. So we're trying to figure that out ourselves. And it's dumb if we all don't do it the same. So we're mostly related, obviously, to the Marine Corps and the mission that we have on the ground. We partner with the Air Force, and obviously with the Navy in the Pacific, there's a huge demand signal there. But for us to solve the threat data piece on our own makes no sense at all. I mean, it has to be a repository for all of us to pull from. Just think about air. We all fight the same air threat, whether it's me walking or sitting on a destroyer. It's the same air threat. We've got to do better at that. And we've got to share resources to do it, unfortunately. Great comments, sir. Keep them coming. This is just a quick depiction of where we're at. And the only thing I want to point out on the slide that's important to me, my boss sits on the HQDA staff. However, I'm a field operating agency. And what does that mean? That means I can answer to anybody. That means I don't have to go back to General Peterson, who's the G8, and ask for permission. As a field operating agency, you can come to me as a customer and I'll service your needs. That gives us a lot of leeway. And it gives us a lot of insight into what's going on into the force, because I kind of have open access then, to Army organizations and don't have to get approval from the boss.
Where are you physically located?
Fort Belvoir, Virginia. Right up the street. So AMSO is kind of split in 2 pieces. We've got strategy and the resources division, which does basically what I just talked about. So it's the data management, it's the workforce management, and it's the written policy management piece. And then the cool piece that I get to do is the proponent piece. So the school is a proponent piece. So out of my office, we run the Army qualification course for FA-57s. It's currently an 8-week program. It's going to go to 12 weeks to where we bring in our newly acquired FA-57 officers, and we put them through a pretty rigorous course. We have a lab. We set up a lab. They do a lab. They do exercises. They do fundamentals of M&S, fundamentals of the Army systems that we use. It's done on campus, so we bring them in TDY to Fort Belvoir, and we run them through that. Additionally, we have about probably 10 other courses of continuing education for our professionals. We have an intermediate simulation operation course where we try to bring in senior grade majors or junior lieutenant colonels to refresh your memory, on what we do as SIMS professionals. And then we also have an advanced simulation course for the 06 level folks to come in. But then we're talking about strategic policy and how to influence the big Army fight. But that's the great piece that I get to do. Okay, busy slide. The diagram to the bottom modernization readiness, and enhanced decision support. So I think Colonel Parks mentioned earlier, not only do FA-57s manage the simulations piece, the models and sims piece for the Army, but we also do knowledge management. And you're like, why? That doesn't make sense. No, it does, because it uses tools and it enhances readiness. And it's just a way to get that information to the commander and manage it, to include exercise, you know, inside of exercises and while deployed. And then it's, yeah, I won't say that, disregard. It's KM is a weird one. KM's an odd one. It's good for all officers to do, but it doesn't fit this venue where we're talking here today. Managing SharePoint is not really an M&S job. Not to belittle contractors, but I can't waste the limited resources of green suiters that I have necessarily running the commander's SharePoint. It gets hard. I guess I should have mentioned earlier too. So the active component FA-57s, we're about 336 strong, but we're only 0.06% of the total force. So when an officer becomes an FA-57 Sims Ops officer, that's what they do for the rest of their career. So it's not like the Marine Corps where it's one shot, one kill on a utilization tour. When you decide to become a 57, that's what you will do until you leave the Army, which is different, right? Because then we own them. We have a responsibility to continue to train them. And what we do here at the moves is even much more important, because that's the foundation for the rest of their Army career, which is normally, you know, at least 10 more years. So, sir, please.
Yeah, so does the United States Army demand that 57 community report directly to PEOs and programs, or are you only putting them in operational village? Sorry, I'm yelling. That doesn't come across the. Testing 1 2 testing. Hello. Yeah. So, are these in PEOs and programs?
So, I have another slide to show it better. This shows you where we have all of our officers at. The only PEO that we reside in is PEO Strive.
Down in Orlando.
Down in Orlando. So, as the the material developer for all of our models and sims. I should take that back. We do have one person in PEO Soldier working the IVAS program, but I don't know if that will be in perpetuity or not.
Yeah, just in the Navy, all of the stuff we buy, we write contracts with industry. And so that expertise that you have would seem really relevant to the PEOs. And it's just interesting that it's only in one place. So how does you know, the acquisition community and the Army write contracts and ensure that the stuff they buy has the right work associated with it?
It is a great comment. Let me see if I can answer that.
Yeah. And I'll be quiet soon.
No,
this is just, I haven't had a chance to see you. I've been waiting for 59 years.
You're asking great questions. And I will say we are embedded at PEO Stride because that's where 85% of our budget goes to on the training side, right? So it makes sense to preponderance of your forces are. We have people located at other centers of excellence. So, you know, for us, the Mission Command Center of Excellence, as an example, is at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, and they developed the next iteration of the command and control system. So it's very important for us to have somebody there. And actually, Colonel Gilman, who I replaced, is going out to take over that organization because it has to interact with all of our models and sims that we develop in the future. The governance body, and this is where I'll get to really answer your question. So the governance body on how the Army acquires M&S systems is managed through what we call the triad, and it's 3 general officers. Now that's just the top part. So the written requirement piece goes through TRADOC, and they own the written requirement through the CDIDs and get that validated up through obviously the JROC process through the building. Once that requirement gets written, then it comes into the Army's triad system, and we try to validate that requirement against the gap in the Army. And sometimes it goes out of order. Once we get that, it then goes into, okay, we're going to provide a material solution to this problem. We have a written requirement that's been approved. That written requirement gets passed off to PEO Stride. Now the management of that requirement then gets managed from the triad, which is the director of the training for the United States Army. He's one star that sits up on the G3 staff. It is the commander of PEO STRI, which is currently Ms. Saunders in SES. And then it's the CAC training, Combined Arms Center training under TRADOC, Deputy Commanding General. And they manage the training enterprise to include the material solutions that go forward. So they're responsible for gathering all of those gaps and all that data from the field before it moves into to a material solution. I don't know if I answered your question or not.
He did. I think the backdrop, and this thing isn't working, which is why I'm yelling. I'm just trying to I mean, you're all in on the training aspects of modeling and sim. And yet we're thinking about developing gadgets and gizmos that's with patents and designs. And I don't see the, I'm trying to just in my head understand where is that technical direction for all the modeling that you want to do on the technical designs. Yeah, sorry. So testing and yeah, now they're just okay, all right, okay, then I'll stop yelling. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I'm just I've come at the modeling and sim idea heavily focused on the R&D and the innovation of designs. I do know there's a training piece, and in the Navy we have a NIF explicitly focused on strike groups and training, and so there's another piece of it, and I understand. But I just didn't understand how much the Army is all leveraged on the one side of the equation, and I thought there would be at least a little bit allocated to, not just to the training piece, but literally the design of a new tank, the design of a new helicopter, all of those engineering designs that require high fidelity modeling and simulation. And so I'm just trying to get out of the brief how you're overseeing the protection of that workforce that does that.
We're not.
Okay. Well, good news for you, sir. We're not either.
Yeah. So possibly the only caveat, sir, would be what he didn't say is the next level down from CAC-T is the National Simulation Center, and that's your TPOs, the old TICMs and ACMs.
Okay.
And there's a large concentration of FA-57. So when you start with the requirement, the marriage of requirements with the actual material developer and that oversight. So we're not completely hands off, but I agree with them. We're not like, they're not sitting in the PEO day to day, leveraging or implementing modeling and sim solutions. And I think it all kind of wraps up into that readiness piece and the Army manning guidance and what's a tier 4 versus a tier 1 and how we man. Yeah. And you go, we almost need to flip it, because if we're going to start modernizing, then AFC, I think I'm like a priority 4 for Phil, which is crazy, right? But that's still kind of the old readiness model of all those units with patches. Those are CGs and general officers saying, I want my 57. I got to implement training at individual, collective, and all the way up through my brigades.
Yeah.
And there's a return on investment there. And that's the loudest voice. So that's where the slots are going to go. And it's tied to Army manning guidance.
Yeah, fair enough.
All your points are way valid, sir. Trust me. I'm
just, I didn't mention it before, but I did serve for almost 5 years as an Army executive in ATEC. I was at the White Sands Missile Range. And so I was not in the acquisition arena for the United States Army, but I was supporting it. And this was just before the Futures Command stuff got going. And we were getting kicked in the head, quite frankly, in the Army for not meeting the, our systems were not coming across the finish line, designed, developed, and performing in accordance with the expectations. I mean, General Milley was unkind to all of us. That's not why I joined the Navy, but I will just say I'm just trying to connect the dots. So I won't interrupt you anymore. I'm just trying to, you're given an overview of what I think is the critical mass of delivering capability. I'm just trying to understand it.
No,
Thank
please,
you.
Please continue to ask your questions. I know you have one, sir. Let me say one thing.
Chris, did you have a question, Chris?
Go ahead,
Colonel. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, my perspective in the Marine Corps is that really the Marine Corps operates the same way. And I know most of the M&S officers reside at some type of TCOM or training command. They're not out there necessarily at MARC or SysCom or someplace like that, actually doing modeling and simulation to develop the next warfighting vehicle or function. And I also notice and observe that there's a lack of continuity. We have a new Marine Corps modeling and simulation order coming out, but it doesn't address like a continuity of effort from, hey, I got this new requirement. I need to build a model of this next HIMARS or anti-ship missile or whatever we want to call it, and then take that model and then put it into MTWAS or put it into VBS3 or put it into some type of other training model where my Marines can actually start warfighting with those concepts. McWill does a little bit of it, but again, there's not a continuity of effort from cradle to grave for modeling and simulation as a whole. And I think that's a problem. And the other thing that I observe here based on your brief, sir, is that it's not just a Marine Corps issue, it's an Army issue, and it's a DoD-wide issue. And that's something that is probably not going to get fixed in this room, but certainly the folks that are in here and that come through here, if they're aware of that, we can take that back to the commands, back to your agencies, and start beating the drum to try to change that. Because we see it from the Commandant, from Chief of Naval Operations, probably the Army as well, talking about modernizing the force and everything, but we're not seeing the money and we're not seeing the resources, and it's a common problem.
Yeah, so all great comments, and I had so many notes about things I wanted to talk about that were not there when I started yesterday. From the conversations that have been going on in the room. My boss asked me at one point, how do we get left of the JROC? To answer your, kind of get after your point and the frustration there. How do we get left of that to where the requirement is, before the requirement is approved, to make sure that M&S equities are there before any engineer starts putting pen to paper and drawing stuff out? And I don't know, because you can see the operational demand on my 57s is so big that the Colonel Parks point, I just can't fill all of the billets. And the Army tells me where I got to put them. And I know I need people like Lieutenant Colonel Rowan, who's getting his PhD. I know I need him somewhere else than in a division. That's crazy. So how do I get left of that? Because then it starts to feed the beast a little bit, right? So if I can get left of the engineers putting this pen on paper, and I can get the M&S equities involved, the Army's always had a big problem with system and non-systems TADs. So a systems training device like the Apache Longbow trainer from my aviation brother, that is owned by somebody entirely different and is not governed by the M&S community at all. It's governed by PEO Aviation. However, the collective trainer that goes along with that aircraft is owned by the M&S enterprise. So it's a little desynced in the way we deliver training devices for those programs. So how do I get left of the JROC? And then take it a step further on the technical side, the digital engineering piece. Now how do I incorporate and grab that digital engineering schematics, and work from the engineers before the airframe goes into production? Because now that's in my Blue database. Now I have the data for the models for everything else I'm going to do. But we're not there. We almost need to draw a chalk line and start now. Catch up on everything that's been developed in the past, but now we can start capturing stuff and moving into the future. We need a governance process in the Army. We need a governance process in DoD. I just don't know how we're going to get there to get after some of those issues, because when it gets just like, I'm only picking on PO Aviation because you're sitting up there, sir. So it's he's got a mission. He's got a mission, and it's to deliver the next generation airframe. And they are going to do that, and they're not going to wait on anybody else. They're going to execute their mission, and that's what the Army has always done. And we try to play catch up on the M&S side, and that's ass backwards. It's everything that in the development pipeline should be coming to us so that we can help facilitate that. It's a policy issue. It's a dynamic change.
It's cultural and structural, and it's going to be really hard to change. But,
yeah.
The solution is keep focusing on the outcomes that we're trying to generate, and just try to keep giving examples.
Yes, sir. Sir, please.
Yes, sir. While I am an aviator, I still look at the Army as a combined arms team, and we have to develop our capabilities in that vein, because that's the way we fight. So with respect to what you're doing, where are we with respect to, at least, I don't know how much influence you guys have over STRI, but I still see these isolated efforts with isolation towards aviation, isolation towards infantry, isolation to fires. I don't see an overall plan whereby we fight together, we develop together, read a la simulation. And a good perfect example right now is Project Convergence. Had we been able to do things like I just described here, well, I believe we could be so much further along, because we could have found a lot of the errors that they discovered in PC 21. We're discovering now in PC 22, but we're learning it the hard way. We aren't doing any risk reduction through the use of simulation. Do you see any progress being made toward that, or is there plans to go ahead and move standards together for both air and ground? You're going to use this type of trained database. You can have this level of fidelity, at least at the start, and we'll migrate on. But we don't have that interoperability between air and ground and simulation, what makes us think we're going to have that same type of interoperability in the real world.
Yeah. Dave, you want to jump on that?
Randy won't speak again. All I would say is I think we're moving in the right direction. And I think to some degree, we do have some of the interoperability with some of the simulations, both Army, Navy. I mean, just recently we're, OneSAF, NGTS, and CDS-3. So an air defense model, the Navy's NGTS, and OneSAF ground model successfully through an integration event to support PC-22. Two different architectures that we're implementing. But that wasn't really done before because we didn't have the buy-in. So I think to your point, we got to get the buy-in, but we got to take the lessons learned and start baking it back into the programs to be more joint so that we're not all trying to solve our own problems. And Parks's opinion, off the record, it's going to be the senior leaders. And the fact that the SEC Army is being briefed on a regular basis about Project Convergence, and all the 3 stars from the Navy, Air Force, Marines, 2 coalition partners are all in a CJ bod every month, a board of directors talking about Project Convergence. That was not the case in 21. So I think 22 is going to open up some of this governance structure that's lacking, but also the resources. So I made the comment before, when a senior leader says, what resources do you need? We got to come back with, here's an issue. I can't get an Aegis talking to an F-35 to ensure the gun line on the ground is all seeing the same data in a timely manner. This is a problem. How are we going to fix it as a joint community? Not Army, you fix the gun line. Navy, you go fix the boat. Are you allowed to call them boats? Can't remember. But the point being is, I think we're moving in the right direction. But you also got to give it time. So lab-based risk reduction, it takes time. So you got to now give somebody a month or 2 to go back and do the risk reduction event. But we're like, no, the next PC is right on the horizon. So tell me what you want to learn. What are your learning demands? So it's a vicious cycle, and it probably needs to extend a little bit to get more out of it. But we could talk a long time on Project Convergence, but I think we're moving in the right direction. Hopefully that helps. Yeah.
Well, I think just to caveat what Dave said, Project Convergence is getting around some of the problems the Army's had for a long time. And I'm glad it involves joint partners. Setting up exercises in the Pacific is always interesting, right? Or now, when I get emails from General Kolashevsky in 5th Corps, who's forward, that's all joint. And it's harder than joint because it's multinational. And oh, by the way, General Kolashevsky has an M&S degree, so you kind of get put on the spot for some of this. But we're getting better. If you look at what the Army had done in the past, we deliver trained solutions for a specific need at a specific time. And to your point exactly, historically, we did not make sure those devices talk to each other. So what did we do? We had to create an integrated architecture, LVCIA, to bring in our own systems to talk to each other. So now we're going to fix that. So the synthetic training environment cross-functional team is going to replace all of that, lack of better words, legacy programs. And me and my daughter are huge Lord of the Rings fans. So you know what I'm going to say, it's going to be the one ring to rule them all. But that's good. We have to fix our own problems and create an architecture and a set of standards that allows, not only is it open on the backside so you can bring in new devices and new simulations and models along the way, but we've got to fix the problems from the past and not go there.
Should the synthetic training architecture mirror the synthetic development?
I don't even, I'm talking past me, so I'm not even sure. So since we're here by Carmel, man's got to know his limitations. Cleaning fluid, and I don't know.
I mean, we keep talking in the training, the training environment, simulation environment, is it the same as the development simulation environment? Should it be, or should it be different?
So now that you put it that way, it is not. Should it be? Probably, yes. But the STEE's direction from the chief was solve the training problem. And that's why it's in their middle name. So synthetic training environment. Now they have done some real world operational stuff, and you all haven't probably heard of it, but they developed one world terrain, which was being used operationally because the 82nd pulled it and used it to get out of Afghanistan. So, and they're delivering stuff forward right now. Not to name any countries, but was it? Okay. Yeah. So it's being deployed, and it was a training resource, right? So the STE originally, when it was going through the AROC process, it's kind of comical that there were so many terrain databases that matched our functional areas. So the Army had 57 different terrain databases. Okay. And the primary objective of the STE was to replace that and get down to one usable terrain database for all of our systems, to include mission command systems. So it should be, yes. And that's part of the problem I struggle with at NMSO, and I don't have the advanced degrees that you all do. But we have a policy problem and we have a standards problem, not only in the Army, but across DOD. And we're not adhering to our own rules. And like I mentioned before, it's just exacerbated because to Mr. Mann's comments, the PEOs have a mission and they're going to deliver, and they're going to use the standards and architectures that they need for their M&S services, and it doesn't match what I'm trying to tell the Army to do. And I don't, we're trying to rewrite the AR to give us some teeth. And if that doesn't work, then we're going to pursue a DAX or to try to fix up, get ahead of some of this. So.
Could I make an addendum comment on that? This is a policy problem because under the DoD 5000, the platform PEO or PM has responsibility for determining, they do model-based systems engineering to create the platform, but they also determine the training requirements for that platform and then hand it off to the TPOs to say, this is how you train for this tank, aircraft, et cetera. And so there is a broken policy link where, hey, if you're doing model-based systems engineering, you should also use those same tools and have artifacts that inform the training for that. That's an opinion, but I think it's an acquisition reform, a bit of context in there too.
Yeah, good comment, sir. So it's not on a slide, but it comes from one of the comments that we were talking about yesterday in wargaming. And wargaming is a big hot topic across the force, obviously not only the Army, but across the Joint Force as well. So Dr. Stoddard put another hat on the guy's head. His neck's going to snap, but he's also the Army proponent for wargaming. So CAA proper, and I should have thrown a slide and back up, but CAA proper obviously does the campaign analysis, campaign wargaming for the Army, total Army analysis, setting the force structure, and then down trace that. So pick your O plan. They fight the O plan. They find out how many friendly forces are needed to support that O plan. What's the logistics to support that O plan? What's the basing to support that O plan? And just down trace it all the way to going back to the secretary to say if that O plan is supportable or not. So they're experts at your traditional tabletop wargaming. Now, obviously very, very high end. We have some models that we use that are solely proprietary to CAA. And if you haven't seen some of them, and I sit next to the guy that runs the campaign analysis wargaming cell. It is spreadsheets to the nth degree of just, they're sitting there talking about this is 0.007% off. I'm like, okay, who cares? But it drives the campaign analysis. It's pretty wild. It's very intense. So we're trying to modernize that. Dr. Stoddard gave me the mission last August to look at wargaming for the Army. And we had two demand signals. We had a demand signal from 5th Corps Again, General Kolashevsky with an M&S degree. I need you to fix wargaming. Okay, well, that's pretty vanilla. What does that mean? And then General Flynn, the USAPAC commander out in the Pacific, said, hey, I need you to look at wargaming. So the first place I started with is I'm not sure if we have a common understanding of the definition of wargaming. The Army has adopted to use the joint pub definition of wargaming. It best suits. However, and my conversation back to the boss, which we have another update on Thursday, is I think in wargaming, you have an art and you have science. Okay. The art of the war game is the tabletop stuff. It's the thought process. It's how do we think about the enemy? How do we fight the enemy through the thought process? The science of wargaming is a tool, which I think falls in our wheelhouse as simulations professionals. There's a tool. What does that tool do? Do we want it to do wargaming for us? Well, if you ask the rookie, they'll say, yeah, that's great. Plug it in, hit play, give me the results. And now I know what we're doing in this course of action. Let's go fight. Yeah, right. Okay. So I go out and I talk to General Kolashevsky and his deputy, General Broadwater. And I said, what are you going to trust the machine to do for you? Are you going to trust your machine to give you a course of action? No, I'm not. I'm going to trust the machine to inform my decision making. And it goes into the adjudication piece, which it's like full circle back to the data set. If the data is worthless, I don't even want to put a tool in front of a commander and say, we can inform your decision-making based on this tool. Well, what was it? Garbage in, gospel out? Who said that? Yeah, I mean, it's like, okay, yeah, that's right. Because if you put a machine, the commander thinks it's going to be, it's a vetted system with accurate data and is going to give him reliable results. And we're not there yet. That's not the case. And then what data are you talking about? You're talking about just COFMS tables that are digitized? Or are you talking about real world PHPK? You get to the point where you're short of running a constructive simulation to get your results, or how do you give it to a commander that can rapidly wash, rinse, and repeat and run courses of action and get different results? I don't want to tell you what we're doing, because there are some vendors in the room, but we're looking across industry to see how we can get after this. I think short of a simulation, we're looking for adjudication models that are very easy for a command to set up. We're not talking days or weeks of building databases. It needs to be something that in 2 hours, a 57 or an ORSA can pull down, build, and put it in front of a commander. And then my tagline is again, wash, rinse, and repeat. They want to be able to look at multiple courses of action. They want to be able to change one dynamic in that course of action and hit play again and see how it changes. So I have one less infantry battalion. Well, what does that do now? And it's not validating anything. That was a dangerous word I got from somebody in the field. We're not validating anything through simulation. We're informing your decision based off of some real world data. So it's kind of where the Army is at with wargaming right now. And unfortunately, it's like everything else. Everybody's trying to solve their own problem. And we have people spending their own money to get after this. And it's complex, because the art and the science don't necessarily merge where these field commanders think it does. There's absolutely a lack of training and understanding in the military decision-making process, co-development and analysis wargaming piece that needs to be retrained in the Army. And we don't own that. TRADOC owns that. It's CGSC. But there's an art of the war game too that you want to use and to set up different scenarios and O-plan development that we're also short on. And then how do you integrate our technology as M&S professionals to expedite that process? And it's a wicked problem set that we're trying to figure out. That's my 2 minutes on wargaming. I lose sleep over wargaming. Okay, real fast, and then I'll give the floor back. Go over to see the demos. So if you look at this slide and you go from the right, from intelligence, training, experimentation, analysis, test and evaluation, and acquisition. Those are the Army's 6 communities of practice, to where we have FA-57 sitting SIMS professionals to help drive it and to help drive the process. The bad thing is they all have their own budget and they all have their own objectives. AMSO runs an annual FA-50, or not, AMSO runs we do run that, but we run a forum every year to identify gaps amongst these services. And then we have a very tiny budget to where we can help fill gaps that these commands can't, but they have to meet our certain requirement. And one of the new requirements is adhering to the same standards and database practices that we're we're asking them to do. Now, what I've asked my team to do this year is stop looking at these micro investments. And if an organization comes in and has a $10 million requirement, I'm asking them to bring it to the table for consideration because I work for the G8. So we're not gonna be afraid of big problems. But imagine trying to manage these 6 communities and get them to come along in one direction when you have no written authority or no real funding to do it. And it's an ongoing problem with the Army. As you can see, we are positioned as SIMS officers in every one of these on that slide. And it gets back to one of the original points is I just don't have enough schlitz to put people everywhere they need to go. And we're going to fight through that and make sure specifically our students that come out here are contributing to the Army fight. So talk about briefly about this. This is development and education. So this is the courses that we run as FA57s that are complementary to the master's and PhD program here at MOVES. We also sponsor students go to University of Central Florida in Orlando. Those guys have it rough. This is as rough as being in Monterey. What am I saying? And there's a 2-year program down there. Now, our UCF program is more focused on the management side of models and sims. To where there's a much more technical demand out of our students here. So it's a great complementary program between the two, and we're getting a lot of great people out of there. I would love to contribute more people to Monterey. The problem is the Army caps me at how many grad students I can send in a given year. So where the Marine Corps tells 16 people to go, we tell 16 people they can't go. Because I only have 4 master's slots every year and 1 PhD. And it's just, we got to spread it out. And the only way we can get more is if somebody doesn't use their allocation. It's ridiculous. So, but we value the folks that come out of here. Tell you. So for majors alone, I have 26 master's slots, utilization tours to fill. Lieutenant colonels, I have 29. Colonels, I have 4. For PhDs, major slots, I have 3, and lieutenant colonel, I have 4. And I don't even come close to filling those. Not even close. So, total Army allocations, I didn't mention the captains. There's about 70 slots that I have to fill a year. And with 4 students every year, you're just never going to get there. And then on top of that, the Army saying I have to fill 82nd Airborne at 90%. If I have 4 people there, that means I got to put 4 people there. So it gets hard to put and I'm taking that on. I'm taking that on to get our people in the right place. But we offer these other courses to complement our master's students. One of the new ones we're reinvigorating is training with industry. So a 1-year program with a commercial partner, and get some experience with industry, which we had done previously, but had gone quiet for about the last 7 years. And we're invigorating that actually with Lawrence Livermore right up street. So we're going to partner with there. Buy some time back. Unless you guys have questions, I appreciate your attention. Great conversation. It's the end of the day. Let's go.
This concludes the videos from day 2 of the MOVES Open House. If you're interested in seeing videos from day 1 or day 3, please see the links in the comments below, or go to the website listed on the screen to get more information about the 2022 MOVES Open House. Thank you.